Could it be? Me, your man, Louie Tee. Welcome to day number 2 of the NFL Draft and the NFL Draft Party here on the Louie Tee Network. I, of course, am your set man, Louie Tee. Thank you for joining me. Day number 2 to me is the most important day of the draft. We put a lot of stock into day 1. And rightfully so. These are the big names. These are the guys that you think have a chance to be all pro and Pro Bowl players and maybe even someday a Hall of Famer. And, you know, that's all fine and dandy. But if you're really trying to fast track your team, give yourself a chance to get over the hump or make a push, these are the players that are really going to help you do it. And when you see deals getting done in the first round, it usually involves a second round or a third round pick because you're adding more value in what I perceive to be and what many perceive to be the meat and potatoes of the draft. Second and third round, these guys are starters. These guys are players that you should be adding to your football team that, just like the first round pick, should be able to step in immediately and help you win football games. So this is a huge day, and I don't think it gets enough credit nor pub. Often we see teams trading, this pick, like the Steelers. We heard rumors that they've been fielding a ton of calls. People are very interested to come up now that, you get into the second round and Will Levis is still sitting there. I don't know if you guys heard, but he's not at the draft tonight. Opted to leave. He was too embarrassed to come back. I feel some type of way about that. When you show up at the draft, you show up at the draft, right? You don't know what's going to happen. He assumed he was going to be a first-round pick. He thought he was going to be a top 5, top 10 pick. He didn't expect to be in that green room for as long as he was. He didn't expect to last the entire night. We were making jokes about his suit, and he probably didn't pack another suit, which he probably didn't. Part of the reason he probably went home, he wasn't going to purchase another suit. But he was embarrassed. And he was, whatever happens, happens, right? So now he's going to have a chip on his shoulder. We'll see what he does with it, if anything. But teams are interested now. No one wanted to spend the first round pick on him, but teams are dying to try to get that, an opportunity to spend a second rounder on him. Him and Hendon Hooker are going to be 2 hot commodities in the second round, along with guys like Joey Porter Jr. and Darnell Washington, Michael Mayer. These are some of the names that are, I think, going to, hear their names called very early in the second round. I think you're going to see a run on corners here very quickly. I thought we were going to get it at the back end of the first. We got the run on the receivers that I was talking about. We did not get a run on corners yet. So I expect the Keely Ringos and the Cam Smiths and the Julius Brents of the world to hear their names called here very, very shortly. And you're going to see a nice little run on these corners. And they're going to see a run on these tight ends as well. Only 1 went in the first round. We had all this conversation about maybe we were going to see 3 tight ends go in the first round. A 4 would be a record. We didn't even get to, and I told you I didn't think we would get any more than 2. I had 2 in my mock draft. We didn't even get that many. We had 1 tight end go in the first round. And so I think you're going to see a run on tight ends here shortly. I think the running back position, which was one of the stars of day 1, because it's hard to get 1 first-round running back, let alone 2. And not only did we have 2 first-round running backs, we had 2 first-round running backs in the top 12 picks, which is just insane for how people try to devalue the running back position. To have 2 running backs go in the top 12 picks is astonishing. And I had made a comment last night that DeAndre Swift better be on the lookout, because literally Jahmyr Gibbs is not a clone, because he's an Alvin Kamara clone, but he has all of the same characteristics and traits, maybe even a little bit better than that of DeAndre Swift. Swift can't seem to stay healthy, and I think the Lions don't plan on paying him, which is why they drafted Jahmyr Gibbs. And I said, well, this can't be good for DeAndre Swift. They're probably looking to move him. I said, I wouldn't be shocked if they're fielding calls. Then I look up and I find out that the Lions are, in fact, fielding offers for DeAndre Swift. So we'll see if they move him. Dalvin Cook is reportedly looking to get moved today. DeAndre Hopkins is interesting because we just assumed he'd be traded during this process, and he has not been. And right now it looks like he won't be. So that's really interesting. I just figured he'd be out of Arizona. Clearly he does not want to be there. And, it's nothing worse than having a player that doesn't really want to be with your organization and he's vocal about it, which he's been pretty much all offseason because he knows they're rebuilding and he doesn't want to be a part of that. At this point of his career, he wants to win. Not going to happen in Arizona anytime soon. And so that could get ugly. And just like I think eventually Devontae Adams in Vegas is going to get ugly because I don't think they're going to win anything of note there. And he's going to, and again, he came to play with Derek Carr. He's no longer there. And if they're not winning, he's going to become a malcontent, I believe. So we'll see what happens with some of these veteran players that could potentially be moved today. But I think this is going to be an exciting day number 2, full of moves. I do see some trades coming specifically in the second round where these quarterbacks are still available. These tight ends are still available. These corners are still available. And so I expect teams to be very aggressive, moving up to try to get their guy, positioning themselves to make the selection that they deem to be the one that could maybe put them over the top. So day 2 of the draft for me is the biggest day. You know, the most picks are going to happen in day 3. And not that those guys can't turn into Pro Bowl and all pro players, but the further you get into a draft, the less likely it is a player is going to be a Pro Bowl or all pro type player. So to me, this is the sweet spot of the draft right here. The most overrated portion of the draft is the first round. The most underrated portion is the one we're getting ready to embark upon right now, which is day number 2, rounds 2 and 3, because you're getting starting caliber players here. You know, guys that should be able to come in and help your team right away if you do it correctly. So with that said, looking forward to chopping it up with you guys again. Last night was a blast. Looking forward to doing it and running it back tonight. Understand that the second and third round, it's a little, it becomes frustrating because the league, wants to do a good job of incorporating so many different people and, kind of try to make it entertaining. So you're going to have a lot of people coming to the podium to announce the pick, and you're going to get these long monologues. People want to come over and take the thing over. And so it's going to be a little bit of extracurricular activity today. But Raj has just officially opened the second round for business. Steelers are on the clock. Remember, 7-minute clocks in the second and third round. And so it should move a little bit more rapidly to try to get through these picks in a timely manner. But the Steelers will kick things off. I wouldn't be shocked if they traded this pick. We'll see what they ultimately do. If they don't get an offer that they love, I'm pretty sure there are some players here that they would love to take that would definitely help upgrade their football team. I think they could use a receiver. They traded away Chase Claypool. There's obviously no more Juju Smith-Schuster. They got a steal in the second round last year, and he looks like he's going to be a bona fide number 1 for them out of Georgia. But I still think they could use another receiver there. So, or you know what? They just traded for Allen Robinson. So I don't think receiver makes a ton of sense in the second round for the Steelers at this particular juncture with what they've already done. They just traded, as I just remembered, they just traded for Allen Robinson, a 7th rounder for Allen Robinson from the Rams. So as far as I'm concerned, that's probably not as big of a need. Maybe offensive line. I wouldn't be shocked if they went in that direction. It always seems like the Steelers need offensive linemen. So we'll see what they decide to do. Linebacker is something that they've been sniffing around. They did sign Cole Holcomb in free agency, but they can't be necessarily satisfied with that. And he essentially signed a 1-year deal. So I wouldn't be shocked to see Drew Sanders come off the board right here for the Steelers if they are to make this selection. They still need corner. They did not take a corner in the first round. They traded up and surprised us. I think they took an offensive lineman, if I'm not mistaken, and surprised us with that selection. So JPJ, I said, was a Steeler, and they still have a shot to get him right here. So those are the 2 guys I'm going to go with here with this pick in particular. Joey Porter Jr. or Drew Sanders, to me, makes a ton of sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers with this selection. So we'll see what they ultimately decide to do. So today is no different than yesterday in terms of it's a party, right? It's party time. Oh, it's party time. Yeah, we having a party. So with that said, What are we drinking? What are we eating? What are we snacking on? What we doing? Y'all line it up for me. What we doing? You know I got my wine. Go ahead, crack one of these bad boys open and pull up. Get the party started the right way. I got some pizza today, so I'm gonna be munching on that eventually as this night progresses. Get a little food in my tummy. But what we munching on? What we sipping on? What we doing? All right. Let me know down in the comment section what we got going on. See what we got. Commandese, Pinot Grigio. Okay, some wine. I love it. P. Morley says a salad. Okay, eating healthy. I got no problems with that. All right. Brian Ingram says blazing. hey, nothing wrong with a little bit of trees, man. Nothing wrong with a little bit of trees at all. C4 energy drink for Mark Markson. All right. With a little bit of Bibi Bop. I don't even know what that is. Orlando, right? Some wings and pizza from Pizza Hut. I actually have some pizza from Pizza Hut. We were going to go with Papa John's. We made a hard pivot last second and went with Pizza Hut. I hadn't had Pizza Hut in a minute, and I had no issues with that. Carl Wilkerson, hard Mountain Dew. So I'm assuming it has a little bit of liquor in it. That's the guess. That's why it's hard. Pick is in for the Pittsburgh Steelers. So they did not trade out of 32. They are instead going to make a selection. And generally, if you're going to trade this pick, you do it before, the day gets started. So I didn't think they would come out of this pick. If they were going to do it, they had plenty of time to field offers and make a deal. Generally, if you're going to trade that pick, you would have done it already. So they're going to make a pick. And I think it's going to be JPJ. DC Dog going Cran and Goose. That you can never go wrong with Cran and Goose. That's timeless, right? That's a classic right there. Joshua Pittman says they running the clock down. They want to trade down. They probably did, and they couldn't get out. Mr. Yeto says weed and bonchunk. I don't know what that last one is, but they must go together, I'm assuming. Valerie Foster says, how's your tongue? It's doing a lot better today, man, but I felt it. I definitely felt the sting from it this morning when I woke up. I was like, how you work out at the gym and you haven't been in a while, or you use some body parts that you haven't used in a while, and you wake up and you're sore the next day. My tongue was sore this morning when I woke up. Like, God damn, I'm bending it and I'm moving it around, and my tongue's like, yo, don't do that shit again. So I got to be more mindful, because if I make a mistake and bite it again today in that same spot, I'm done. It's a wrap. So I got to be careful, because I bit the shit out of it last night. I mean, I bit it good, and I got some sharp ass teeth. I bit that shit good. All right, so first pick is in, and we're going to get the announcement right now. Turn my computer up.
There we go.
Boy, Allen looked good.
It's an honor and a privilege to announce.
It's amazing when you see these offensive linemen lose all that weight after their playing days.
Pittsburgh Steelers select Joey Porter Jr.
Yep. Hey. So I would have won the money. Remember, I told y'all I would bet any amount of money that Joey Porter Jr. ends up in Pittsburgh. Like, if I said if there was one guarantee in the draft for me and money that I was willing to lay down, it'd be on Joey Porter Jr. ending up in Pittsburgh. And it's a legacy pick. Obviously, his father played many years for the Steelers organization. Steelers are one of the most loyal organizations in football. And, the kid has talent. And I think he kind of fits like a Ike Taylor type of player, type of body type, which is, what the Steelers are all about. So, this makes a ton of sense. A ton of sense. Aries 85 says ham and pineapple pizza and beer. I had some pineapple on my pizza as well, but the ham, Anyway, I digress. Mass Collector writes, smoking some La Bamba. La 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 Bamba. Hillbilly Reefer says, sipping water, blazing, chill, Winston. Okay. It's a lot of blazing going on. It's Friday, though. Y'all trying to get yourselves high? Y'all ain't got shit to do. That's why y'all watching me. So it's all good. Quentin Ruiz says, wings and Dr. Pepper. All right. Frankie Yo says, I ate enough last night for 3 parties. I'm good. God damn. Okay. Arizona is on the clock, and we'll see what they do. Remember, they traded back in the first round and then traded back up and ended up selecting cornerback Devon Witherspoon. No, Seattle took Witherspoon. Excuse me. They traded up to 6, and they ended up getting Paris Johnson Jr. So let's see what they decide to do here in the second round. Okay. Mr. Yero says Banchan is Korean wings. Okay. You learn something new every day. Ephraim Dumas says Portuguese red wine and macarona macaronada. I tried. Macaronada. I tried. Sounds like some type of pasta. Jason Jarrett says, I got that Casamigos with steak. So let me ask y'all, what's the deal with Casamigos? Because I went to the ABC store. So depending on where you live at, y'all probably have different methods and different ways of acquiring alcoholic beverages. Here in the state of Virginia, we have the ABC store. Okay. So that's where you get your liquor from for the most part. Any hard liquor at that. You can get wine from anywhere. But I was in the ABC store and I was buying some tequila. And I wasn't checking for Casamigos. I've heard people talk about Casamigos. And so, I'm about to pick up the tequila that, I was rocking with. And I look, and this is the first time I've seen Casamigos in terms of, on the shelf and the price. And I had sticker shock, like, whoa, wait a minute. That little ass bottle costs that much? Why? So I asked people, hey, is this Casa? Uh-oh, there it is. Titans come up with a trade. This guy before quarterback. So the question now is it Levis or is it Hooker? That's what you got to ask yourself, because they jumped in front of Detroit and Indy. I mean, neither one of those teams, I think, were taking a quarterback regardless. Indy already took their quarterback in the first round. The Raiders may have taken a quarterback, but they're smiling real hard, this is for a quarterback. They're talking to that quarterback right now on the phone. Now the question becomes, is it Levis or is it Hooker? My money's on Levis. I think they're going to take Will Levis. I think they're going to end his slide right here. I hope it's, for their sake, I hope it's Hendon Hooker. But I can see them being excited about Will Levis. Hooker's right in their backyard. He went to, he was at Tennessee for the last 2 years. It's easy for you to do your homework on Hendon Hooker. I hope this is Hendon Hooker and not Will Levis. So the trade is the Titans received the 33rd overall pick and a third rounder this year, 81st pick. The Cardinals moved back to the 31st pick. So they swapped second rounders. They swapped third rounders, and they get a 2024 third round pick as well. So Cardinals move up in the third round for moving back in the second round, and then they get a third rounder next year. So really, at the end of the day, they netted themselves a third round pick, and maybe I think they might have gained 1 or 2 spots net from trading back in this round and trading up in the next round. So it's not a big difference. Those kind of cancel each other out. Just the third rounder in 2024's draft is what they netted from this deal. So we'll see what the Titans decide to do. Here comes Raj to the podium to announce the pick. Let's go with Will Levis. I hope it's Hendon Hooker. Hope it's Hendon Hooker.
With the 33rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Will Levis.
Yeah, there it is. I didn't think they would come up for Hooker. Levis is sitting here. They were patient. Good for Tennessee for being patient, not overreacting to the situation, not overreacting to the position, just kind of letting everything play itself out. And, that's really the name of the game in the draft is, can you be patient enough? Patience sometimes is a virtue, and sometimes it'll get you got. You think, hey, man, nobody's going to take my guy, and then your guy gets taken, and now you feel you're upset, right? Feel betrayed. Will Levis has talent, but he's got some developing to do. The beauty of it is he doesn't have to play right away, and neither will Hendon Hooker. And I'm interested to see if Minnesota jumps up here and tries to come and get him in this second round. We all assumed, I assumed that the Vikings were going to take him in the first round. They didn't take Hendon Hooker in the first round. They let him fall to where he truly belongs, which is the second round. And now the question becomes, are they going to do something about it? Are they going to wait and see if he falls to them, or are they going to come up and get what they want? I think you got to come up and get Hendon Hooker. If you don't, I think somebody else will. So Titans come up and get Will Levis. They've got their quarterback of the future now. So that means Malik Willis, his era has come and gone that quick. He never really truly got a real chance, but he looked like straight ass last year when he did play. And that's unfortunate because he wasn't ready to play last year. We all said that when he was drafted, but it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, the Titans have a new GM, and that GM has nothing to do with Malik Willis, and he's already moved on from him. So the pick is in for the Detroit Lions at 34. Remember, they got this pick in the deal that they made with the Arizona Cardinals. Not the Arizona Cardinals. Who did they trade out of that pick for? Yeah, it was the Cardinals. If I'm not mistaken, that's how they acquired this pick, trading back in the first round. I think netted them this pick that they're about to get here. We knew they wanted a corner. They passed on an opportunity to take Gonzalez after Witherspoon. And somebody made a great point last night that they thought that because Witherspoon got selected one pick ahead of them by Seattle, that prompted them to trade out of 6. And they ended up getting Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. And then at 18, they took I forgot who they took. Jack Campbell. I think they're going to take a corner here. Corner or tight end?
2023 NFL Draft. The Detroit Lions select Sam Laporta.
Tight end. Sam Laporta, tight end, Iowa. I've talked about the tight end position. I think it's going to be a run. I'm actually amazed at the fact that Sam Laporta was the second tight end taken. Now, he's really good, though, and he's fast. He's an athlete, and Iowa has become this factory for tight ends, man. I mean, we all know about T.J. Hawkinson and Noah Fant. Don't forget George Kittle came from there as well. And there were a bunch of guys before all of those guys that, came from Iowa that we know and are household names now. There are a bunch of guys who were there before. C.J. Fedorowicz and so many other guys that had been really solid NFL tight ends. So Sam Laporta goes to the Detroit Lions. That's an interesting pick. Really good athlete, really good pass catcher. Iowa tight ends generally come ready to block at the next level because part of what they do at Iowa is they run the football. So you expect him to be able to come in and block right away. And I said this yesterday, and I think this continues that thought process, is that the Lions are thinking outside of the box. They're honing in. Raiders have traded up. Raiders have traded up. Raiders have traded up to 35. Let's see what this is for. Could this be for Hendon Hooker? Could this be for a cornerback? Remember, we had talked about the Raiders potentially taking a corner at 7. They opted to go for the edge rusher at number 7, Tyree Wilson, in the first round. The pick is in for the Raiders at 35. Let's see if the Raiders have come up to get potentially a corner. There are plenty of them available. Could this be for quarterback Hendon Hooker? I said if you're Minnesota or some team that is interested, you better come up and get them because you're going to see a lot of trades. To me, the second round is the round where you see the most trades because there are going to be a couple of guys that teams thought would be first-round picks that ultimately weren't, and now you see them sitting there at the top of the second round, and now you're like, hey, man, this guy shouldn't be here. Let's go and get him. And you see a ton of trades specifically in the 30s. And so you're seeing it now. We've already had 2 trades in the 30s, and we're only 4 picks into the second round. So you're seeing teams get aggressive to go up and get their guy. And I think this pick, if I had to guess, it's either for Hendon Hooker, the quarterback, or it's for a cornerback. It could be for an offensive lineman. I wouldn't discount that, but I'm going to say it's for a corner or it's for a quarterback, and we know Hendon Hooker would be the quarterback. So, oh yeah, so back to Casamigos. I had sticker shock when I got the Casamigos, or I saw it, and I was like, damn, that much for that small-ass bottle? That shit better get you drunk for 3 days if it's going to cost that damn much. Like, one shot should put me on my ass for the night. Like, you back? Did you just bottle up crack or something? What is this? Why am I paying this much for this? And I've heard from people that it's not even all that. Now, again, that beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Some people might swear by it. Just like Tito's. Tito's is cool, but I'm like, people's going crazy over Tito's. It's all right. It ain't all that. It's straight, But Tito's, you won't get bust in the head for Tito's either, though. You get a big-ass thing of Tito's and feel good about your purchase. Not with Casamigos. Anyway, I think George Clooney is part owner of Casamigos. That's probably why the shit costs so goddamn much. Anyway, Metaphor says, got some Al Pastor tacos and some grapefruit Hefeweizen. See, y'all keep throwing. So the trade between the Colts and the Raiders, they swap picks in the second round. So Colts go back 3 spots from 35 to 38. Raiders come up 3 spots. And the Colts also acquire a 5th rounder in this year's draft as well. So didn't give up a ton to come up 3 spots to secure whatever player they're coming to get right now. Here comes Raj to the podium to let us know what the Raiders just came up for.
The Colts have traded the 35th pick to the Las Vegas Raiders. With the 35th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Michael Mayer, tight end. Notre Dame.
Okay. It is a tight end. It's a tight end from Notre Dame, Michael Mayer, who I thought would have been I thought he would have been taken second. I thought the Lions would have taken him. He felt like a Lion to me. Shocked that they went Sam Laporta. But I told you we're going to see a run on tight ends. I forgot all about the fact that they just moved Darren Waller, and their other tight end from LSU is in the last year of his rookie deal, if I'm not mistaken. So they really need a tight end. And so I love this pick. Michael Mayer is, to me, the second best tight end in this year's draft class behind Dalton Kincaid. So I love this pick for the Raiders. And he's going to pick right up where Darren Waller left off. So great selection by them. And now I know why they did what they did. There were a plethora of teams that would have loved to have added a tight end like Michael Mayer. So I think you're going to see a run on tight ends anyway. So, and there are plenty more where that came from. So Robert Cole says Supreme Pizza and Miller Lite. Cherish 202. Uh-oh. As my parents like to say, ginger beer. Ginger beer and Jamaican food. Okay. All right, I can't stand ginger beer. Ginger beer, I can't stand it. Got a little kick to it too. Benjamin Bellamy says Chick-fil-A. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Eli says lobster mac and peach iced tea. Okay, a little different. Pizza and sparkling water. How did I ever guess that you would be drinking sparkling water? You didn't give me a flavor tonight. You didn't give me a flavor tonight. I need a flavor from you, Kondo or Miss Perry. I need a flavor from you. Strawberry was yesterday. Last year it was wild cherry. What we drinking tonight? What flavor we got going on? Adam Wilson says he's drinking a Natty Light. Okay. Fat Mike says another fatty with a chicken quesadilla. You're going to be eating more than that. Pizza, wine, and wings. Can't go wrong with that, Commander Wow. Alex Kerr says seltzers and wings in the air fryer. And he get it with the air fryer. My man. Okay. Mark says Litos. Okay. William Rogers Jr. says burger, fries, and OJ. What kind of a combination is that? So let me ask y'all something. Rams pick is in at 36. Are you comfortable drinking orange juice at any point of the day? I'm strictly a breakfast orange juice guy only. I don't want orange juice at 4 o'clock in the evening. I don't want orange juice at 6 o'clock at night. I don't want orange juice unless I'm mixing it with something. I don't want orange juice at 9 o'clock at night. I want orange juice at 9 o'clock in the morning. Am I crazy for that? Deshaun Drakeford. I'm drinking water. My guy. Love to hear it. I need to drink more of that my damn self. Ed B. Writes pork chops, green beans, and Yingling. Okay. You kind of took it a little soulful right there. All right. Devon Matthews says, not sipping, but I'm going to the sky. Hello. I hear you loud and clear, man. Twin D says 43 cream and white meat chicken with sweet potatoes. Yeah, you throwing down there, brother. Let's see. Okay, he said, yeah, the Mountain Dew has 5% in it. I figured as much. That hard Mountain Dew you were sipping on. Valerie Foster says, I'm eating baked spaghetti, garlic bread. My daughter cooked. That sounds real good. I can go for some baked ziti. Oh, you said spaghetti. Ain't nothing wrong with that. And some garlic bread, that sounds real good right about now. Make me want to go get me a slice of pizza real quick. Sangria for Veronica. That sounds good too. All right. Moonshine, water, pizza, and mac and cheese. That's a hell of a combination. All right. Got a new member here, John Craig. Stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you, Mob. Y'all know what to do. Show John Craig some love. Welcome him with open arms to the Mob Squad. Glad to have you and looking forward to chopping it up with you, John Crizzy. All right. Rams pick is in. Rams are interesting. I think they need a wide receiver. They're really bare at receiver right now. With the Allen Robinson thing falling through, Odell Beckham Jr. left last year. They clearly need some help at wide receiver. I can't see how this pick isn't a receiver. Okay. Steve Avila, guard out of TCU, is the pick. So they're looking to beef up the offensive line. Interesting pick. Look, it's not a big-time wide receiver draft class. And so you can find guys maybe later on because the difference in what you're getting now and what you're getting later isn't, I guess, that significant, if you're being honest. But I'd much rather get mine early than late. I don't want to sit around and wait. But I don't know the situation with their offensive line. Clearly, they felt like they needed to upgrade the offensive line. And you ain't going to win shit. We found it out the hard way as a fan base last year. You ain't winning a damn thing. I don't give a damn how much talent you think you have. If your offensive line is in shambles, you ain't winning a damn thing. Okay? We found that out the hard way last year. So I don't blame any of these teams who are like, yeah, it's some other, positions that we could target, but let's get this offensive line situated first and foremost. The pick for the Seattle Seahawks at 37 is in. We'll see what they decide to do. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Joe Rockhead, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, playing a drinking game with wine called I Digress. You're going to be lit tonight. Don't tell me that, because I throw in some extra I Digresses that don't even belong just to make you have to drink some more. So you was already in trouble just off of the fact that I like to use that as is. Now you tell me you playing a game and I might just I digress for no reason. Seahawks pick is in, but I digress. So let's see what the Hawks did. They had a very productive first round, 2 picks. Got the corner Devon Witherspoon, then doubled back and took they take with the other pick. The receiver Smith and Jigba.
The Seattle Seahawks select Derek Hall,
edge rusher. So Derek Hall is a rusher off the edge for Auburn. And it makes a lot of sense because I had mocked Seattle taking an edge rusher in the first round. I had them trading back in my mock draft because Seattle loves to trade back, but they fooled me this year and just stuck where they were and took 2 players instead of moving out of the pick. But I had them trading back and getting Myles Murphy because they need edge rusher help, And so this is a really raw prospect here, extremely explosive and powerful. But again, he's very mechanical with his movements, very segmented. Not to me as fluid and easy a mover as you would like. Very physical though, a very dangerous bull rush. Has a little bit of speed, but again, much like most of the edge rushers in this draft, he needs to be refined as a pass rusher. So he fits in Seattle. Like, this is the kind of player that I'm used to seeing them take. Another trade, Atlanta Falcons have come up. This is interesting because I feel like this could be for quarterback. So this trade, Falcons move up 6 spots from 38 to 44, and the Colts pick up a 4th round pick. So this is the second time the Colts have traded back. Remember, they traded back with the Raiders 3 spots from 35 to 38. Now they're trading back 6 spots from 38 to 44. So the Colts are wheeling and dealing in here, picking up a lot of picks in the mid rounds. They got a 5th rounder from the Raiders in their deal. Now they're getting a 4th rounder here from the Falcons in this deal. And I think this is for a quarterback. I think this is for Hendon Hooker. They could, you know what? I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt. They say they believe in Desmond Ridder. I'm gonna take them at face value and say that they're going to pass on quarterback. This isn't for a quarterback. I had them. Let's see. I always feel like they need receiver help. I'm going to say this is for a corner because in the first round they took a running back, Bijan Robinson. I'm going to say, and they could have used it. They could have used the edge rusher, and they could have used the corner at 38 or at 8. And so I'm going to say that this is for. I'm going to say this is for an edge rusher. I think they just saw one come off the board. They got a little antsy and they came to get theirs. It's one of 2 positions, if you ask me, corner or edge rusher. I'm assuming that they are going to roll with Desmond Ridder like they say they are. So corner or edge rusher for the Falcons here at 38. Don't rule out quarterback, though. Here comes their selection here. Here comes the ex-player pointing like they constantly do.
The Colts have traded the 38th pick to the Atlanta Falcons. With the 38th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons have selected Matthew Bergeron.
Tackle. So Matthew Bergeron from Syracuse is the pick. So again, these offensive linemen, man, I talk about linemen all the time getting pushed up. And you're seeing a run on these guys early on. I expected offensive line to be something that was a theme of day number 2. I didn't expect it to be this early, though. I thought we'd see more tight ends go, and we've seen 2 already. I thought we'd see more corners. That's the thing. I'm surprised. Just 1 corner in JPJ that's been selected so far. I thought we would have seen 2 corners gone by now, and maybe another quarterback. We've only seen 1 quarterback go, but Matthew Bergeron is now an Atlanta Falcon. The Falcons always are doing work to that offensive line. There was a run there for maybe 4 out of 5 years where they were taking like first-round offensive linemen, tackles and guards and things of that nature. So they were one of the most prolific rush offenses a season ago. They're looking to continue to add to that with the addition of Matthew Bergeron. And so we've seen 2 offensive linemen, Steve Avila and Matthew Bergeron, come off the board early in the 2nd round. So offensive line starting to get poached a bit. If you are interested in an offensive lineman, you better get yours, while supplies last. Again, teams are prioritizing the offensive line, as you should. All right. I'm shocked. I thought the Falcons were definitely going with an edge rusher or a corner. They come up and take an offensive lineman. The Phillies age 34. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Would it be, Louie Tee? What's going on with you, man? FYI, we let Washington beat us in Philly last season because we felt bad taking over FedEx Field. What percentage do my Eagles make the Super Bowl? It's hard to say. I mean, I'm anxious to see what the Eagles have in store for an encore, right? You had a massive season last year. I don't think you snuck up on anybody last year, but I don't know if people expected you to be as good as you ultimately were. Now you're going to have a target squarely on your back this year. You're not playing the Colts and everybody in the division isn't playing that kind of schedule again. So now things are going to be amplified. You're going to be playing much better football teams. You got a new staff, right? No offensive coordinator or defensive coordinator from last year's team that went to the Super Bowl, and a lot of changes to your roster. Obviously, when you're as good as you were last year and you go to the Super Bowl, teams are going to poach your roster. So lost a lot of guys in free agency. So we're going to see what, your Eagles are able to do. They're still super talented. They've added more talent in day 1 of the draft. And we'll see what they decide to do today. But I don't know what percentage chance you have of making it to the Super Bowl, but I can tell you that your Eagles are – first thing you want to do is try to win the division. No team has done that 2 years in a row since 2003, 2004. So that should be your first goal, winning the division again. That's going to give you the easiest path to making it back to the Super Bowl. If you can get the number 1 seed, not have to play in wild card weekend, then just win 1 home game, it puts you in the divisional round, puts you right in the NFC Championship game once again. So that's what you should be after first. Take care of that, and then you set your sights on something much bigger, like getting back to the Super Bowl and this time winning it. But you have a significant opportunity to get back there because, again, you got a really good roster, and the NFC is still trying to put together a group of young quarterbacks that can compete consistently like the AFC has done. So it's wide open still in the NFC. Panthers pick is in at 39. Remember, Panthers traded back to 9, or traded up to 1, rather, excuse me. Took Bryce Young, number 1 overall. This is their first pick since then, and we'll see what they decide to do here at 39. They could easily take a receiver here, being that they traded away DJ Moore. They did some things in free agency. Adam Thielen. I think they got a tight end in free agency as well. So they got some stuff, but none of it is, game changing per se. So I would be interested to see if this pick here is a guy to help Bryce Young out, whether it's on the offensive line or a skill guy that he can get the football to. If you're going to invest in a quarterback the way they just did in Bryce Young, you need to help him out, whether it's protecting him or getting him targets to throw the football to. So I wouldn't be shocked if this is a weapon for him to throw the ball to, or a guy to protect him up front. They went Ike Ekwonu last year, so I don't know if they're going to do that again this year.
Organization for this opportunity. And with the 39th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select Jonathan Mingo.
There it is, wide receiver, Ole Miss. So Jonathan Mingo is one of the most physically imposing receivers in this year's draft class. He reminds me so much of A.J. Brown. All of those guys, I think, if I'm not mistaken, I don't think they overlap. Mingo didn't overlap, but he looks like A.J. Brown, man. He plays like A.J. Brown. He wore the number 1 at Ole Miss like A.J. Brown. He just gives me A.J. Brown vibes. And so they're getting a physical specimen here. 6'1", 220, can run after the catch, just get it in his hands and he can do the rest. Again, this is exactly what you're looking for. If you're Carolina, get your guy a weapon to get the football to. You knew they were going to try to do that sooner rather than later, because if you're going to invest in a guy like Bryce Young, then you need to get him guys to get the football to. You got to protect him, and then you got to get him weapons to get the football to. They just got him a weapon in Jonathan Mingo, and that's a really good pick for the Carolina Panthers. So, big Mike Jink, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, Lou, Mike, Big Lou, we did. Got 2 out of 3 guys I told you I wanted. Go Birds. Had to take 2 shots of Crown and 2 edibles. You was almost down for the count there. You absolutely said you wanted defensive tackle Jalen Carter, and you said you wanted Nolan Smith, and you got both of them. So, I mean, it was a hell of a day for y'all yesterday. Eagles fans were on cloud 9 yesterday, and rightfully so. You had a strong day. I can't take anything away from y'all. Y'all had an excellent day yesterday. We'll see what y'all do to follow that up, but it's been a consistent theme with y'all. Y'all have had great off seasons, and that has led y'all to have some really good regular seasons. So we'll see if that trend continues. Pick is in for the New Orleans Saints at 40. See what they decide to do. The Black Owl B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Black Owl B writes, Yellowtail Cabernet Sauvignon. Screw water today. It's Friday, man. So you can do that. You probably don't have to go to work tomorrow. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. Saints have the 40th pick. I think this is going to either be a tight end in Darnell Washington, or I think it's going to be an offensive lineman, Osiris Torrance. Those are the 2 guys that I knew they were extremely interested in throughout this process. I would not be shocked if this is Tippmann, the center, or the center out of Wisconsin, or is John Michael Schmidt went already? I'm not sure if he got selected or not. I wouldn't be shocked if this is an interior offensive lineman specifically. I can get specific with the Saints. Interior offensive lineman or tight end. Derek Carr loves to throw the football to the tight end position. They have a tight end already that I really like, but he's not much of a blocker. He's a converted wide receiver in Jawan Johnson. So I could see them going the tight end route. But I think this is an interior offensive lineman to protect Derek Carr. Forgot what they did in the first round. I think they went defensive line, I think.
Hey, thank you so much for having me. Saints, you're on the clock. And what I want to say is that everybody that gets their name called tonight, your whole family should all celebrate together. It's a special time in all these young people's lives. So let's all give a round of applause for that. And I also want to give a shout out to my man, Mike Ornstein, who had a happy birthday, turned 70 yesterday. You've given so much to me and to the game. With all that being said, with the 40th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Isaiah Foskey, defensive end.
Okay, Isaiah Foskey from Notre Dame. I really like Isaiah Foskey, man. He was one of the best defensive players on the Notre Dame Fighting Irish team this season, and really for the last couple of years, if we being honest. We don't get many athletes up in the front seven like this, and when we get one, we get excited. He's not, electric or anything like that, but he's just a consistent football player, man. I still think that he fits good in New Orleans for the kind of defensive scheme that they run. He's not super explosive, but he's going to set a physical edge in the run game, catch you slipping on the edge. He can get to the quarterback. He's not going to give up. He got a high motor. All the things that you look for in a quality football player. I don't think he's a necessarily a difference maker, a true difference maker as an edge rusher. Doesn't have a Rolodex of moves, but he's a guy that's going to get 3 or 4 hustle sacks because he just didn't give up on the play. He got pushed around the pocket. Quarterback spins, retraces his step. Quarterback thinks he's got a lane to get outside and, get outside of contain. And here he comes from the backside and boom, he hits the quarterback, ball comes out. He's that kind of a player, always relentless in his pursuit. So Saints got themselves a good football player at 40 in Isaiah Foskey. Got the Arizona Cardinals back on the clock again. Second round, 41st pick. Their pick is already in, and so we'll see what they do with this selection here. Black Al B said, "Screw water today." I love it. John Craig, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, and again, welcome to the MOBB. Who writes Modelo and Cuervo Gold. Okay, so you got a beer and you got some liquor. Yeah, he's speeding up that process. I see you over there. Abner Duran, my guy Ab. What's going on? What's going on, Ab? Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. What up, Lou? What's going on, Ab? Long time. It has been, man. I've been following you on socials. Love when you come to the States and you bring your flag with you, man. Always good to see you. He says, having Mexican enchiladas. So you come on now. I need the pronunciation of that when you put it in the comment, because I'm gonna mess it up. Enfrijoladas. Frijoladas. Enfrijoladas. That's what it's probably you're probably supposed to say it quick and put it all together, but my tongue is not going to allow me to do that. Cheese quesadilla is covered with black beans. Thank you. That's pretty much what that is. And water for this party. Okay. Love it. Is that spicy at all? Is that spicy? Does it have a kick to it or no? Let's see. Ab, my guy, Abner Duran. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Ab writes, I see people which didn't like the Forbes pick backing up. Truth is, the real judge will be time. Let's see in 2 or 3 years. Absolutely. We always do this every year with the draft. Who won the draft? Who lost the draft? There's no telling who won and who lost. We do that strictly based off of name recognition. Did you get guys that we knew of? Because if you didn't, then you had a garbage draft. But if you got a bunch of guys that we knew their names, oh shit, you had a hell of a draft. Then come to find out your draft was ass 3 years from now, right? And the draft that you were underrating that you thought wasn't that good of a draft ends up being one of the better drafts. So you just never know, right? We do this all the time. It's always a fun exercise, but at the end of the day, like you said, time will be the real tell as to how these drafts have turned out. And usually it takes you about roughly 3 years to figure out if a draft was good or not. Let's see. All right. Ethan Dykes. Thank you for the super chat. The Cardinals are hype. They just made a pick. They hype. Jonathan Gannon is hype. So I wonder who it is. They came back up and took the offensive tackle early in the second round. What did they get early in the second round? Let's see if I can follow along here. early. So they didn't have, I thought they had a pick early in the second round. I guess that must have been tripping. I don't know why I kept thinking they had a pick already, but they didn't. So here's their pick from Aeneas Williams.
Shout out to Lawrence and Lilia, my parents, my wife Tracy, and the Arizona Cardinals. Let's go! With the 41st pick in the 2023 draft, the Arizona Cardinals select B.J. Ojulari, linebacker, LSU.
So another edge rusher, B.J. Ojulari is the pick out of LSU. Another one of these dudes, obviously he's the brother of Azeez Ojulari. Another one of these dudes that has a ton of talent. He's very explosive, but no rush plan. So again, the beauty of B.J. Ojulari, and similar to his brother, is he can bend his ass off at the corner, right? A lot of these young boys, Will McDonald can bend as well, right? The dudes that can bend are problematic because these tackles are so big, they don't want to bend. So if you can get down at a 45-degree angle and turn that corner and flatten, you got a shot, and Ojulari can do that. I watched him in a few games have some success, and I also watched him in some games get devoured. So it's a mixed bag with him, but at the end of the day, you take guys based off of traits, and B.J. Ojulari is one of the more gifted athletes in this year's draft class in terms of edge rushers. So Cardinals get themselves an edge rush. Remember, they were sniffing around Will Anderson and all those guys at number 3, traded out of that pick, and so they ultimately get themselves an edge rusher when it's all said and done. Packers pick is in at 42. Here comes Raj to the podium.
The 42nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Luke Musgrave, tight end.
So Luke Musgrave, tight end out of Oregon State. A lot of people had him as the best tight end in this draft. A lot of people had him as the second best tight end behind Dalton Kincaid. I had the Packers taking a tight end in the first round, so it's no surprise that they go tight end here in the second round. He's one of the most athletically gifted, and this is a great tight end draft class. We've already talked about it ad nauseum. He's one of the more athletically gifted tight ends in this class, which is why a lot of people put him ahead of Dalton Kincaid, because he's so athletically gifted, much like Kincaid. And so I think, and he's a willing blocker, and Kincaid is too. They're not great, okay, but they aren't afraid to mix it up. And so I love this pick for the Packers. I knew they needed a tight end. We talked about Robert Tonyan no longer being there. They needed to do something at that position. You got a young quarterback getting his first opportunity. You don't have, great talent at receiver necessarily, at least not a lot of experience for that matter. And so you need a safety blanket, a safety valve, and Luke Musgrave is going to provide that for the Green Bay Packers. Love this pick of Luke Musgrave, and I think that that's going to be a very beneficial pick for the Green Bay Packers. I think that's been one of the better picks that I've seen in terms of team, fit and need in this second round to this point. Jets pick is in at 43. I think they're coming to the stage right now to announce that pick. So we'll see what happens with the Jets. Ethan Dykes. And just so you know, Washington's pick is rapidly approaching. The Jets pick is in at 43. So 44 is on the clock, So at this point, this thing is moving pretty rapidly. And you guys start throwing out some names of players that you think could potentially be taken here. That are available. Avila was the guy I mocked this in the second round. He's already gone, long gone. Okay. So he's not available. Bergeron is another offensive lineman that, could have been talked about. He's gone as well. So offensive line, it's not slim pickings. There are plenty of guys still available on the offensive line. Just going to be really interesting to see what they decide to do here in the second round. Do they go away from the offensive line, maybe feeling like the value isn't necessarily as great right now, and maybe they go in a different direction. There are some guys available that are very interesting. The guy that I keep coming back to, and I don't want to attach myself to him quite yet because there's still 3 picks ahead of us. Well, 4, including this pick that's about to be made by the Jets. Let's listen in.
I want to say hello to my daughters, Eden and Emery. Daddy loves you. With the 43rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Joe Tippmann, center, Wisconsin.
So Joe Tippmann, center out of Wisconsin, gives the Jets another guy to protect Aaron Rodgers. You had to know, just like when the Buccaneers went out and got Tom Brady, they revamped and refortified that offensive line in front of him. That's what the Jets have done already in this draft. If I'm not mistaken, they took an offensive lineman in the first round. Now they've taken an offensive lineman in the second round. So they are beefing up that offensive line in front of Aaron Rodgers. They've already gotten him a bunch of targets to throw the football to in free agency. And so they're doing what you expect a team like the Jets to do, is to invest in their investment, okay? Protect their investment. The guy that I'm circling right now for Washington is O'Cyrus Torrence. That's the guy that I'm looking at, and I'm saying Washington will sprint to the podium if he is available 3 picks from now. But we'll see what happens. There's some scary teams still, including New England, who I would take him in a heartbeat as well. That's the guy that I'm circling right now. Of all the players left, O'Cyrus Torrence is the one that they've met with. He's a guy that they really like. He fits a need. We need a guard. He's a guard. He can step in, start immediately. So I think that's the guy right now that I'm looking at and saying, hey, if he's available, you take him. I know they also like DeJuan Jones out of Ohio State. He's a massive mountain of a man, 6'8", 370 pounds. Those guys win in the NFL. Not the most athletically gifted, obviously, but those guys find a way to get it done with long tree trunk arms and, a massive frame. It's hard to get around guys like DeJuan Jones. So they've got options at 47, no matter what happens. But we'll see if they decide to go offensive line or not. The Colts pick is in at 44 as we rapidly approach the 47th pick in the draft for the Washington Commanders. Ethan Dyke says, my drink tonight is Waterloo. Went too hard on the scotch last night, LOL. I told you to slow down on that damn scotch, didn't I? Did your dad knock your arm out of the socket? I know you said you were playing a punching game with your dad yesterday. You had already taken a couple of shots to the arm when we had spoken early on in the night. He says, I'm thinking we take O-line, but I wouldn't be surprised by tight end. Let's get it. I wouldn't be surprised by it either. A lot of the questions aimed at Rivera after the first round pick was, hey, is Eric Bieniemy going to have some say-so now in this second pick? And, Ron's like, ha, 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 key, all of that good stuff. So maybe Eric Bieniemy does get in his ear and have some influence here. But I've been adamant. I'm going to stick to my guns. I've been adamant this entire time that we're not going to see Washington to select a skill position player in the first 2 days of the draft. I think they'll reserve that for day number 3. And hence, I expect this to be an offensive lineman. We all along said that the first 2 picks were going to be corner or offensive line in no particular order. But picks 1 and 2 in this draft would be some combination of corner and offensive line. They've gotten the corner. Now I think they go and get the offensive lineman. So if there's been one thing Washington has been since Ron Rivera has gotten here, it's been predictable in the draft. I've done a pretty good job over the years with Ron here of telling you not necessarily what they were going to do in terms of player they were going to select, but what position they were going to take. I've been pretty much spot on. And at times I've even been good enough to tell you what player was going to be selected, i.e. Jamin Davis this year, Emmanuel Forbes in the mock draft, et cetera, et cetera. So we knew Cole Turner was getting selected last year. We knew we were taking a running back last year. We knew we were taking a defensive lineman at some point. We didn't expect it to be in the second round last year, but we knew we were going to do that. So we'll see what Indy does. I still feel like the Colts need a receiver. They got a quarterback earlier. You have no weapons out there. I do like the kid they took last year out of Cincinnati, but there's no more the Ohio State speedster. He's now in New York with the Giants. So I think they could use a wide receiver here, but we'll see what they ultimately do. Rod is walking to the podium to announce the pick for the Indianapolis Colts.
44th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Indianapolis Colts select Julius Prince, defensive back, Kansas State.
Well, the combine is in Indianapolis, and I'm pretty sure the Colts are paying attention because they got the two stars in Anthony Richardson and now Julius Brents. So
Julius Brents is one of those corners that I thought Washington would have been interested in because of his size and his length. He actually played some really – I like his competitive spirit. He got his ass cooked by Johnston of TCU twice. In both games, but he competed his ass off, and I like him as a guy that comes up and tackles. He talks some shit. He's aggressive. Again, he's long, but he is not the fleetest of foot. And so you want to be aggressive. The Lions have traded up to 45. The Lions they're killing it, man. They're being aggressive. They're thinking outside the box. What are the Lions coming up for now? They leapfrog a couple of teams here. In New England and Washington to come up. I'm thinking this is for an interior offensive lineman. That's what I'm thinking that they're coming up for here. They lost a couple of guys in free agency, or at least one in particular. So they're hugging, man. They're excited about what they just did. So, you know, they feel really good. They think they just stole a guy. So let's see what they're coming up to get. I just want Osiris Torrance to still be on the board when Washington selects, just to give them another option to potentially take. So we'll see what the Lions have been killing it, man. But to Ethan's point, don't rule out tight end at 47 either. But Marcus B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Marcus writes, Lou, think Kendall out of the starting lineup now. I doubt it. He was the most consistent corner we had last year. There's no way they're taking him out. And he was the only playmaker, only guy that was making any plays on the football. There's no way he goes from starting corner to out of the lineup altogether. We're not that deep at corner where you can do that. So they'll figure out what the best mode of operation for the group of corners that they have. I still think they got a problem because I still don't think they have a true nickel. You know, with everything that they've done, they just went and got another. And again, it's a great problem to have. It's a great problem to have that you got all these boundary corners, because guess what? Kendall Fuller's on the last year of his deal. If they choose to re-sign him, great. You know, see what you can do with him. But if they don't, you know, now you got two legit corners on the outside, long guys that can, disrupt the receiver at the point of catch and be aggressive at the line of scrimmage and be able to knock receivers off of their route and disrupt the timing and rhythm of the play. But also, even if they fall behind by a step, they've got length to be able to get back into play and have a shot. So they've put themselves in a really good spot with what they've done. But I still think you need a true nickel, because if sliding Juice back inside is your response to cleaning up the nickel, I think you got another thing coming. You know what I think this is? Now that I'm thinking about it, his name hasn't been called yet, and that's why they were so damn excited. I think this is Brian Branch. I just completely forgot about Brian Branch because I'm shocked nobody's taken him yet. I feel like no one's taken him, though, because he's not the fleetest of foot. You know, if he ran a 4.3, if he ran a 4.42, he would have been taken already. He ran a 4.58, and I think that scared some teams away. And if you consider him a safety, which most people consider him a corner, a nickel, if you consider him a safety, teams devalue the safety position. They just do. We don't see safeties go very high in the draft. You got to be an elite, special athlete in order for teams to take you in the first round at the safety position. We just don't see safeties get their name called very often in the first round anymore. So I think ultimately the 4.58 scared some teams away, and we're going to see. I think the Lions, though, said, hey, I don't know what he's still doing here, but we'll stop it right now. I think this is for Brian Branch. I do. And they've been thinking outside the box too. So I wouldn't be shocked if it's somebody that I'm like, whoa, wait, who, what, why, when, where, how? But the trade details, I told you we're going to see a lot of trades in this second round. Lions trade up 3 spots from 48 to 45 with the Packers. So this was some family business being conducted here. And the Packers pick up a 5th round pick later on in the draft. So we've always talked about the draft making bedfellows of perfectly good strangers or sworn enemies in this particular case. Doesn't matter. If you can help me get better, I don't mind making a trade with you. I think there might be a little bit more resistance if I'm helping you get a franchise quarterback or something. I might think twice about that. But in the second round, I'm not really too concerned about whoever you're taking. So pick is in for the Lions at 45. I think this is going to be Brian Branch. Alex Kurz, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Alex Kurz, writes, what a great time in sports. Playoff basketball and hockey. Baseball is back with UFC on Saturdays. I'm a Nuggets fan. Suns redemption incoming. We're gonna talk about that in a second. Here's the Lions pick.
45th pick to the Detroit Lions. With the 45th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Brian Branch, defensive back, Alabama.
All right, I finally got one right. I finally got one right, but it made too much sense, and they were too damn happy in that war room. I'm like, you ain't this damn happy for no, tight end. They already took Sam Laporta, so they weren't taking a tight end. You ain't this damn happy for no offensive lineman or no guard or no tackle or no cornerback. Nah, you happy because you got a guy that you thought had first round talent that is still sitting here, and you like, I don't know what the hell he's doing here, but we about to stop this shit right now. So the Lions are killing it. I don't know about you, but I feel like the Lions are killing it right now. They took their second Alabama Crimson Tide player. They got Sam Laporta out of Iowa, which they know a thing or two about Iowa tight ends. They just had TJ Hawkinson before trading him last trade deadline. And they also got another Iowa player, Jack Campbell. So they got 2 Iowa players and they got 2 Alabama players. And I think they're having a hell of a draft to this point. They're being aggressive. They know what they want, and they're coming after it. And so Brian Branch is now a member of the Detroit Lions. So, Alex, you said what a great time in sports. It is. This is one of the better times with, if you're a playoff junkie, it doesn't matter. Hockey, basketball, baseball is underway. Like you said, boxing just had a big match last week. UFC seems to be having big fights every week or every other week or so. And then obviously you got the NFL draft. You'll have the schedule release here shortly too. So there's a lot going on right now, man. And you said as a Nuggets fan, you got Suns redemption coming. It's funny because my buddy is a big Suns fan, and he swears that he's not worried about the Nuggets at all. And he doesn't respect y'all as the number 1 seed. So y'all got to show him better than y'all could tell him. I think where you're going to have a chance to win out is your depth, because the Suns really rely heavily on their starters. Like there was a game I was joking with my buddy because their bench is trash, which you expect it to be after the KD trade, right? They gave away Cam Johnson and Mikal Bridges, and they gave away so much stuff. They had to, though, in order to get the deal done. And in doing that, you put yourself in a position where you don't have much coming off that bench. And they had a game in, I want to say it was game 2, where they won against the Clippers, and they scored 123 points, and 113 of the points was scored by their starters. So it's going to be interesting if you can slow down. And they got some massive contributions from Torrey Craig, and that's not who he is normally. So it'll be interesting to see if the Suns can keep it up, because they're going to need that guy, whether it's Josh Okogie or it's Torrey Craig or, Landry Shamet or if they finally get back campaign in this series and he steps up, they're going to need another guy to step up other than KD, Book, and DeAndre Ayton, and, contributions that they get from CP3. So that's going to be a fun series. We'll see what happens. Patriots pick is in at 46. Niners fan, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Niners fan writes, trust me, Trey is our QB1. Also, being on timeout sucks. Ain't nothing worse than watching everybody get excited about their picks, sitting through the entire first round, and you ain't got shit. I've been there before. Now, Robert Griffin, the third trade, and I said, I don't ever want to feel like this again. Okay. That's a tough existence. And we didn't get put in timeout for just 1 year. We were in timeout for 2 years. So that's some tough shit, man. When they say, hey, no. You turn around and you face the corner. All right. You don't turn around until I tell you to. You're like, come on, man. I just want to see what's good. No, you turn around and face the damn wall. I'll let you know when the first round is over. That's some rough shit. It's even worse when you don't have a first or second. You don't get into the fray until the third. That's tough. That's real tough. But welcome back, man. And you just dropped the gem on our melon, and we're going to talk about that here in a second. But Patriots pick is in. That means Washington is officially on the clock. Let's see what the Patriots decide to do.
Good evening, Kansas City, and good evening to all the football fans worldwide.
Football fans worldwide.
Six-time Super Bowl champion, the New England Patriots will play a game in Germany this year. So I wanted to give a special shout out to all the fans in Germany and everywhere else in the world. But without further ado, with the 46th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Keion White, defensive.
So Keion White, boy, he fits the New England Patriots, boy. This was okay. This was a former tight end. Oh, he mad. He ain't even happy. He pissed off. Like, he's like, I don't want to go to New England. I don't know what the hell wrong with him. I ain't never seen a dude look that pissed off. His mama crying, she excited, and he looking like, nah, man, F that shit. Nah, I don't want that motherfucking hat. Get that shit out of my face, man. He looked mad as a bitch. Maybe he thought he was going in the first round and he was misinformed. But this is a dude that started off as a tight end at Old Dominion University, my alma mater, right? This dude came to college at 230 pounds. This man is going to leave Georgia Tech at roughly 85 pounds. Like, he's a monster now, okay? This is a big, big dude. And he's a hell of an athlete, and to think he's just scratching the surface. The pick is in for the Commanders. That was quick. I'm gonna say it's Osiris Torrance. So that's an intriguing pick, Keion White, and that's the kind of guy that the Patriots take from an edge rushing standpoint. They love the athletes. He reminds me a lot of the guy that they just took, that they just had in New England, that they have now, Matthew Judon. He reminds me a lot of Matthew Judon. Here's the Washington pick here, 47th overall.
What's going on, Bucket and Go Faithful? Hail to the Commanders.
London Flector, guys.
With the 47th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Washington Commanders select Jartavius Martin, defensive back, Illinois.
Quan Martin, I had him as our third round pick. They take him in the second. I told you they love this kid. They met with him. They see him as a nickel. Now we have a nickel. Okay, now we have a nickel. Now we have a Buffalo nickel. So I've been talking about him as a third round pick. They didn't want to wait. I thought he would have been around in the third round. They got a little antsy. They took him here in the second round, which means that this third rounder definitely is going to be an offensive lineman, if not a linebacker. I don't want to discount linebacker in the third round. They may truly feel like they have a ton of depth on the offensive line now and that they can wait and push that down the line. I wouldn't advise them to do that. I'd advise them to take an offensive lineman in the third round and then another one in like the fifth round. But Quan Martin is a guy that I mocked this. Somebody told me yesterday, hey, I'm going to just stick to your mock. Well, shit. I'm 2 for 2. I mean, I didn't have him as the second round pick, but he was the third round pick. So shit, I'm 2 for 2. Who did I have us taking in the third round or the second round? Oh, Avila, he's already gone. So I'm about to say, well, just take that dude and put him in the third round then. But nah, you can't do that. I'm shocked Osiris Torrance is still available. Somebody's gonna take him here shortly, though. You won't get another opportunity at him. But I like the pick, and I think last year what opened their eyes was when Cam Curl went down twice and how that impacted the defense, because we didn't have another guy that could do the things that Cam Curl did and fill the roles on the team that he filled for us. That Swiss Army knife that can come down in the box, that could play underneath zone, that could play, the intermediate zone, that could cover the running back out of the back. We didn't have another guy that could handle all of those responsibilities and still come up and be a force in the run game as a defender. Now you do with Quan Martin, and he can drop over the slot, which is what he did routinely for the fighting Illini. Yikes. So that's a great pick for Washington. I love that selection of Quan Martin. See what the Buccaneers do here at 48.
Traded the 48th pick to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. With the 48th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Cody Mauch.
So Cody Mauch is the pick. And he reminds me so much of Jensen, that was in Tampa a few years ago, that retired, Ryan Jensen. So I think he's just going to come in and replace Ryan Jensen, and they're going to keep the party going on the interior of that offensive line. He's a tackle. We'll see if he stays at tackle, because remember, they moved on from their tackle, Donovan Smith, in the offseason. So it'll be interesting. I'm assuming they're going to try him at tackle first, but this is a guy that can play all five, the rare 5-tool offensive lineman, a guy that can play all five positions, on the offensive line. It's rare to see that. Either if you're a tackle, you can play both tackle spots. Maybe you can play guard in a pinch, but you rarely play tackle, guard, and center. If you're a guard and you can play center, all the better, but rarely are you a guard that can play tackle and center. So he's the rare athlete that can play all five positions on the offensive line. So they'll find a place for him. But I think they're going to start with tackle to see if he can stick out there and give Baker Mayfield an opportunity to throw the football with a clean pocket. Niners fan said that Trey is our quarterback one. Trust me. What makes you so sure that? I'm hearing John Lynch talk about, now again, I know John Lynch isn't totally in control, but I heard him mention the fact that, Brock Purdy is the guy and he should be the guy. He's earned the right to be the guy going into camp. And we heard that the 49ers were fielding calls if anyone was interested, but the phone really wasn't ringing for Trey Lance, but they were interested in trading him and establishing talks if teams were interested. How do you figure he's QB1? Please enlighten me. I'd love to know. Damon Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Damon Brizzy, thank you for being a member of the MOBB writes. Steak, sub, and root beer. Okay, steak, sub. All right, I can get with that. I am not a root beer fan. Oh my God, root beer is so disgusting to me. But I can get with the steak sub. I can definitely do that. Daily Grind says we are all eating so unhealthy. You ain't lying, except for the people that are drinking water. Miss Perry says key lime tonight. So is it key lime? Is that a real flavor of sparkling water? Key lime? Like key lime pie? Ugh. And I see some of y'all like, yeah. Breakfast only for the OJ. Okay, I thought I was tripping, and I was like, maybe it's just me, but Daily Grind, Metaphor, Brian Jones, the G-Man, Captain Colron says, unless it's in vodka, I agree with that, but he says not later in the evenings. I can't do orange juice without something in it unless it's 9 o'clock in the morning, and then I'm drinking orange juice. All right. Let's see. Brandon Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Brandon Davis writes, room temperature milk and head cheese. So you already know what that, you got to get in timeout for that. Got to put you in timeout. That's a no-no. We don't do milk around here, man. Let's see. The Black LB. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. The Black LB writes, whoever that sister is in the ATL war room, man, I missed her. Maybe we'll get another shot a little bit later on if they go back to Atlanta and check their war room. The Steelers are on the clock again. Feels like the Steelers have made 15 picks in this second round. They had the first pick, and I might be tripping. And I know they took JPJ, and they may not have done anything else since then. But I feel like they have, but they haven't. This is their second pick of the. And remember, they got another second rounder with the trade with the Ravens, not the Ravens, with the Bears. Excuse me. That's how they got the first pick of the second round. They traded Chase Claypool to the Bears. So this is their selection.
2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Keanu Benton, defensive tackle, Wisconsin.
He is such a Steelers pick, is Keanu Benton. Like I told you, there's just certain dudes you look at and you go, he looks like a Raven or he looks like a Steeler. Keanu Benton looks like a Steeler, man. Swear he does. Big defensive tackle out of Wisconsin. Quick hands, quick feet. Not a guy that's going to get you sack production, but he's a monster in the run game and a guy that plays on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. And so he's going to fit well on that defensive line of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Another guy to eat up space, allow those linebackers to roam free, and maybe hopefully free up guys like TJ Watt when they're running twists and stunts and things of that nature. So Packers pick is in at 50. Let's see. All right. Robert Gamble Jr. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Robert writes, keep that. I'm going to put a pin in that. Here comes Leroy Butler.
Y'all made the trip. Thank you.
Announce the Packers pick.
Jordan Love, we got some help for you. Oh, boy. With the 50th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers, the best franchise, by the way, in my opinion, select Jaden Reed, wide receiver, Michigan State. We always get good receivers.
So Jaden Reed is the pick out of Michigan State. He was a guy that I thought started to rise a bit as this process went on. He's a speedster, a guy that can run, get yards after the catch. I always am a little weary of small receivers that, you know, have to play big, which he had to do a lot of because their quarterback situation was not great at Michigan State. But he made a lot of plays, a lot of contested catches. But I've seen enough of him to know he can separate. He's got the ability to go get the football vertically, and he can also catch the football in traffic. Had to do quite a bit of that. But I'm always a little weary of those guys because you always ask yourself, are you doing that because you can't separate, or are you doing that because of, you know, your quarterback putting you in those situations? I think he was more of quarterback putting him in some tough situations and him still coming down with the football. That's an interesting pick for the Green Bay Packers. I still don't think he's an alpha, right? So we'll see if the kid Watson from last year, Christian Watson, is an alpha enough to be a number one, because I don't think Jaden Reed is a number one.
Really quick, I want to give a shout out to the legend, Steve Gleason, Mr. No White Flags himself. 10 years ago, day two, Steve announce my pick in the third round of the 2013 NFL Draft. And I just want to let him know I'm forever grateful and I appreciate him. Me and my family will never forget that moment. With that being said, with the 51st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, my Miami Dolphins select Cam Smith, defensive back.
South Carolina. So cornerback Cam Smith out of South Carolina is the pick for the Miami Dolphins. Remember, Byron Jones pseudo retired this offseason. He said he wasn't retiring, and he said he was, and he kind of hinted at retiring, then he didn't retire. I don't really know if he's sure what he wants to do, but he is no longer in Miami, and so they need another corner opposite of Xavier. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name, but y'all know who I'm talking about, the corner out there. So Cam Smith is a guy that is very interesting. I told you he looks like a Raven to me. I don't love his game necessarily, but he is a confident player, and I love corners who are confident no matter what. They just got cooked, so what? I'll be back. Do it again. He's one of those type of dudes. He's got some ball skills. He can run. He's physical. He'll come up and hit you. There's a lot to like with Cam Smith. I just felt like he was too coy in coverage. I thought he was too I thought he settled too often for being in the hip pocket, playing from behind receivers, not staying on top of guys. You get the wrong receiver on top of you and it's lights out.
To the loudest fan base, 12, make some noise. Yeah.
Come on, KJ, make the damn pick now.
With the 52nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Seattle Seahawks select Zach Charbonnet,
running back out of UCLA. Okay, so Zach Charbonnet is the pick here. This is a deep running back draft class, and you're going to start to see some running backs coming off the board here. I think he's the first one in this round. We saw 2 in the first round. I don't think we saw any in the second round to this point. I thought he would be the third running back off the board after the 2 we saw go in the first round. And so I like Zach Charbonnet a lot, man. A guy that finishes runs, very physical, runs behind his pads. He's not a burner at all, but what he does do is he gets what's there and then some. Okay. Quick feet, able to get small and get through the first wave of defenders, get to the second level, can finish through contact, has solid contact balance. That's one of my biggest things for a running back is, do you have contact balance? He has contact balance. It isn't exceptional. It's not elite. It's not Alvin Kamara-esque, but it's good enough that if you don't come with your lunch pail and your hard hat, you're not going to get this guy down on the ground. The Bears pick is in at 53. So we'll see what they decide to do. Robert Gamble Jr., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Robert writes, Lou, I'm scared of Hendon Hooker. Makes it to us and we're taking him. I never doubted that Hendon Hooker. I'm shocked that he's still here and that nobody's taking him. You see these guys rise in these drafts and you just assume they're going to be taken. And I got sucked up into it. I had this guy going number 10 overall and he still hasn't been taken yet. So he could not go in the second round. It's very plausible. I don't see Minnesota anywhere here. And if you look at the names left for teams that have to draft, Chargers, the Bears their pick is in. They don't need a quarterback. Chargers don't need a quarterback. The Lions don't need a quarterback. The Jacksonville Jaguars don't need a quarterback. The Giants don't need a quarterback. The Cowboys don't need a quarterback. The Bills don't need a quarterback. The Bengals don't need a quarterback. The Bears are on the clock again. If they're probably passing on quarterback yet again. Eagles don't need a quarterback. And the Chiefs don't need a quarterback unless the Eagles want to back up with Hendon Hooker. But because we saw what happened when Jalen Hurts got hurt last year and how, they started to really, really suffer without him in the lineup. But I just gave you the remaining teams in the second round, and none of them need a quarterback. So unless somebody trades up to come and get Hendon Hooker, he could last until the third round. We could have, for the second consecutive year, no quarterback is selected in the second round. We could have that for the second consecutive year because I'm sorry, I apologize. Will Levis already went in the second round, so I made a mistake there. I misspoke, but I thought we would have seen Hendon Hooker go already. I'm actually shocked that he has not been taken, but I knew we weren't going to take him. We're not taking a quarterback, not until later in the draft. They believe in Sam Howell. Ron reiterated that yesterday, that they believe in Howell and Jacoby Brissett. And that's not saying much, but yeah. Josh's quiet coyote. Stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB. Glad to have you on board, Mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Josh's quiet coyote some love, and you know what to do. Welcome him with open arms to the MOBB. Josh's quiet coyote, welcome to the squad. Glad to have you, Mob. Y'all know what to do. Stand up. We in the building. Y'all know what it is. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trev, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, Lou, bathtub jingle juice, tipsy bartender style. I have no idea what the hell you're talking about. Speak English. Speak English. Anyway, David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. David writes, sipping this monster while on the clock at Home Depot. Hope we get some depth on the old line. Well, keep sipping that monster. It's got to be quitting time here shortly. Home Depot usually closes around 9, 10 in some places, but most Home Depots close at 9 now. So you should be getting off here shortly. And no offensive line depth, my man, not yet. I think it's coming in the third round, but we will see. We will see what happens. We will see. Appreciate you joining me on the stream from the JOB. Ricky D. Hustle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, what up, Lou? Who we taking at 47? I told you I thought it was Osiris Torrance. Ended up being the guy that I mocked us in the third round, Quan Martin, safety out of Illinois. So I knew they liked him. I knew they really thought highly of him. I did not think they were going to take him as soon as they did, but I knew that they were very interested in doing that. And I love the pick, by the way. So the Bears pick is in, 53rd overall. And so we got two people walking up here. Okay, Devin Hester. He's going to be in the Hall of Fame here shortly.
Y'all ready for this? With the 53rd pick of the 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Javon Dexter Sr., Florida Gators D tackle.
All right. What do you think? We had a hurricane announced.
So Javon Dexter Sr. is a Florida Gator defensive tackle. He's a hell of an athlete, man. This is a big dude. Just sidebar. There's this defensive lineman, this defensive tackle for Florida. His name is I can't remember his first name. His last name is Watson, I think. He wears like 21 or something like that. He's the biggest man I've ever seen on the football field. This dude got to be like 400 pounds. I ain't bullshitting you. Go look him up. If he ain't 400, he like 390 something, 380 something. Dude is humongous. I've never seen a human being at that level, in the SEC no less, but at that level, that big in my life. But Javon Dexter Sr. is a really athletically gifted defensive lineman that I think has a huge upside. One of the guys that I thought could sneak in to the back end of the first round of a team like Dallas, for instance, Mozzie Smith. If they didn't fall in love with the Mozzie Smith, they might have fallen in love with a Javon Dexter Sr. He's got that kind of potential. Again, quick get off the line, plays on the opposite side of the line of scrimmage. I think he actually, unlike Keanu Benton, I think that Javon Dexter Sr. could actually have some pass rushing ability at the next level if he develops correctly. So Bears needed a guy like that, and they get one on that defensive line at number 53. So the Chargers pick is in at 54. They took a wide receiver, Johnston, earlier in the draft. Let's see what they decide to do here at 54. I wouldn't be shocked if this is an offensive lineman here.
Thank all of you fans from every team. We are so grateful for you. Without you, none of this would exist. We are so blessed. With the 54th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chargers select Louie Tee, linebacker, U.S.
Louie Tee is the pick out of USC. This is a guy that me and Rico talked about as a guy that is very interesting. He's right around 270. He can go either way. You know, you could keep him as a base 4-3 defensive end. He could beef up a little bit more and maybe play, 5 tech. He could cut a little weight and end up being an outside backer, standing up, because he did a lot of that at USC, standing up in a 2-point stance for a team looking for an outside linebacker in the 3-4 defense. I think they see him, and remember, they drafted a similar guy out of the same school in Uchenna Nwosu some years ago, and used him as pretty much a stand-up outside backer, a guy that could get to the quarterback, set a physical edge in the run game. I think they're going to ask Louie to do the exact same thing. Stand up outside, 9-tech, set a physical edge outside of that tight end, stand him up, get to the ball carrier, rush in passing situations like they did with Uchenna Nwosu. So I think this is essentially them replacing him 1 year late. Nwosu left in free agency to the Seahawks last year, but I think they're replacing him now and getting a guy that's going to help up front, because too often the Chargers find themselves without one of their pass rushers. Bosa gets hurt almost every year. You got Khalil Mack, but he can't do it by himself, and he's getting up there in age. So they needed another guy, and now they have that guy in Louie Tee. So that's a good pick for the Chargers. That's a really good pick. Chiefs pick is in at 55. Blake Taylor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Blake writes, love your content. Thank you, Blake. Really, truly appreciate you. Says, do you think Forbes can return punts and kickoffs? No. So Ron answered that question yesterday. He was asked, with all of his, returns for touchdowns and his ball skills and this, that, and the third, could he be a guy that you could potentially put back there on punt returns in particular? And Ron said they had already asked him, and they had already, talked to some people that, have seen this kid, and they're like, nah, he doesn't catch punts very well. And it's not for everybody. And Brian Mitchell was like, I'll teach him. Shit, if he's returning shit for touchdowns, I'll teach him to catch punts. But I don't think they're interested in using him in that regard. Ron didn't sound too interested in that. So I don't think they're going to explore that option with him. But it was something that they brought up. That's for sure. Let's see. Got a super here from Fat American is back with facts and racks. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, oh my God, Lou. Just got the call from Ron. I will be drafted at 47 to play center for the Commanders. Ron loved that my dad and I are both vets. Good one. Good one. Ron's got a soft spot for the veterans, man. You know it. How long are your arms? Now, you don't need to have long arms at center. A193. Awan 93. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Lou, we back at it again. You know what it is. Pat like cut crack. More tequila, of course. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with it, man. Gotta say, for me, if you're telling me any player is afraid, answer just doesn't want to tackle, we don't need him. I'm not mad at that. I told you there's a certain mindset that you have to have as a football player, specifically on the defensive. If you don't want to hit as a defensive player, we have a problem, because that's your job. You know, offensively, if you don't want to get hit, I get that. That's why you're playing offense, because you really don't want contact. But if you're a defender, you know contact is a part of your job description. And when you're turning it down, what does that say about you, you know, and your mentality? So I totally get that. Hopefully we go O-line in a second. Obviously, second round pick has already happened. We didn't go O-line in a second, but they'll go O-line at some point. They're not going to neglect the offensive line as a whole the remainder of the draft. I've been adamant that we were going to see 2 offensive linemen in this draft. I still contend that we're going to see 2 offensive linemen selected. It did not happen in the order that I thought that it would go, but I still think it is a very high possibility or probability rather that we see 2 offensive linemen selected in this draft for Washington with their 8 selections that they have. So 2 down, 6 to go. And the 2 guys that they've taken, I had them in my mock draft. So I feel really good about, you know, how I was able to connect some of the dots that Washington had out there. They dropped some breadcrumbs, and I was able to pick those breadcrumbs up, and it led me to 2 picks for this team that I thought they would make. Now, I want to see what they do along the offensive line. I want to see if they actually go out and get a defensive end. I want to see if they actually go after a tight end. I want to see if they actually go and get a running back. I want to see if they actually attack center. I want to see if they actually attack the interior or the exterior of the offensive line. I'm going to see if they go get us a receiver, a big one, or a return man. These are all the things that are still left for Washington to do. They've got plenty of time to do it, so we'll see what happens. They've got one more pick today. Chiefs pick is in. Let's see what they do.
Can you believe this? First of all, the Buddy family would like to thank the family of the National Football League that's represented here, and also the Hunt family that has allowed my dad and I's dreams to come true. And now the beat goes on for the next generation. The Detroit Lions have traded the 55th pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With that pick in the 2002-3 draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Rashee Rice.
So they get the receiver, Rashee Rice. And it's interesting because we assume speed, right? But what Rashee Rice is a 50-50 go-getter, right? He turns 50-50 balls into 60, 40, 70, 30 balls. He's physical. He attacks the football in its flight. And they lost physicality at the receiver position. They lost the guy that could make those tough contested catches when Juju Smith-Schuster went to the New England Patriots in free agency. Now they're going to get that guy back here in Rashee Rice because he can make the tough catches. He can take the hit and still catch the football in traffic. So he was one of the guys that I really liked in this draft, man. Not a fast guy. That was going to hurt his stock, obviously. But when you talk about hands and catching the football, attacking it in flight, knowing you're going to take a shot and trying to come down with the football, Rashee Rice was one of the better receivers in this year's draft class at doing that. So another weapon for Patrick Mahomes, man. Another weapon for Mahomes. The pick is in for the Chicago Bears at 56. Envision Home DEG. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, is there at all a chance we go Tank Dell with the 3rd? He creates space at wide receiver, could be a returner. We used a 3rd on McLaurin and for special teams, and look what happened. Excuse me, MP. I would love Tank Dell. He's my favorite player in the draft, the entire draft. I love me some Tank Dell. Him and Jahmyr Gibbs were my 2 favorite players in this entire draft. So I would love it. I don't see Washington investing in that pick this early. They'd have to spend it in the 3rd. I don't think he'll be there in the 4th, but let's see what the Bears do.
With the 56th pick in 2023 draft, Chicago Bears select Tyreek Stevenson, DB, University of Miami.
There you go.
Tyreek Stevenson, DB, out of Miami. I was actually shocked at how fast he ran at the combine. Because when you watch him, He looks like a safety. You know, when you watch him on tape, he's hitting dudes. He's super physical. He's big. He doesn't look like he's moving as fast because he's so physical with these receivers at the point of catch and at the line of scrimmage. But he comes to the combine and runs a 4.45, and I'm like, man, that's a hell of a time for you, bro. Because I was putting you at like 4.55, 4.54, somewhere in that neighborhood after, you know, off of the tape that I watched. So 4.45 was like, shit. That's an added plus and a benefit. So this is a really good pick. And you know what's crazy? The Bears already have a young secondary with a lot of talented players, and they just added another young talented player to that secondary. So that's an interesting pick because I didn't think they were going to go there. Remember, they got Jalen Johnson. They drafted the corner last year. Was it last year or the year before? Another corner from where did they get that? I think he was from Utah. No, Jalen Johnson's from Utah. I forgot the guy they got last year. I forgot where they got him from, but it was another young boy, man, last year. Eddie Jackson is still a relatively young player back there. I can see his face too. I can't think of his name.
Our New York Football Giants select John Michael Schmitz, center.
That's crazy. I had John Michael Schmitz going to the Giants in the first round, and they get him all the way at 60. I still don't know. I thought he was the best center in this year's draft. To see Joe Tippmann go before him was surprising to me. I'm not a Joe Tippmann fan, so I was shocked to see John Michael Schmitz still available at this point of the draft in the Giants. I had them taking him in the first round, and they get him in the second round at 60. So you got to feel damn good if you're the Giants getting a guy like John Michael Schmitz this late in the second round. That's a really good pick for the Giants. Now the Cowboys are on the clock. So you're about to see some NFC East work here as the playoff teams are starting to get busy. Giants just made a selection. Cowboys are now on the clock. Their pick is in about 3 more picks. The Eagles will be back on the clock again, and we'll see what they decide to do with their second round pick as we start to wind down the second round and start to head towards the third round. I would love nothing more than Washington select Tank Dell in the third round. I'd love to be wrong. I said they weren't going to take any skill players in day number 1 or 2. I'm sticking by that. I stick by my story, but I would love to be wrong. Lord have mercy. Here comes Drew Pearson. Lord have mercy. He about to give us a damn monologue.
I'm honored to be here in Kansas City for the 2023 NFL Draft. Of course, I come to you.
Okay, so yeah, it's gonna be a while before we get this pick. Is he about to talk his ass off? All right, let's see what we got, man. Now he getting revved up. Yeah, here you go. Hey, don't be egging him on, Rich. Tight end. So Luke Schoonmaker is the pick. So I told you see this a lot with teams. They go scouting players at a specific university, and they fall in love with multiple players there. And I remember in my mock draft, I had Washington taking 2 Illinois players, right? They've already taken 1. I think they're going to take Chase Brown at some point and make it 2. I had them taking multiple players from the University of I think I had one more team where they took multiple players from that university as well. I can't remember what it was, but Dallas took Mozzie Smith in the first round. Now they're taking Luke Schoonmaker. It's not a coincidence that you take a player from a school and then you get another guy from that same school. You see that quite often with teams where, you know, it's not lazy. It's just happenstance. I'm here, I'm scouting this guy, and then you see this other kid, and you're like, hey, who's this? Give me the lowdown on this kid. What's his story? You know? And all of a sudden you say, hey, we could add this guy. Obviously, Dalton Schultz gone in free agency. He's now a Houston Texan. And so I thought they had done enough work at tight end last year with some of the guys that they got. I guess they felt like they could upgrade the position. They go and get Luke Schoonmaker, and we'll see what he turns out to be for them. Dallas rarely misses. I told you there's one thing about the Cowboys. They draft really well. So we'll see if Luke Schoonmaker turns out to be the next big-time tight end in Dallas. They've had a nice run there at the tight end position, have the Dallas Cowboys. Buffalo Bills pick is in at 59. We'll see what they decide to do. Joe, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Joe writes, who's the odd man out in the cornerback rotation? I don't know if there's a such thing as an odd man out necessarily in today's NFL with all these offenses that look to spread you out. You're going to have 3 corners on the field a ton. Now, with the way we play defense with that Buffalo nickel, that usually takes one of those corners potentially off the field because they have that guy coming down and playing the slot. We love to play 3 safeties. If you're going to play 3 safeties, that means you don't have 3 corners on the field, but rather just 2. So they're going to have to make some decisions and some choices, and we'll see what they decide to do. Obviously, if you feel confident in your corner's ability to tackle, then you could put that corner on the field and have him play that pseudo Buffalo nickel role and cover that receiver in the slot. But if you're not as confident in that, if you're not as comfortable, then you want that guy to be a safety, a guy that's a little bit more physical and can be a little bit more of a help in run support. Then you would be taking that corner off the field. So I think you're going to see a rotation. I think you're going to see them rotating these corners. I think initially, if I had to guess, I would say that Benjamin St-Juste is going to be kicked inside. They like his ability to come up and tackle and play in the slot, which is why they put him there last year. And I think they're going to revisit that first. If that doesn't go well, then that's when you start having some Kendall Fuller conversations about maybe kicking him inside, maybe moving him to safety. That's when you start having these tough conversations. But again, it's a great problem to have. Right now, I don't think anybody's out of the rotation. Quan Martin being selected means that you're getting another safety, another guy that you want to put on the field. They already have Percy Butler. They already have Cam Curl. You already have Defoe. So you're adding another safety to the mix that adds to this group. And again, you could view him as a corner because he's got corner speed, he's got corner size, played the safety position, so he gives you versatility. So they're going to have some decisions to make. What decisions do they ultimately make? I'm just glad that they have decisions because last year we didn't have decisions. Last year we had to put Rashad Wild Goose out there. Last year we had Bobby McCain playing the slot first. Last year we didn't have the depth. We had to put Sip, Christian Holmes out there at cornerback, and he got cooked. So I love the fact that this year we got options and we shouldn't have to resort to any of those type of tactics. Should we have injuries or something go awry, we've got guys where we've got enough depth to where we should be able to survive and maybe even thrive with all the guys that we can put out on the football field. Reedy Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Reedy Davis writes, Lou, 2 right choices. Sure you're not a scout? Look, man, all I do is I read the tea leaves, man. That's all I do. I mean, I try to be an ambassador for you guys, but I told you, I listen to everything. I'm very, very hyper vigilant. All right, let's see what Fred Jackson talking about. Fred X.
But it is Bills Mafia over everything.
I'll never forgive Fred for that 20-yard run against the Washington Redskins, the first game after Sean Taylor's death. I don't think he had anything to do with that. He just did what he was told. But we had 10 men on the field, and the right thing to do was to take a knee, and they ran it on the outside. Let's see what the pick is. Let's see what he said.
2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Osiris Torrance, guard out of Florida.
All right, there goes Osiris Torrance. I would have been shocked if he got out of the second round. I told anybody that would listen he was a second-round pick when I did my Draft Prospects 101 pick breakdown of him. You know, he's really good, but he is not great. But I like him. I don't love him, but I like him a lot, man. He does his job. He does his job really well. But I'll never forgive Fred Jackson for his role in that 20-yard run against Washington when they had 10 men on the field to honor Sean Taylor. And he took that bitch off tackle to the left sideline and picked up about a gain of 20. I mean, I never wanted a game so bad. That was the last time I think I almost cried. I did not cry. I almost cried when Joe Gibbs called that second timeout and we got that 15-yard penalty. And then that kicker banged that shit home. He was probably going to make the damn kick anyway, but Joe made it so much easier for him with that 15. It was going to be like a 52-yard kick. It wasn't going to be easy. He made that kick. That's the last time I almost cried over a damn football game. I wanted that bitch bad. AJ Green.
What up, Who Dey Nation? Man, it's an honor to be here.
He'll be in the Hall of Fame eventually.
With the 60th pick of the 2023 NFL Draft, the Cincinnati Bengals selects DJ Turner, corner, Michigan.
So DJ Turner is the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals. They took a similar player last year, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say he went to Michigan, as a matter of fact. They took the hybrid safety slot corner out of Michigan last year. You know, similar size, similar athletic profile. They're going back to the well once again with DJ Turner, who he had some really good tape this past year, but he was a one-year wonder for me. You know, he really finally got his opportunity, and I thought he took advantage of it. As you see him right there, I don't know if you watch an NFL Network, but he was just taking on Jaden Reed, the guy that just got selected by the who selected Jaden Reed? I forgot what team selected Jaden Reed, but DJ Turner can fly. And the Bengals have just gotten faster on defense. This is another team that I think drafts extremely well. That's the Cincinnati Bengals. So we're going to see what he's able to do. I think DJ Turner's just scratching the surface of what he can be as a defender. He just got his opportunity with the Michigan Wolverines last year, really to be a starter, a full-time starter. That was really the first time. And I thought he played his ass off. So I think there's still more room for growth for him. And I think he's going to ultimately be a really good player in this league if he is able to put it all together. Jacksonville Jaguars are now on the clock. Their pick is in at 61. There are two picks that are after that pick, Eagles and then Lions, and then we are on to the third round of the 2023 NFL Draft. No, Reedy Davis, I am not a scout. I just do a really good job of listening to what these dudes are saying. I do have, I feel like, a very keen ability to read in between the lines and draw inferences. But, you know, it's lion season. So if you take something and run with it too hard, you could get a hell of a head fake. So I'm just taking what they give me, man. They drop breadcrumbs. I pick them up. If they're edible, I eat them. If not, I spit them out. And like I told you, you take the bullshit meter, you put it through your bullshit meter in one ear, you take all the stuff that's necessary to keep, you hold it, you place it in your brain, and you take the rest of it and you spit it out the other ear and you get rid of it. And so that's led me to two picks that have been correct so far. I think I got one more in me. I think two more, really. If Ricky Stromberg is still available in the fifth, I feel good about that one. But I still think Chase Brown out of Illinois is the guy that they want. I really want him bad. And I think that's the guy they'll target in the fourth round. So we'll see what happens. Fat American is back with facts and racks. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, man, Lou, I'm Mexican, so I've been dating Latina women my whole life. Landed me a black queen. Is this how it feels to date stress-free? I can't speak on your situation, man. And she hyped me up all the time like I'm Superman, LOL. Now that I know black queens will do. All right. They will make you feel like you the best thing since sliced bread. A black woman will put you on a pedestal and she will hype you up and give you unbelievable, unlimited confidence. All right. So I can definitely believe that. But I'm glad you found somebody, man. I'm glad you found somebody, and it's a sister. And hey, once you go black, you never go back. I'm not saying, I'm just saying, but good for you, man. Good for you. Treat her well. Treat her like the queen that she is. Brush the 4. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, remember when Ron said it was competition between Paul and Charles for left guard? Wonder if that played into the first 2 picks. I don't think so. I just think, look, what this draft has said to me with Ron and company in particular is that they identified guys that they truly loved, right? From the start of this process. And they identified these players, and they said, if these guys are available at this pick, we're going to take them. Right? I listened to Ron and Martin talk about the first round selection of Emmanuel Forbes. And what I heard from them was part truth and part BS, because they made it seem like, oh man, you know, it was a process. No, it wasn't. You pretty much had already made up your mind who you were going to take. Now, I do believe them when they said, had he been taken a pick or 2 in front of us, we had other guys that we felt confident in that we could have taken at 16 and we would have still felt good. I do believe that, right? I mean, you still got to do something, right? But they were circling in on Emmanuel Forbes, and they knew no one was going to take him before 16. They knew that. They were confident in that. And I think Quan Martin, I think they took him a little earlier than they had to. But I think this is the problem with not having a 3rd round pick. You don't have and you have no pick the entire 3rd round. So like I said, the entire 3rd round has to come and go before you select at 97. You probably wouldn't have gotten a shot at him at 97. That's 50 picks between 47 and 97. They understood that. Here's the pick for Jacksonville.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Jacksonville Jaguars select Brenton Strange, tight end.
Penn State. So Brenton Strange, tight end out of Penn State, was a guy that was really impressive at the combine, ran a 4.5, caught the football extremely well, ran a 4.7 at the combine. But he plays much faster than that. When you watch him on tape, I was shocked that he ran a 4.7. Good hands. And, you know, Penn State usually delivers pretty good tight ends at the next level. He can block in the run game. I think he's going to make a very welcome addition to the Jacksonville Jaguars. And remember, if I'm not mistaken, they franchise tagged their tight end this year that they got from the Giants. So he may not be back. They may not be able to agree to a long-term deal. Now you got his replacement waiting in the wings in Brenton Strange. So that's a solid pick there by the Jacksonville Jaguars. Texans pick is in at 62, which means the Eagles have traded out of the 2nd round altogether. So Howie Roseman wheeling and dealing again. We'll see. All they did looks like they traded back 3 spots from the penultimate pick of the 2nd round to the 2nd pick in the 3rd round. So looks like the Eagles have traded out of the 3rd round. We'll see what they get in compensation for that. Let's hear what the Texans have done with the pick.
Kansas City, how we doing? Houston Texans are making moves. The Philadelphia Eagles have traded the 62nd pick to the Houston Texans. And with the 62nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Juice Scruggs, center, Penn State. Go Texans.
We've seen a big run on interior offensive linemen here in round number 2. You see the size there with Scruggs as a center. Does a nice job keeping his hands inside. Just kind of uses those pads as a steering wheel, CD. Keep your hands inside, controls that way.
So Juice Scruggs is the pick from Penn State. And as you just heard DJ say, you're seeing a run on interior offensive linemen. We saw Tipman go earlier in the 2nd round. We saw John Michael Schmitz go just probably like 7 to 10 picks ago. Well, no, it's probably more like 4 picks ago to the Giants. We just saw Osiris Torrance go as an interior offensive lineman. Now you see Juice Scruggs go. So you're starting to see a run on these interior offensive linemen as teams look to beef up the interior. When you see guys like Jalen Carter coming into the league, you know you got to be able to protect on the inside. You got to get big bodies and guys like Juice Scruggs that can hold it down for you. So Texans move up, get their guy. And again, if you're going to draft a quarterback at number 2 overall, you better be prepared to protect that quarterback. And that's why they spent the pick on Juice Scruggs. So the Denver Broncos will complete the second round. And if I'm not mistaken, they just traded up to this pick. I don't think it was them. I think Detroit was holding on to this pick initially, and the Broncos must have seen a guy that they really wanted and thus traded up. Let's hear DeMarcus Ware is coming out to make the selection. Let's see if he announces a trade.
Shout out to my daughter Marley, my son DeMarcus, and also my son Michael. I know they're watching. The Detroit Lions have
Okay.
traded the
Yep.
63rd
They traded
pick
it.
to the Denver Broncos. With the 63rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Marvin Mims, wide receiver.
So Marvin Mims out of Oklahoma is the pick. More speed. Remember, the Broncos have added so many speedsters at the receiver position, and they just haven't worked out. Jerry Jeudy, KJ Hamler. They've had all these guys, and for whatever reason, whether it's health or just inconsistency or bad quarterback play, they just haven't been able to get right. They're adding yet another speedster in Marvin Mims Jr. out of Oklahoma. This guy was one of the more dynamic and prolific receivers in terms of the deep ball in college football. And so you had quite a few of those guys, but I think he was one of the best in this particular draft class. And so they get a deep threat to add to the mix. Sean Payton gets another receiver to add to this group. And now we're going to see if they can finally start to put some things together in Denver as they try to put that offense back on track that was one of the worst in football a season ago. So that's a really good pick, Marvin Mims Jr. Really love his game. And he has a chance to be a really dynamic receiver in this league. And the Broncos get him. So how many receivers did we see go in the second round? I thought there would be a run on corners. We didn't see a run on corners. I'm actually quite surprised that we did not see a run on corners in round number 2. Let's see. We had one corner there in JPJ go. I don't know if I saw another corner come off the board. Julius Brents. Julius Brents went. I think he's the final corner in the second round. Nope, Cam Smith. I forgot about Cam Smith. And Tariq Stevenson. So, no, we had some corners come off the board. And DJ Turner. So, I misspoke. 5 corners went in the second round. I thought we would see a run on corners, and we had a mini run there. It was kind of spread out. They didn't just come off the board, boom, bang, bang, like the interior offensive lineman did, where you saw like 5 come off the board or 4 of them come off the board in the span of like 10 picks. They were kind of spread out all over from the first pick to the fourth to last pick of the round. They were spread out at the cornerback position. You saw a lot of interior offensive linemen go in the second round. You had Steve Avila go first. Then you had Matthew Bergeron, who is a tackle, but probably going to play guard at the next level. You had Joe Tipman go to the Jets. You had Cody Mauch go to the Buccaneers. We'll see if they keep him outside. I think they are going to, experiment with him and see if he can stay outside. If not, you kick him inside, and I think he's going to be a good player for you there. You had John Michael Schmitz for the Giants. Then you had Osiris Torrance for the Bills, which was a great pick there. And then Juice Scruggs for the Houston Texans out of Penn State. So you saw a lot of interior offensive linemen go. What you didn't see here, all right, in the second round was quarterback Hendon Hooker. That's what you didn't see. And so I'm actually shocked that we didn't hear his name called. And so I assume he's going to be called in the third round. Minnesota did not have a second round pick. So I thought that was the team that would take him. But I assume that the Vikings have a third rounder. Let me see if the Vikings have a third round selection. And they do at 87. So we'll see if they just decide to wait to see if he falls to them, or if a team like Atlanta says, hey, we'll take him at 75, or if nobody takes him and he just falls to the Minnesota Vikings at 87 in the third round, which would be, I think, a dream scenario for the Vikings to get Hendon Hooker in the third round and not have to give up any draft capital or do anything other than just sit where you are and let them fall into your lap. So that would be very interesting, to say the least. Some names that are still available right now: Darnell Washington, the tight end out of Georgia; Jalen Hyatt, who I mocked to be a first-round pick. He's still available out of Tennessee. Trenton Simpson, linebacker. I thought the linebackers would be – this is where the linebackers, I think, are going to be. I think you're going to see 3 or 4 linebackers, bare minimum, in this third round. Trenton Simpson, Toa Toa. A lot of these, I think you're going to start to see some of these guys come off the board at linebacker. Keely Ringo, who a lot of people thought could go in the first round. I mocked him in the first round, but I told you I think he's more of a second, third round type of pick. I do not love Keely Ringo. There's a lot wrong with his game, and the league has spoken as to why he's still available. So, see, we get the pick for the Bears here. Let's see what they do.
But I'm really here to say, bear down. Where are we at, Chicago? All right, here we are. With the 64th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Chicago Bears select Zach Pickens, defensive tackle, South Carolina.
All right, Zach Pickens, defensive tackle from South Carolina, is the pick for the Bears as they continue to revamp that defensive line. Remember, earlier they went defensive tackle. Let me see who it was. I can't remember who the defensive tackle was that they took in the second round, but they took a D tackle in the second round, did the Bears. Javon Dexter, senior out of Florida, and now they're taking another one here, another SEC defensive tackle, and Zach Pickens out of South Carolina. He's a big dude. Like he's not even 300 pounds, but he's got such a wide body, man. He's going to be another guy that impacts them. The Bears were so bad against the run last year. And in order to clean some of that up, you need this interior line to get better. And so that's why I thought Jalen Carter made a ton of sense for them, but they ultimately decided to go in a different direction. And so they're still, they're definitely honing in on the defensive line. And you're seeing that in the second now and third round. So day two rather, they've made it a point of emphasis to really attack that defensive line. I don't think the competition at left guard has swayed them in any way. I just think they had their head set on a couple of players, and those guys were available, and they took them, and they didn't hesitate. That's what I think. Command DeLorean, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, Philly stacking their D, and we haven't counted them at all to protect Sam Howell. Why are we letting everyone else grab O-line before us? I mean, they've got guys in mind. So this is the thing. They have players that they have identified as players that they really like. And remember, I told you along the offensive line, a lot of the guys that they talked to were day 3 prospects, right? They got day 3 guys that you could get in this third round here towards the end of the third round into, day 3 and the fourth round. These are the guys that they were talking to. I talked about that. And so they've put themselves in a position, just like linebacker. I told you, the only guy that they've shown true interest in was DeMarvion Overshown out of Texas at linebacker in the early portion of the draft, right? Other than him, they look like they're content with getting a 6th, 7th round linebacker or an undrafted guy in Kyle Soley. I still don't think Kyle Soley is going to be drafted. And so I think they've positioned themselves to where, if we get a guy, cool. If not, we got a guy. We got somebody we're interested in. So we'll see what happens. But they're going to get an offensive lineman or 2 at some point. I still contend they're going to get 2 of them. I haven't changed my stance there. They're just pushing it down because they saw a guy that they really liked and they wanted to make sure that they got him. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chris, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, Hey, Lou, hope all is well with you and the family. With the secondary being strengthened in the draft, What else is needed talent-wise to compete for the division? Or is it just Howell and better red zone efficiency on offense? Well, you got to be able to protect first and foremost. We play in a division with Michael Parsons. The Eagles have beefed up their defensive front, and the Giants have a devastating group of defensive linemen, right? From Thibodeau to the two guys on the interior, in Lawrence and Williams, and then Ojulari on the other side. The Giants can get after you. So our division is made to get after the quarterback. You better be able to protect. So that's the first thing that Washington has to do. And if they can do that, I think we'll have success, because I don't see anybody in the division with enough guys in the secondary to cover what we can put on the football field from an offensive standpoint. So protecting is paramount. They feel good about what they've done in free agency. They think they fortified the offensive line. I say continue to build, continue to add pieces, continue to put more pieces of that puzzle together, and give yourself more options. Don't settle for just what we've done in free agency. Add more pieces, get more depth, push players that have been on the roster, i.e., shucks. Somebody had said it. Sadiq Charles. There you go. Have guys like Sadiq Charles be pushed. Like, don't allow guys to be comfortable, make the team. If they shouldn't be here, get them out of here by, adding another. Remember, they also added Trenton Scott from Pittsburgh. So they feel good about a lot of the depth that they've added. I want some more high-level starters, potentially. They added depth. Wiley can start, so can Gates. But Trenton Scott, I don't think, is a viable option to start. I think he's more so a depth piece. I want another guy that is liable to come in and start. So I think that's what you have to do here in the third round if you're Washington. Eagles are on the clock. They've got 2 consecutive picks here in the third round. We'll see if they make both of them. We'll see if they trade one of them. Kind of anxious to see what the Eagles do. I think this is a receiver. They've been talking about getting Jalen Hurts another weapon to throw the football to. And we've heard about that a lot. So I think one of these 2 picks is going to be a receiver. So I wouldn't be shocked if we see that. And I also think linebacker or corner in particular, even though they re-signed, James Bradbury and Darius Slay, I still feel like corner is something they could explore as well. They lost some guys in that secondary, specifically in the nickel. Trent Cole.
Hey, what a great week to be an Eagle, guys. Well, with the 65th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Tyler Steen, guard, Alabama.
So Tyler Steen, who I really liked. Washington was interested in him. Now the Eagles have 2 picks, so I think he's going to make both of them right now.
And guys, with the 66th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Sidney Brown, DB, Illinois. So
they took the DB. They did not take the receiver, but they took Tyler Steen, tackle, who, he announced him as a guard, but I actually liked him at tackle. When I watched him and remember, Washington had a formal interview with him, and I talked about him, and I liked Tyler Steen, man. I was like, he's really, really good. He's fundamentally sound. He does his job. It's not, not going to jump out at you in terms of dominance, but he gets his job done, That's a good pick. It's just the Eagles continuing to be, and they're going to kick him inside the guard, and he's going to end up being a Pro Bowler, and that's the shit the Eagles do, man. Like, that's a good pick. Tyler Steen is a damn good pick. And then they get Sidney Brown. So he's the brother of Chase Brown, the guy that I think Washington ultimately is going to take at the running back position. But Sidney Brown is his brother. He is a defensive back. He's a safety. And so I told you that they lost some guys in that secondary in free agency. Marcus Epps, mainly the guy that I was thinking about. And this is who is going to eventually take his place here, I think, in Sidney Brown. So not surprised that they went there, and they can still go wide receiver at any point in the draft if they so choose. But I knew they had to go DB at some point because of some of the losses in the offseason. And Sidney Brown is going to be a guy that's probably going to cover that slot for them and try to play that Marcus Epps role for their team. So another 2 good picks for the Eagles, man. What more can I say? Another 2 good picks for the Eagles, man. So with the secondary being strengthened in the draft, what else needs? I talked about offensive line already. And yeah, we have to be more efficient in the red zone. That goes without saying. But we want to see what our offensive coordinator is going to do to try to help us in the red zone. Sam Howell's going to have to play well, obviously. And like Ron has said, they put emphasis on getting turnovers. It'd be nice if we didn't have to drive 75, 80, 82 yards, 88 yards to score a touchdown. It'd be nice to have a drive start at the opposing team's 33-yard line because you got a fumble, because you forced an interception. That'd be nice. DeMarcus Ware is coming back out to announce the pick for the Denver Broncos at 67. Let's hear what it is.
Angela, make sure you have MJ in bed right now. It is 8:26. With the
he being funny.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Drew Sanders, linebacker, Arkansas.
Drew Sanders, the linebacker out of Arkansas, is the pick for the Denver Broncos. And it's a damn good pick. And he can do so many different things. He's a tackling machine. He can go sideline to sideline. He's got enough athleticism. He can come after the quarterback. He's long and tall. He's like 6'4", so he's a big dude. You know, it's always tough when you got those big inside linebackers because they make it even tougher on you to throw it over the middle of the football field. And then the thing I love about him the most, and I don't know if they're going to take advantage of this or not, but I hate when teams don't utilize players that have the ability to rush the quarterback. This dude, it was a damn good pass rusher as a blitzer and just coming off the edge at Arkansas. The same thing I said, the guy that I comped him to, Tremaine Edmonds, was a great pass rusher at Virginia Tech, and the Bills just completely ignored that and said, nah, you're not doing that in the NFL. I remember Anthony Barr being a really good pass rusher at UCLA, and the Vikings just like, nah, we ain't going to ask you to do that when you play in the next level. Like, don't omit that as something that player is capable of doing. So Lions pick is in at 68. We'll see what they decide to do. Commander DJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Commander DJ. Yeah, that's my DJ. Right. I think they're the second round about to be lit. We need a linebacker. What do you think? We've been needing a linebacker for like 3 years. I don't know if they're going to take one or not, but I do know they like DeMarvion Overshown. I do know that. So if he's available, in my mock draft, he wasn't available in the 3rd round. That's when I was going to take him. He was already gone. So we'll see if he's available or not in the 3rd round at 97 overall. And I said I wanted to see Osiris Torrance be available, and he was. So I know they didn't want him, clearly, because he was available and they could have taken him. That's what I want to know. I don't want to be left to guess. I don't want to have to draw an inference. Let me see, because you can tell me anything after the fact, right? Now I know. You didn't want Christian Gonzalez. He was available. You passed on him. You didn't want Osiris Torrance. He was available. You passed on him. You valued Quan Martin more than Osiris Torrance. Okay, cool. I get it. So I just want to know where your head's at. They're showing me right now. Awan 93. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Awan writes, did we just get better in the secondary? If we get a linebacker in the 3rd or 4th, how would you feel about the defense? What's the beef with root beer? Y'all tripping. Give me an A&W or Stewart's any day. Root beer is so nasty, dude. The only time I would even tolerate root beer was in a root beer float. And even that was kind of sketchy for me at best because I just don't enjoy root beer. My sister loves Bart's root beer. And I'm like, that shit is nasty, man. Yuck. Root beer is an acquired taste. I'll say that. If you rock with root beer, cool. If you don't, then you don't. And I don't. You know, root beer is an acquired taste, if you ask me. If we are able to add a linebacker, it would definitely help the defense. But I still need to see, what the hell's going on. I still want to see what we are defensively before I get excited. I told you, I have a ton of confidence in the offense. I'm still skeptical about the defense, even with some of the moves that they've made. And it has nothing to do with the players that they've selected already defensively. I want to see what Jack's going to do with the pieces that he's been given. Maybe Jack gets a little bit more aggressive. Maybe he gets diabolical now that he has more players that he feels like can, take advantage of the scheme. But I think he's just going to continue to kind of play it straight up and demand that guys win one-on-one matchups up front. So we'll see. All right, the Lions pick has been in for a while. They're finally sending Amon-Ra St. Brown to the podium to announce the pick. He killed De'Ami Brown last year when we played them.
With the 68th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Hendon Hooker, quarterback.
Wow. Wow, Hendon Hooker in Detroit. Interesting pick because they have Jared Goff, and we've been talking about a long time with Jared Goff that we think he could be a placeholder. Now, he's played really well, and he's developed himself into a leader of that team in Detroit. But what if the future in Detroit is Hendon Hooker? Interesting stuff. That's something we'll be talking about as we get closer to the regular season, that the Lions made this pick, because I don't think anybody ever truly loves Jared Goff. He's cool and he can manage a game. He can put you in a position to be successful. We saw that last year, but at the end of the day, he's still Jared Goff. And I think most people don't feel like that's enough. So, shit just got real interesting in Detroit with this pick. That is for sure. Hendon Hooker goes in the third round. I think now we are allowed to see the rest of these quarterbacks start to go. I don't think you'll see another quarterback taken today. I think that's the final quarterback that will go. If you do, you may see the Stanford kid or the Houston quarterback go. But I don't think you'll see another quarterback go today. I think the next time we hear a quarterback's name called will be tomorrow in the fourth round. I do think you'll see a quarterback go in the fourth round, but I do not think you'll see another one today. Hendon Hooker is now a Detroit Lion. Interesting stuff. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I am manifesting a Pro Bowl year for Sadiq now. Hey, bless your heart. Okay, bless your heart. For Sadiq Charles, he's had ample opportunities to prove that he can be a dynamic player for us, and he just hasn't done it. Hasn't stayed healthy, hasn't been a dominant player when he's gotten his opportunities. So that's very generous of you, almost brave, but I don't see it happening. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Trev, double up, thank you for doubling up rights. EB disrespected 2 defensive picks in a row. This was going to be the plan all along, to get some defenders. Not 2 in a row, to your point. I thought 2 out of the first 3 picks were going to be defenders. But they'll get some offensive guys here shortly. So don't you worry. All right, Texans pick is in. Got a young boy making the pick.
Howdy. Let's go Texans. The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 69th pick to the Houston Texans. With the 69th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Houston Texans select Nathaniel Dell.
There you go, Tank Dell. That's a good pick. That's my favorite receiver in the draft, Nathaniel Tank Dell out of Houston. He's undersized, but boy, is he dynamic, and he can return kicks for you. He can take the top off the defense. He turns into a punt returner every time the ball touches his hands. He's a separator underneath as a route runner. I mean, God, I love his game. Like I said, somebody had mentioned him earlier at us getting him at. I said he's not going to be there at 97. It's just too far. If you wanted him, you were going to have to take him probably in the second round. I didn't see him getting to 97. And even if he didn't go in the second, I thought he'd go somewhere in the third, and he did. 69th overall to the Texans. And this is probably right where he should go, third round. That's the kind of value I believe he has, but that's a hell of a pick, man. Get CJ Stroud another weapon. Remember, they're going to have the Alabama wide receiver coming back from his cancer situation this year, John Mechie the third. So they're building some stuff. You know, they still got work to do.
Fans. Hello, arch enemy, Kansas City Chiefs fans. Congratulations on your Super Bowl victory. You know, in the National Football League, they have a saying called next man up. They say next man up. And so I'm here representing the great and late Willie Brown.
Good.
One of our great players,
Good.
Hall of Famer.
Good. I was wondering if they was going to represent and
tradition was
hey,
to always remind all of you.
Wish mom happy Mother's Day.
Watching on TV to remember what's coming up in the next week or so.
Mother's Day. That's right. That's right. That's right.
Willie Brown took great pride in encouraging all National Football League fans and all our television audiences to remember your mom.
That's right.
Remember your mom.
Love it.
With the 70th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Byron Young, defensive tackle, Alabama.
That was good, man. Every player or former player that they bring up for the Raiders always make sure they shout out Willie Brown, and they should, and also always make sure they bring up moms and wish moms happy Mother's Day. It's coming up. Anyway, the pick is Byron Young, defensive tackle for Alabama. Another defensive tackle in the long line of defensive tackles that they churn out almost every year in the draft. He's another Fedarian Mathis type. So that's what they do. Right, Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Trevor Patch writes, wise man once said, if she ain't 280, she ain't no lady. I don't know who the hell said that, but more blessings to you, man. Blessings on top of blessings. I ain't never heard that one before. That's new for me, but I hear you loud and clear. We got a Saints pick here at 71 overall.
With the 71st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Kendre Miller.
That's a good pick, man. Kendre Miller, TCU running back. Somebody had asked me the other night, a Washington fan was like, why ain't nobody talking about Kendre Miller? And I'm like, I know he finished his career banged up. He didn't play in a playoff game against Michigan. Didn't play in that. Well, he did play in the Michigan game. I think he got hurt in that game and didn't play against Georgia. Not that he was going to make a huge difference, but boy, I love his game, man. He's a big back, physical, quicker than fast, but faster than you think. And he's a guy with tremendous yards after contact, really good contact balance. You know, that's one of my favorite things to jot with running backs. And the Saints are going to run the football. You know, with Derek Carr there, with their head coach being a defensive-minded guy, they're going to run the football. And, you know, I think Alvin Kamara is probably going to get suspended for the first 6 games of the season for the, you know, charge he caught in Vegas. And so they're going to need another dude. And Ingram was the guy that they had last year opposite of Alvin Kamara. Ingram's getting up there in age. And so this is a tremendous pick. I love Kendre Miller. And he's going to fit right on in New Orleans. That's a hell of a pick there, if you ask me. Good contrast to Alvin Kamara. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Metaphor writes, good to have cornerbacks, but we're neglecting EB's offense? ? Nah, I mean, again, EB came into a situation that was already blessed, right? You already had receivers. You already had running backs. They're going to add a running back. I told you that running back will probably be added. So I've told you this already, and I may end up being wrong, but I said I don't expect them to add anything offensively other than an offensive lineman. No skill players until day 3. So they're on track for what exactly I thought would happen. Now, it's a little bit out of order. I thought Quan Martin would be the 3rd round pick. He was the 2nd round pick, but we're splitting hairs here. At the end of the day, I still think they're going to take another offensive lineman. I think they're going to do that in the 3rd round. And then you get to day 4, and that's when you start looking at positions like edge rusher, tight end, running back. I got them taking a running back in the 4th round. That's when you start looking at quarterback. I've got them taking a quarterback in the 6th round. You start looking at edge rusher. I had them taking one in the 6th round as well. We got 2 6th round picks. Center, we got them taking one of those in the 5th round. So punt returner, obviously receiver. I think they're looking more so for a big guy. I mocked us a smaller guy that's a punt returner and Darius Davis. I think they're looking for a big possession receiver type later in the draft. So we'll see what ultimately happens, but you shouldn't fret. I think 97 is going to be an offensive lineman. If it's not, then I think it's going to be a linebacker. But I'd be shocked if it's a running back or tight end or anything like that. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, we still over the cap? How we signing these picks? They told us don't worry. They got that under control. So I'm not tripping. If they're not tripping, I'm not tripping. That means they got some moves in mind that they can make to get themselves in a position to sign their draft pick. So no reasons to fret there. David Henline, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. David writes, hey, Mr. T, 2 for 2. Damn, brother. Nice. Do you see us trading for any more picks here in the 2nd or 3rd? Even they were speculating trading Chase even. Not a fan of that, by the way. I don't think they're going to trade him now. If they were going to trade him, I think they would have done it already. So I think he's going to be here. I think they're hell-bent on giving Chase an opportunity, much like they gave to Duran last year, to prove that he's worthy of a contract. And they're going to give him an opportunity to ball out this year. They're challenging him. They issued a challenge to Chase Young. Everybody's able to see the challenge that's been issued. We're not picking up your 5th-year option. And they're hoping that he does the same thing that Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones did in New York, which is, hey, they didn't pick up my 5th-year option. That's cool. Now I got to go out and show them that they made a mistake. So we'll see if he's able to do that. I don't see us trading, but anything could happen. That 3rd round pick, they could definitely trade it. I see them making a selection. I told y'all before the draft started, when I gave y'all my mock draft, and even before that, I said, I don't see Washington trading back in this year's draft class. It doesn't make a ton of sense for them to trade back because this isn't the type of draft where you want to pick up more and more and more and more picks, because this is not a great draft class overall. So I don't see them being like last year. Martin Mayhew was like, this is one of the deepest draft classes we've ever seen because there were a lot of players that stayed in college an extra year or two because of COVID. Hold on. Here's the Cardinals pick.
72nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Arizona Cardinals select Garrett Williams, defensive back, Syracuse.
So that's another guy Washington had for a top 30 visit, Garrett Williams, the corner out of Syracuse. Another really good football player that he had an injury And that's why you don't really hear his name a ton. But this guy's super talented, man. And so that's another good pick there at the cornerback position for the Arizona Cardinals. I actually think the Arizona Cardinals have had a really good draft to this point. They've done some really good things. I still don't believe in their program right now, but this has been a solid draft. I'll say that. The Giants pick is in at 73. Jonathan Hankey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Jonathan writes, hey, Lou, thoughts on my Colts picking Julius Brents? He fits. You moved on from Stephon Gilmore. You needed a corner. He's a big, long, athletic corner. Here's the Giants pick at 73. Let's see what they do.
The Los Angeles Rams have traded the 73rd pick to the New York Football Giants. With the 73rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the New York Giants select Jalen Hyatt, receiver, Tennessee.
That's a good pick.
Very good receiver.
That is a good pick, man. I would have preferred them not get a guy like that. That's a good pick. Jalen Hyatt, wide receiver out of Tennessee, speed demon. My comp for him is Will Fuller the fifth because he can flat out run it. And I don't know if y'all remember, but there was a time in the league where Will Fuller the fifth was the best deep threat in all of football. All of football. Nobody got behind defenses more and more consistently and easily than Will Fuller the fifth. Hyatt, he looks like him. He's similar size, same speed. Can track the football. He's got better hands than Will Fuller. Remember, Fuller was going to drop a ball or two. You knew that, but you took that. You were willing to take it because of what he could bring. Hyatt's got much better hands. The Giants desperately needed to add speed. They added speed with the Ohio State receiver in free agency from the Colts. Now they add some more speed here with Jalen Hyatt. So they've gotten some weapons for Daniel Jones when he had none last year. They added Darren Waller. I mean, the Giants have done some really good things, man, this offseason. And Hyatt adds another element of speed to their offense. So that's a really good pick, man. That's a really good pick. Browns are now on the clock. I think this is the first time we heard from the Cleveland Browns, right? Don't think they had a first or second round pick. Oh, there you go. They just said it.
Thank you very much. First of all, before I announce this pick,
them and the 49ers haven't made a selection yet. So this is the first time we hear from the Browns.
now I can get to the pick. With the 74th pick in the 2023 draft, the Cleveland Browns select Cedric Tillman,
another receiver out of Tennessee. So the Tennessee receivers go back-to-back selections. This is a much bigger receiver, not as fast, but I really like Cedric Tillman, man. Big physical possession receiver, faster than you give him credit for, but his claim to fame is going to be his ability to make tough contested catches, be physical, give your quarterback a nice, tall, strong target to get the football to, go up and get the ball in some tough situations. That's a good pick for the Browns. I still don't think they've got an alpha out there at receiver. I mean, when Amari Cooper's healthy, that's their guy. But outside of that, I still think they just got a bunch of dudes. You know, the Michigan receiver that they've got now, Tillman, they're all solid receivers. But, you know, the key is Amari Cooper being healthy because that's the guy that is your number one. But Tillman's going to fit in there nicely as a big possession, physical, wide receiver. So back to Julius Brents. I think it's a good fit for your team. You know, you had Xavier Rhodes, you had Stephon Gilmore, and he's kind of cut from that same cloth. Long, tall, aggressive corner, will come up and hit you, will press you. He doesn't lack confidence. And so that's something that you're going to notice right away. Even if he gets cooked, he's still going to play with confidence. He's going to talk a little trash. I like Julius Brents a lot, and I think he's going to fit in well in Indianapolis. Kyle Gordon out of Washington. Thank you, Quays. That's the guy I was thinking about, the cornerback that the Bears had taken in the draft. So between Jalen Johnson and Kyle Gordon, felt like they had some young corners, and I was shocked that they took another one in the draft this year because I thought they had already addressed that. Anyway, Jordan Major, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Jordan Major writes, Cam, K-Full, Defoe, BSJ, Forbes, Quan, and Percy. Let's see. And he's got the smoke emoji and the heat. Like, bro, it's a tough group right there. Has a chance to be. All right. Got to stay healthy. And then we got to see how they're able to play with one another. See if they can come together. But that's a nice little group that they've put together there. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trev. Matter of fact, let me go get me a slice of pizza. I'll be back. All right. I'm about to bust this pizza down. While we chopping it up.
With the 75th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select from the Ohio State University, Zach Harrison.
Well, here's a guy that was highly recruited, right?
Zach Harrison is the pick for the Atlanta Falcons as they continue to try to build on that D-line. They took an edge rusher in the first round. Did they take an edge rusher? No, they took a running back. Excuse me. I misspoke. I mocked them an edge rusher. That's what it was. They stayed taking a dude who is like really solid, but not going to ultimately be a game changer as a defensive lineman. Y'all act like vegan pizza ain't pizza. It's regular pizza. So what y'all don't know is most pizza companies, their crust is vegan.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the New England Patriots select Marte Mapu, linebacker, Sacramento.
So they went outside the box. So look, this is what a slice of pizza looked like. It just looked like a veggie pizza, and then I got pineapples on it. It doesn't look. It's not anything like y'all thinking. Oh, it's vegan. It's got to be crazy, right? Nah, it's the same shit y'all eat. I just don't have no cheese on it. That's it. Y'all funny. All right, Rams pick is in.
Saturday went into the 1AA playoffs. I should have number one team in the country is the Rams.
With the 77th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Rams select Byron Young, linebacker, Tennessee.
CD, you're on a heater right now, buddy.
So here's another edge rusher, Byron Young. This one out of Tennessee. University of Tennessee is killing it this year because there was a while there where they weren't sending any players to the NFL for real. And now they're sending guys left and right. Hyatt just went. Byron Jones just went. Or excuse me, Byron Young just went. Tillman went the very next pick after Hyatt. And you think you had 3 Tennessee players going the last like 5 or 6 selections.
I'm going to shout out to my amazing wife, Genesis Butler. And I love the Packer fans. Yeah, because they're one of the owners. That's the owners group. Shout out to Brian Gutekunst, the best GM. Guess what, Jordan Love? We got some more help for you.
Oh, boy, you keep skipping.
With the 78th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Tucker Kraft, tight end, South Dakota State. Shout out to all the teachers in the world. I love you, teachers.
Well, can we make a request for the band? Maybe a little Sir Mix-a-Lot double up?
So they go 2 tight ends. I told you they needed a tight end. I didn't think they would double up on the tight end position. Another athletically gifted tight end, man. Tyler Kraft out of South Dakota State, man. Very, very athletically gifted. This is a deep tight end draft class, and you're seeing it, man. And we still ain't scratched the surface on these tight ends. There's still a lot of these boys left. This third round is moving too. The Colts pick is in at 79. We'll be at 97 in no time if we keep it up. Kevin, the PRF, you heard that double up from my boy? The double up reference?
What's happening? All right. With the 79th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Indianapolis Colts select Josh Downs, wide receiver, North Carolina.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick. Josh Downs, receiver from North Carolina. That's going to give them the speed that they need on that football team. I really like his game a lot. That's a great pick for Indy, man. Again, you got this young quarterback in Anthony Richardson, and he needs some weapons. And they just went and got him one. That's a great pick. I love that pick for Indy. If he's healthy, he's going to be a great compliment to the kid they took out of Cincinnati last year. That'll be a nice little combination they got there. All right. I'm back. That pizza was on time. All right. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, for a decade plus, tight ends and slots put their foot in our asses, making every third and long automatic conversion, i.e. the second Giants game last year. Success this offseason for me is stopping that. Who is left to draft to make that difference? Trenton Simpson is a guy that really good in coverage as a linebacker. Has that speed and what you're looking for. DeMarvion Overshown has the speed, but he's not as good in coverage. So, again, we'll see. You still got 17 selections. The Panthers just traded up to 80. You still got 17 selections before you get to Washington at 97. This was the problem when you traded that third-round pick to it could have been worse. It could have been a second-round pick. But when you traded that third-round pick to Indy in the Carson Wentz deal, you took yourself completely out of the third round. Or so you just got to sit here. You're at the mercy of everybody else. And you got to sit and wait until that compensatory pick shows up and you're able to make a selection. But Trenton Simpson is probably the best cover linebacker left in the draft right now. And again, if you're talking about tight ends and slots, that's why they drafted Jartavius Martin. That's why they drafted Quan Martin, for that exact reason you just mentioned. They're trying to take away the tight end. They're trying to take away those slots that have been kicking our ass. That's what they brought him to do. So that's what Quan Martin is here to do, is to take away the slot and give us a guy that can force teams to turn that that option to the slot receiver and tight end, turn that down. All right. Damon Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Damon Brown. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Here come the Panthers selection. They traded up to 80. Let's see what they came to get.
The Pittsburgh Steelers have traded the 80th pick to the Carolina Panthers. With the 80th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Carolina Panthers select DJ Johnson, linebacker, Oregon.
All right, so they came to get a linebacker, DJ Johnson. That's the edge rusher right there. We'll see. He's explosive. I can tell you that much. I wasn't impressed with his tape though, because it was hit or miss. He would have some splash plays and you would go, wow. And then there were other times where you go, that's really disappointing. Like, what are we doing right now? You know, he'd get blocked and he'd stay blocked and he wasn't trying, and that motor didn't continue to run hot. And so you ask yourself, where's the determination? Where's the effort? Where's the hustle? Because you get sacks in the NFL by just being relentless. You don't always get relentlessness from him, but if you're talking talent, he's got it. So that's an interesting pick. They went with upside there. They're going to have to coach it up in order to get the most out of DJ Johnson out of Oregon, but it's an edge rusher for the Carolina Panthers. That's why they came up to number 80. David Brown writes, surprised by the offense-focused draft, especially given our losses on defense throughout the season and then the off season, and the defensive head coach. I think they realized, though, the problem was you guys weren't scoring enough points in the postseason. Like, and to your point, the defense can be better, but you had a lot of injuries. I'm not shocked because you had Von Miller was hurt. Micah Hyde was hurt. Like, you had injuries defensively. Now, you could easily say, well, we just lost, Tremaine Edmonds in free agency. We need to fix that. And so, I mean, I can understand that, but you had guys out, and they probably figured that we're going to get better just by adding these players that missed time for us last year defensively. We're going to be better. So I don't think they feel the need to do as much defensively. They felt like they lost a lot of explosion offensively, like they weren't as prolific and dynamic and offensive scoring team as they had been, and they want to add to that. So I think that's what you're seeing. They feel like they got to keep pace with the Chiefs, with the Dolphins in their own division. These teams that can be explosive and dynamic, they feel like they have to keep pace. So they added more weapons. And they needed this to protect Josh Allen. I'm not mad at the Osiris Torrance pick either. All right. See if we got any more supers. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, the Titan selection is in, and Devin McCourty looks like he's going to come out here and make this pick. Or is it Jason? I think Jason played for the Titans. Yeah.
Sports morning talk show on TV. Right. Good morning, football! I have to say, congratulations to the Kansas City Chiefs. I saw Mahomes and Kelsey out here. I've had some fond memories here. I remember being at Arrowhead Stadium in 2018 when we won the AFC Championship game, and we went to the Super Bowl, and Patrick Mahomes was one trophy short. Yes, I said it. I'm sorry, but now.
Okay, he being extra. He was trying to make it about him. Bro, make the pick. You always get somebody out. He trying to be like your boy, Pat McAfee. He trying to rile up the crowd, get them to boo him.
Can't do that. Did I say something?
Oh my gosh.
No, not true. No, I take it back. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I don't mean to offend anybody. But for the Titans, the division is ours. I don't care what Houston did yesterday. They're going to go get their Letterman jackets again. The Indianapolis Colts are 2-6 against the Titans since Pat McAfee came up here and did his wrestling announcement. And the Jacksonville Jaguars, they haven't had back-to-back winning seasons since I was a senior in high school.
Everybody catching smoke.
But now, for the 81st pick in the 2020
he did too much.
Draft,
He did way too much.
Tennessee Titans select Tajay Spears, running.
Okay, that's a good pick. The backup, Derrick Henry. Tajay Spears is a really good running back. That gives you a really good back behind, because Derrick Henry is getting up there in age, and when he doesn't play, they don't stand a chance. So, yeah, this is a really good pick. I like Tajay Spears. A lot of people love him in this particular draft. I loved his tape against USC in that bowl game. Tajay Spears is going to be a great fit. And the Titans, they just know who they are, right? They drafted an offensive lineman in the first round at 12. They double back, get them another running back. Like they know who they are. They don't have any identity crisis. They're not trying to be anything that they're not. They stick to the script. Be physical up front, ram it down your throat, do just enough on offense, play enough defense, and try to win games. John Perez says, no Luke Kennard from Memphis tonight. That's a bad omen. I told you, if we didn't have any more injuries, we come back and win the series. I said, if we don't have all hands on deck, I can't see us winning. But we still going to put up a fight. But y'all should get us tonight. Y'all should get us. If you don't, you lose the series. So you better get us tonight. I'm just upset. Hold on. Buck's pick is in.
Okay. With the 87th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Yaya Diaby, linebacker, Louisville.
So Yaya Diaby is the pick, edge rusher for the Bucs. They continue to try to build on both sides of the football in the trenches. They took the defensive tackle, Collegiate can't see in the first round. They double back, get Yaya Diaby here as another down lineman. And then they took the offensive lineman, Cody Monch, in the second round. So they've been focused on the trenches, have the Buccaneers in this particular draft, getting stronger and more athletic on both sides of the football in the trenches, specifically on the defensive side. Yaya Diaby is a really good athlete, and so is Kalijah Cansey. So Bucks are showing you that they're trying to get faster up front. They already have Vita Vea, who's a space eater. They're looking for more athleticism, and they just added it. So Luke Kennard not playing tonight is a big deal. I've said it already. Trade, Denver Broncos have come up, traded to the 83rd pick overall. If we got any injuries, we were going to be in trouble. So that one stings. I'm just disappointed because I don't get to watch my boys. I got to work, and I don't get to, if this is it, I don't get to say farewell to them tonight. You know, I always like to be there for the fellas. And if this is going to be the last time I see this coronation of the team, I'd like to be there when it's over, right? I'm not going to be able to do that. I'm going to have to watch it on playback. It's not the same. It's not in real time. I don't get to talk to them like, bro, hey, we need this. You know, I don't get to do that. So hopefully the fellas can find a way to get it done. We've battled so many times this year with adversity, with guys being out, but I think this is the end of the line. You know, you're losing Luke Kennard. You know, Ja's compromised, even though he's playing some good basketball. You're without two bigs already as is. The bench is already razor thin, and now you lose another bench and one of the few guys that we have that can actually shoot from outside. I think this is when the road ends for my Memphis Grizzlies tonight. We couldn't afford another injury, so we'll see what happens. But y'all better not sleep. If you slip up, y'all shoot another 7 for 32 from 3. We might can sneak in there and get your ass, but I don't think it's gonna happen. I think y'all gonna take care of business tonight. John Perez, my guy JP, double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, damn Lou, Hendon Hooker to Detroit. I didn't see it coming either. That was a surprise to me. I thought he'd end up in that division, just not with that particular team. But Hendon Hooker to the Lions. I'm intrigued as to what their long-term plan for him is. Do they just view him as a backup? Do they view him as the future starter in Detroit and Jared Goff is the placeholder? What is the plan? That's the thing that I'm interested in now, because they didn't spend a first or a second round pick on him, so he's not guaranteed anything. You know, I'm interested to see what the plan is for him. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Ignoring O-line is a sin. Not like signed any high-profile talent in free agency. Big mistake. Why? We will suck. Watch us take a DB in the third, too. Now, they're not taking another DB. They're done with that. They did what they needed to do in the DB department. They got it out of the way. I'll tell you right now, there won't be another DB taken by Washington in this draft. I think you're going to see an offensive lineman taken here at 97. If they don't, it's because there's a linebacker that they love available, and they're going to take him. But I think they're going to go offensive line here in the 3rd round. DeJuan Jones is still available. That's a guy that they really like. And if he's available at 97, that's a guy that I think they could target. So there's still plenty of time between now and our pick. Plenty of players are going to be selected. Again, this was the problem. You get 50 selections between your 2nd and your 3rd round pick. So you just got to be patient and see what's available. Here's the Broncos pick.
Seattle Seahawks have traded the 83rd pick to the Denver Broncos. With the 83rd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Riley Moss.
Corner. Okay.
Iowa.
Well, Riley Moss, I was impressed with him at the combine. And I always root for the white corner, man. We don't get those in the NFL, man. We always joke because in order to go back to a white corner, you got to probably go all the way back to Jason Sehorn. We don't do white corners, man. So I'm always excited. You know, Troy Apke obviously was a white corner, but he stunk, right? This guy actually can play some ball. So and Troy Apke, I think he was actually a safety when he came into the league, and then they tried to convert him to corner. But this dude is actually a corner, man. I'm excited about him because we don't get white corners, man. So I want this dude to be good. So I'm rooting like hell for him. He looks the part, man. I was impressed with him at the combine because he ran so damn fast, and he was really twitchy at the combine. So I was like, all right, let me put the tape on. And I was like, hey, shit, he's not actually that bad. So I'm not shocked that he went in the 3rd round because I thought he had some good tape. And I'm excited to see what he's going to do. I'm going to keep tabs on him because, again, we don't get white corners very often. So I want to see him succeed. Dolphins are on the clock, and their pick is in. Here it is.
The Miami Dolphins select Devon Achane.
Devon Achane is the pick, man. Damn, do I love me some Devon Achane. This is a great pick, and this is a great place for him because the Dolphins want to run the football with Mike McDaniel. And they got all these running backs in Miami, but none of them are really, truly difference makers. Achane's going to come in there, and he's going to tear some shit up. He's dangerous. Like Mike Jack dangerous, right? I love this pick for the Dolphins because they are a team that runs the football, and he's the exact type of back that fits in the kind of scheme that they have. He's going to maximize it, and he's a one-cut-and-go type of dude, stick his foot in the ground, get downhill. And even though he's a smaller back, he's got a chance to hit a home run every time he touches the football. And the Dolphins, they run the ball very effectively. And I think you're going to see, a guy like Devon Achane be able to take advantage of some of the opportunities that are going to be available with a Tyreek Hill and a Jalen Waddle. You get light boxes. You don't get a lot of 8-man fronts because you got all that speed on the outside. So you got to keep those safeties back. I think Devon Achane is going to take full advantage. That the Dolphins may be the fastest offense in football between Waddle, Hill, and now Achane. I don't know if you'll find a faster offense in the NFL, but Chargers pick is in, and we'll see what they do at 85. Washington's now 12 picks away.
With the 85th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Deion Henley, linebacker, Washington State.
So Deion Henley is gone. One of the linebackers that I actually liked in this draft. I don't like a lot of linebackers in this draft. He was one of the few guys that I actually did like in this draft. So the Chargers are getting themselves a really good linebacker here. And Deion Henley, he's going to come right in. I think he's going to fit like hand in glove in that Chargers defensive front. They already added Thule out of USC. Now they're adding another linebacker to the mix. Thule's more of an edge rusher, but I think he's going to stand up in their defense, kind of move around a bit. Now they add Deion Henley, and I think the Chargers are really beefing up their defense. They understand that in order to have success in that division with the likes of Mahomes and now Getting Sean Payton in that division means the Broncos are going to be better on offense. Just knowing what is in front of them. The Raiders probably going to be prolific offensively if Jimmy Garoppolo stays healthy. You got to be able to play some defense, and they added a couple of defenders that they think are going to help them along the way. So another solid pick by the Chargers as they continue to try to build that front seven into a formidable group. CJ Shoots Photo. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, when's the last time we had a successful second round pick? I think this is a double up for you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, you know what? The last time we had a successful second round pick. Wow. That is a great question. I'm going to look it up because I don't actually know the answer. I was hoping Sam Cosmi would break the streak that we were on. Washington Commanders second round picks. You know what I'm gonna just do? I'm just gonna go to our drafts. And go to the draft history. All right. So let's see. We had no second round pick in 2020. Cosmi was 2021. Fedarian Mathis is 2022. So the jury's still out on both Cosmi and Fedarian Mathis. So we'll see if those guys turn into anything. So now you go to the 20 teens. You go back to 19. No second round pick there in 19. Darius Geis in 18. Ryan Anderson in 17. Sua Cravens in 16. Preston Smith, that's the last one, but he didn't even sign a second contract with us. So I don't know if you can call that a success or not. But Brandon Sheriff was here, and he didn't sign a second contract with us. So I don't think that you can actually say that means they weren't successful. But I'd go with Preston Smith in 2015. But let's keep going. Trent Murphy in 2014. God, this is bad. David Emerson in 2013. No second round pick in 2012. Jarvis Jenkins in 2011. No second round pick in 2010. Yikes. All right. We're going to find one in the 2000s here. No second rounder in 2009. Devin Thomas, Fred Davis, and Malcolm Kelly in that dreaded 2008 draft. That's the one we always talk about. That might be the worst draft in NFL history, like of any team. Devin Thomas, Fred Davis, Malcolm Kelly, Chad Reinhardt, Justin Tryon, Durant Brooks, Kareem Moore, Colt Brennan, Rob Jackson, and Chris Horton. I guess Rob Jackson in the pick he got in the 2012 season finale against Dallas to clinch the division might make this draft just palatable enough to not be the worst ever, but that might be the worst draft ever in NFL history. We didn't have a second round pick in 2007. That's a pretty bad draft too, 2007. Rocky McIntosh in 2006. All right, let's see what the Ravens pick is here at 86.
What's going on, Kansas City? Baltimore, what's going on? I'm not going to sit here and troll y'all like Jason did about the Titans. He's a little delusional, but y'all know what's going on in Baltimore. Eric DeCosta has been cooking this week in his own. With the 86th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Trenton Simpson.
There's Trenton Simpson. He's gone. Just like that. He's gone. Trenton Simpson is a Raven. That's a good spot for him, too. That's a real good spot for him. They'll utilize him properly, and that's a good look for the Ravens. It ain't too often you're going to get a linebacker running a 4.43, which Trenton Simpson runs. So, yeah, he's a freak athlete, and I think he's going to fit in very nicely. 2005, we didn't have a first rounder either, neither in 2004. Taylor Jacobs in 2003. Ouch. Liddell Betts in 2002. He wasn't bad. Fred Smoot in 2001. That's probably the one. If you wanted to debate, 2001's Fred Smoot in the second round. Liddell Betts was good for us in 2002. Rocky McIntosh in 06. That's debatable. That's really debatable there. Boy, our second round history is just horrendous. Yikes. Either we don't have one, or when we do, it's really bad. Yeah, you got to go all the way back to Preston Smith in 15. I'll allow Preston Smith in 15. And then after Preston Smith, you probably got to go all the way to 06. Let's see. 02 to Liddell Betts. All right, 49ers pick is in. This is the first time, I think, having a selection.
The Vikings have traded the 87th pick to the San Francisco 49ers. And with our first selection,
yep, that's their first pick.
The 2023 NFL Draft, the 87th pick, the San Francisco 49ers select Jair Brown, DB, Penn State. Audrey Grace, I love you. Let's go Niners!
But Jair Brown was right on safety in this class. High character, outstanding.
So Jair Brown is going to come in and replace the safety that left them to go to Houston with their former defensive coordinator. They lost their safety in free agency. Jimmy Ward, he left and went to Houston. They needed another guy on the back end, and they get Jair Brown, who I told you this is slim pickings at safety. It's not a lot of these dudes. He was probably the best pure safety in this draft. Like not the guy that was looking to play in the slot and all that stuff, but just pure safety, getting some depth, tracking the football, blitzing, coming down, tackling, more of a strong safety, less of a free. He was probably the most pure in this draft class. And so the 49ers get a guy that they hope to plug and play right away. So now we are officially less than 10 selections away from the Commanders. Final selection in day number 2, 97th overall. As we get closer, the Jaguars pick is in at 88, so we're getting even closer. As we get closer and we start to see what's available, I'll try to give a prediction as to what Washington will do. I'm going to stick with offensive line, DeJuan Jones, if he's available out of Ohio State. I think DeMarvion Overshown, if he's available, that's a guy they've shown interest in. Could be a pick here at 97. So there are a number of directions they could go. I still don't think they're going with the skill position player on the offensive side of the football. Still don't think it's a tight end. Still don't think it's a running back. I don't think you get that done if you're going to do it at all until day number 3. Here's the Jaguars pick.
2023 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select Tank Bigsby, running back out of Auburn.
So Tank Bigsby is the pick for Jacksonville, running back out of Auburn. I thought we would start to see some running backs go. I'm still shocked that we haven't seen more of them go to this point. And I probably have forgotten 2 or 3 that have gone already. But we just saw Tajir Spears go. Tank Bigsby going here. I feel like there's another back. Okay, Devin A-Chain went as well. So we're starting to see, I think we're starting to see these backs go now, which is what I was expecting, maybe a little bit sooner than this. But I'm not surprised that you're going to start to see these running backs come off the board. I told y'all we're going to see the linebackers go off the board in the 3rd round. And we've seen that. Trenton Simpson off the board, Deion Henley off the board, Drew Sanders off the board. So you're running thin now. Toa, I think, is the next guy to go at the linebacker position. And once he goes, I don't know if there's really any, linebackers that get you truly excited. Pure linebackers. You still Overshown and some other guys that can run that may, move the needle for you. But we're getting to that point with the linebackers. You're getting late early. So if you want one, you better grab one here shortly. I think they're chilling, man. I think they're gonna go with like a Kyle Soley, and you know, whether he gets drafted 7th round or not remains to be seen. But CJ shoots photo. It's been a while, bro. It's been a while since we've had some success on day number 2 in the 2nd round. Joe Rockhead, I like that. Last successful 2nd round pick, Quan Martin, 2023. Yeah, let's speak that into existence. Why don't we? Swagger Dagger, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Swagger Dagger writes, we could have just drafted Curl's replacement. We could have. They could say, we don't want to pay you. You're not a playmaker. You're a really good player. I think they want him back. I think they're going to ultimately pay him. But they could have just drafted his replacement. I know in the meantime, he's going to be behind Cam Curl. Like, he's not going to be on the field immediately. But I could see some formations where they throw him right in the mix. If he takes to this defense well and he's able to understand what they're looking for from him, and he's a quick study, I can see him being on the field in those 3 safety looks. You know, when they go Buffalo nickel, and again, we call him a safety, but he's really more of a nickel, right? So he could be that Buffalo nickel. And if that's the case, which I presume it is going to be the case, he could be on the field sooner rather than later. Michael Mason II, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Michael writes, Lou, think anyone in the organization looks at your content? Nah, I don't, you know, because I formulate a lot of my opinions and draw inferences based off of the stuff that they're saying. Now, you know, I'm not going to lie. There's been a couple of times where I'm like, that sounds eerily similar to some shit I've said. But I don't think that, you know, they're, you know, sitting there taking notes off of some shit that they seen on YouTube from a content creator. But I'm pretty sure they got some people that work for their social media team that are looking around the internet to see if they can, you know, scrounge up some ideas. I wouldn't be shocked about that. And you know, by word of mouth, some of that stuff gets back to them. But in no way, shape, or form do I feel like they're, you know, watching my channel and cultivating ideas off of that. I definitely don't see that. There are some content creators that have that going, where teams are actually watching what they say and they have that kind of reach. I am not that guy. You're not that guy. Not that guy. Drunken Idiot, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I don't see a comment from you, but if one does appear, I will read it. Thank you, Drunken Idiot. All right. Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Take Command for Life writes, hey, Lou, I just got here. Do we like the pick? Yes. Yes. I mocked us, Quan Martin, in the 3rd round. We got him around earlier. So I think we still need to address offensive line. Here's the Rams selection at 89.
2023 NFL Draft. The Los Angeles Rams select Kobe Turner, defensive tackle.
Kobe Turner, Wake Forest, is the pick here for the Rams. I am still the tight end position is so deep that Darnell Washington still hasn't been taken. And there were some of you who were romanticizing about taking him in the 1st round. And so he's still on the board as we sit here right now. Dallas has already taken a tight end in the draft. So they took Schoonmaker out of Michigan. So I don't think Dallas is going to take a tight end. Buffalo has already taken a tight end. They took Dalton Kincaid in the 1st round. Cincinnati could take Darnell Washington. Pitt could as well, potentially. But they've drafted a tight end, you know, I think 2 years ago in the 2nd round out of Penn State. So I don't think they're going to do it. But Washington's pick is getting close. Dallas's pick is in at 90, which puts Washington now 7 picks away from making a selection. We'll see what the Cowboys do. Drew Pearson's coming to the podium. I hope he just comes and makes the pick and doesn't try to talk us to death. He lives for this.
Y'all don't know, I used to be a Kansas City Chiefs fan growing up back in the day. Until I was blessed to become a Dallas Cowboy. So, as an undrafted free agent, on behalf of my Hall of Fame teammate Jerry Jones and the Dallas Cowboys, with the 90th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select Devarion Overshawn.
Oh, well, there goes Devarion Overshawn. I told you Dallas drafts well, man. Those dirty bastards, boy. I tell you what. I wanted him to at least be on the board. Devarion Overshawn is now a Dallas Cowboy, and that ship has now sailed. So that was one of the guys that I thought Washington would be interested in taking. He is an athletic dynamo in the front seven. He is now off the board, so Washington is going to have to go elsewhere. So I still think they were going offensive line all along anyway, but you want as many options. I guarantee you, Washington had a list of 5 guys that they were going to make as this pick draws near. They weren't in that neighborhood quite yet, but I guarantee you Overshawn was going to be one of those 5 players on the list that they were going to compile as they got closer to their pick. Well, he's no longer available. Scratch him off the list. Great pick by the Cowboys. They just got faster. Their defense is already blazing fast. They just got faster up front with Devarion Overshawn. So Buffalo Bills pick is in at 91. And Washington's pick is now 6 away. Let's see. I was busting that pizza down. I told y'all I was about to bust that pizza down. Y'all thought I was playing. It's a party.
Okay, Kansas City, chill with the boot, all right? I got a lot of love for you, too. You got some of the best barbecue in America, all right? You guys did win the Super Bowl last year, led by Patrick Mahomes. But that was last year, this is this year, all right? This draft pick in my hands is going to help Josh Allen and the boys go to the Super Bowl and win it all. So without further ado, with the 91st pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Buffalo Bills select Dorian Williams, linebacker, Tulane.
So Dorian Williams, linebacker out of Tulane, was a player Washington had in for an official visit. I know a lot of you, or some of you at least, were really smitten with him in his game. I not so much, but I do recognize and admit that he was a tremendous athlete. And so Washington was looking to get faster in the front seven with the linebackers, which is why they showed interest in Dorian Williams and Devarion Overshawn. But both of those guys are now gone. You knew at some point the Bills were going to do something at linebacker. They just lost Tremaine Edmonds. And so Dorian Williams is their answer to that. We'll see how he develops in the Buffalo Bills scheme. But I still contend, as we are now 5 picks away from the Washington Commanders selection, I still contend that Washington is looking to add an offensive lineman here. So all of these linebackers being taken really is of no consequence. These are guys that, you know, they would have loved to have still had on the board and had their pick of the litter. But I still contend that they're going offensive line with this pick. If they were planning on going linebacker, then their plans have been derailed, okay? Chiefs have just traded up to number 92, so clearly they want to come up and get something here in particular. There's been a run here on linebackers. Maybe they're coming to get theirs. Maybe they're coming to get an offensive lineman. Maybe they're coming to get an edge rusher. They already drafted Felix and Udike Uzama in the first round as an edge rusher. So I don't know if they'll double up there, but let's see what the Chiefs decide to do. Maybe they're coming to get a tight end. You know, they always stay strapped at tight end. Even behind Travis Kelce, there's usually 1 or 2 athletically gifted dudes that they keep in the chamber. So maybe they go that route. I don't think that's what this pick is, though. Let's see what the Chiefs have come up for. Barry Curtis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Barry Curtis writes, I feel the elite defenses can play man coverage when they need to. Wish we did more of that, but we got so many pure zone corners, LOL. That's why everybody, including myself, was so excited about William Jackson III, because we thought he was going to be one of the keys to unlocking the defense, because he could play press man. He could be a cover corner. And that's what we thought we needed. And then we got him and he was ass. And so what it all boils down to is get guys that fit your scheme. Do what you do best. And we play a lot of match zone. So that's what they continue to add. I'm like you. I feel like you got to be able to play man at some point, especially on third downs. You need to be able to play man on third downs. Zones are too easy. If you're not getting to the quarterback, zones are too easy to carve up. You need to be able to play man. But anyway, I digress. All right, Rod is coming out with a little group, so this one's going to take a little longer. So, R. Young, Smoking Aces 4624. Stand up! You are the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you. Smoking Aces 4624. My guy, R. Young, thank you so much for becoming a member of the mob. Y'all know what to do. Squad, open your arms wide and show some love to R. Young and welcome him aboard. Welcome to the squad. R. Young. Mob, y'all know what it is. Stand up. We in the building. All right, let's see what they talking about. Okay, still talking. We'll come back to that. R. Young, Smoking Aces 4624. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. If I see a comment from you, I'm gonna read it. Thank you for that super chat. Greatly appreciate you. All right, here comes the Chiefs pick.
The Cincinnati Bengals have traded the 92nd pick to the Kansas City Chiefs. With the 92nd pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Kansas City Chiefs select Wanya Morris, tackle from Oklahoma.
So Wanya Morris, tackle out of Oklahoma. I thought they were coming up for an offensive lineman. Remember, they got rid of their offensive tackle, Orlando Brown, in free agency. Didn't want to give him the deal. Now, they did go out and sign a tackle from Jacksonville to fill that void, but they still could use more beef up front. You know, the tackle that they signed is a right tackle. Orlando Brown was a left tackle. So they lost Andrew Wiley, who was their right tackle. So they still needed a left tackle. I think they just felt like they needed to add another guy, and you know, you add as many pieces as you can to the puzzle, and then you try to fit those pieces, you know, and see what you have. So if I'm not mistaken, Wanya Morris was more of a right tackle. So interesting to see what they do up front and how they shuffle around these pieces to try to make sure they put 5 guys in front of Mahomes that can keep him upright. So Washington is now 4 picks away from being on the clock. Pittsburgh, Arizona, Cincinnati, and Arizona again. And then Washington's 3rd and final selection in the first 2 days will commence. So now we are close enough to start talking about some potential players that are available. Let me look at my list of offensive linemen. He's been taken. Andrew Voorhees is still available. Alex Forsyth, who was Rico's guy, who he thinks Washington is interested in, he's still available. Antonio Mafi is still available, and that's a guy that Washington was very interested in, had him in for. That is actually interesting. I think Antonio Mafi could be the pick. So that's another guy to keep an eye on. Antonio Mafi out of UCLA. That's one guy to keep in your memory bank. Steelers pick is in at 93. So we're getting very, very close to Washington's selection. So that's Alex Forsyth and Antonio Mafi, and Braden Daniels is another name. Don't forget they had him in for a visit as well. Braden Daniels, Antonio Mafi, and Alex Forsyth. as guards, we're going to go to the tackle position and see if there are any tackles that necessarily move the needle. Jalen Duncan out of Maryland is still available. Warren McClendon out of Georgia is still available. I think that is it. Nick Saliveri out of ODU is still available too. That might be a little too deep in the bag for right now, though. So we'll see what they ultimately decide to do. But there are some offensive linemen that are available. They could go in a totally different direction and fool me. I've been adamant all process long, not going to see a skilled player go in day 1 or 2. I'm sticking to my story until they, prove me wrong and go in a different direction. And so I think this is an offensive lineman. I thought linebacker was in play, but we've seen a run here on linebackers just in the last 10 to 15 picks, with Overshone and Henley and Simpson and all those guys that have been taken. I just don't think the value is really here anymore at linebacker, unless they wanted like Toa or something like that. And I just don't see them going in that direction. So anyway. HTTR Carson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. HTTR Carson writes, appreciate all you do, Lou. Safety room is deep. Again, depending on what you think about Martin and what you consider him. He's considered a safety, but how are they going to deploy him? Is he more of a nickel corner? We call him whatever. Remember, we got into semantics with Landon Collins when he didn't want to be referred to as a linebacker. It doesn't really matter. It's, safety, backer, nickel corner, who gives a shit? The only time that really matters is when it comes time to be paid, right? So there is, a reason why guys want to be slotted, because there's more money to be made at certain positions.
2023 NFL Draft. The Pittsburgh Steelers select Darnell Washington.
There we go.
Tight end, Georgia.
All right.
So Darnell Washington goes to the Steelers. I told y'all the Steelers could take him. That's such a Steelers type pick because they want to run the football, and he is going to allow them to do that at a high clip. And then you fall asleep behind the wheel. They got Pat Freiermuth, and he'll fit right in because he wasn't the best receiving tight end on Georgia's roster. They got a guy that'll be a top probably 10 pick next year in Brock Bowers. And so he was always TE2 there, right? Now he's going to be TE2 in Pittsburgh behind Pat Freiermuth. And when you start to key in on Freiermuth and you fall asleep behind the wheel, there's Darnell Washington making some plays. So that's a great pick there for the Steelers. I'm glad he's gone because a lot of y'all would have been pissed off if he was still available because we weren't going to take him. So I would hate to see y'all get pissed off like Darnell Washington was sitting there at 97 and we passed on him. We weren't going to take him. So because I told you I don't think we're taking a tight end at all in this draft, let alone this early. So I'm glad that he's no longer available for y'all to be sitting there tantalizing y'all with a talent like Darnell Washington. He's now off the board. You don't have to worry about him being available. So let's see. 94th pick is now in with the Arizona Cardinals. Here it comes. So we're moving at a nice little rate. See what the Cardinals do. They've had a solid draft.
With the 94th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Michael Wilson, wide receiver, Stanford.
So Michael Wilson is selected, wide receiver out of Stanford by the Arizona Cardinals. That's an interesting pick. Okay, so now we are officially 2 selections away from Washington's pick, and I think it's going to be a offensive lineman, as I've mentioned. I'm sticking with Juwan Jones out of Ohio State. He's a mauler. He's big. He's physical. He can play right tackle. And it gives you flexibility on the offensive line to move some guys around if you need to. So I'm sticking with that. There are still some interior offensive linemen. I know they really like – I'm not the biggest fan of Antonio Mafi, but I know they like Antonio Mafi a lot. And so that's a name to keep an eye on. I think it's personally a little early for Antonio Mafi. I think you can get him. We got 21 picks later at 118. I think you could get Antonio Mafi then if you really, truly loved him. And I don't think you have to do anything at 97, but we'll see. So Bengals pick is in. They're about to make their selection. Detroit is in front of Washington, and then Commanders will make their final pick of day number 2.
Who proudly served our nation as an officer and Army civilian for more than 4 decades. Colonel Rolfe is a veteran of the Vietnam War, which ended for U.S. troops 50 years ago in 1973. We salute him and all veterans of the Vietnam War. We're thankful for your honorable service. Colonel Rolfe, it is our honor.
Got to give a quick salute.
Well, Commissioner, thanks. I'd like to thank you and the NFL and our VFW for allowing me to represent over 2 million men and women who served in Vietnam. But especially we need to remember and never forget the 58,220 that didn't come home and gave their lives so that you could be here tonight to enjoy your freedom.
As they like to say, some gave all gave some. I think they say it the other way around.
And now for my homies back in southeastern Indiana.
All my homies.
Fans out there.
All right. Okay. I didn't see the homies coming. What he know about some homies?
NFL draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Jordan Battle, defensive back out.
Alabama. So another safety off the board, Jordan Battle out of Alabama. And good football player. And the Bengals are really overhauling that secondary. They already drafted DJ Turner out of Michigan. They drafted a hybrid nickel slot last year out of Michigan. And now they get Jordan Battle. Remember, their safety, who they had on the franchise tag, left in free agency, went to the Atlanta Falcons. So they probably needed to add a safety in that secondary. But they went all defense, have the Bengals in this draft thus far. Pick is in for the Lions at 96, which means Washington is officially on the clock. Lions pick is in. Here it is.
Lions select Broderick Martin, defensive tackle.
Broderick Martin, Western Kentucky, is the pick for the Detroit Lions. And so now Washington is on the board and on the clock, rather. And I am anticipating an offensive lineman. I really do not know what they're going to do. I am completely in the dark as to where they're going to go. My guess is offensive line, but they could go in a number of different directions here. And so we'll see what happens. See what they decide to do. But Washington is officially on the clock at 97. It took us a while to get here. Our pick is in. So Washington has made a selection. And now we wait and see. I think they'll probably send London Fletcher back out here to announce the pick. And when he comes back out, we will find out. They're going on commercial break, so we'll wait a little while. While we're waiting, we can start to talk about what we think they are going to do. Ricky Stromberg is a name that I think they are definitely interested in, but you don't have to pick him here. I saw that from someone in the comment section. You don't have to make that selection right now. That's not necessary. It's a little early for that. I think you can do that day 3 and he'll still be there. So let's see what they decide to do. They've gone so far all defense to this point. I think you get an offensive player here. Still don't think you're going to get a skill player, but I do think you're going to get an offensive lineman. So we'll see what happens. My guess is DeJuan Jones. That's what I'm going with. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Let's see. All right. Grizzlies game has officially started. I'll be checking in with that periodically, see how the fellas are holding up on the road. Big game. You get this thing back to Memphis, and we are winning this series. And I got to say this. I know Washington's on the board right now, and I see some member comments. So I want to read some of those if those exist. Let's see if I can find any. Anthony P. Thank you for being a member of the Mob Squad for 10 months. Shout out to my guy, Anthony P. Stand up. We in the building. Thanks for all the great draft coverage, Lou. Thank you for joining me, Anthony P. Man, really, truly do appreciate you. So we are back from the commercial break. Washington is officially on the clock. The pick has been in for a while now, and so I fully expect it to be an offensive lineman. I don't know which one it's going to be. They've talked to quite a few of them throughout this process. They could pass on offensive line here because a lot of the guys, like Braden Daniels, for instance, are guys that they've talked to and they've done their homework on extensively. Antonio Mafi is another guy that I think you can get in day number 3. You don't have to select those type of players now. You can do that in day 3. Once again, our war room is looking real sterile, right? Like no high-fiving, nobody excited. Our shit is trash, all right? So, it doesn't instill a lot of excitement as London Fletcher walks to the podium again. Or not London Fletcher. We're going to get Troy Vincent. Straight to the point.
97th pick in the 2023 NFL Draft. The Washington Commanders
God damn.
select Ricky Stromberg, center.
So somebody said it. Who was it? Somebody said Ricky Stromberg. Who was it? I got to give some credit to somebody. Let's see. Somebody said it a lot earlier. Maybe y'all already knew something. Let's see. Ricky Stromberg, Ricky D. Hustle had said it a lot earlier. I think somebody else had said it too, that it was Ricky Stromberg. That was a guy I thought you could get a little bit later on. I didn't think you needed to take him in the third round, but I knew they were taking an offensive lineman. So I don't really give a shit when you take him. We needed to take him a center, offensive lineman, because what that may ultimately do, Stromberg may be able to come in right away and start, and that might allow you to take Nick Gates and move him to guard. You know what I mean? It just gives you more flexibility. I still don't think they're done on the offensive line. I still think they're taking another offensive lineman at some point. They've done everything out of order.
23 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns select Siaki Ika, defensive tackle, Baylor.
Question. Now the question I have is, I don't recall if I had Ricky Stromberg in my mock draft or not. I'm about to go check and see. I don't think I did. I think I was cognizant of him, but I don't know if he was around. Because if Stromberg is in my mock draft, I'm 3 for 3 right now. And I find that hard to believe, even though I didn't have the rounds correct. I still find it hard to believe that I would be 3 for 3. So I'm going to go check my mock draft real quick because I don't remember. I don't remember exactly where what I did. I think I had Stromberg in the 5th round of my mock draft, though. I'm about to look right now and see. Yeah, I had to say give Ricky Stromberg in the 5th round. I'm 3 for 3 right now, boy. Your boy is on a heater. Somebody told me yesterday, hey, I'm going to just stick with your mock draft, man. Well, if you did that, right now you would be a smart man because your man Louie Tee is absolutely killing it via the mock draft route. That's 3 for 3, folks. I've never done this before as far as, having this much success. 49ers pick is in. Kicker Jake Moody, all right, is the pick. You know how I feel about kickers before the round of 5. So this is definitely not a good pick for me. I don't give a shit how good the kicker was. And Jake Moody was really good, and he made some pressure-packed kicks for the Michigan Wolverines. I remember watching the game against Illinois, and that they did not play their best game. It came down to the wire, and he made a big kick late to put them in that position to go into that final game against Ohio State, which was ultimately going to be for the Big Ten crown. But I don't give a shit how good you were in college. Ain't no kicker worth a damn 3rd round pick. I don't give a damn how bad your kicking situation been. I understand if it's been horrid and you feel like you got to do something, but nah, I ain't about that shit. Anyway, I digress. So all of you who said Ricky Stromberg in the 3rd round, you guys are right. I think that all but spells the end of the road for Chase Roulier. Again, you added Gates, you added Stromberg. I don't know if there's already a guy on the roster that can play center, but at this point, you could probably bring in a young guy undrafted to bring up the rear, as far as the center is concerned. I don't know if you need to have Gates and Stromberg and still have Chase Roulier on the roster. I don't think that makes a ton of sense. So they said they were fine. They were cool. They knew what they had to do from a financial standpoint. And I think one of those things is go ahead and move on from Chase Roulier. So anyway, I digress. Swagger Dagger, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes 3 for 3 with a laughing emoji. Ron is so predictable. You know what's funny is Ron went out of his way. Ron is starting to become extremely predictable because Ron went out of his way to say, hey, like, don't pay attention to the guys we bring in for visits, because last year we only had 2 guys that we drafted out of the 10 players that we selected that were on for visits. So the visits don't matter. Oh, okay, cool. So all 3 of the dudes you've drafted this year were in Ashburn for visits, came to the headquarters. Y'all sat down with them, had a conversation, and showed true, genuine interest, and then you go out and draft them. So you're setting a trend right now. Anybody that is looking to box Washington out for a player, all they got to do is figure out who they had for their top 30 visits, and they'll probably know exactly what they need to do if they want to get in front of Washington for a specific player, because that's been the tell so far. Is every single guy they brought him in for an interview, a meeting. So they've shown their hand. I'll just say that. And I can tell you this. We don't know, and I'll be anxious to see what Ron Rivera and Martin Mayhew say. And you'll never really truly get the unfiltered answer, but I wonder if they wanted to go like a Damarion Overshown. I wonder if they wanted to go Damarion Overshown and he got taken. I wonder if they wanted to go in a different direction and that guy was no longer on the board and they had to turn and pivot. I wonder if that's the case, or I wonder if all along, and I surmise, because this is what has been the case for the first 2 picks. They targeted a guy, they circled a guy, said, hey, this is the guy we want to get, and they went out and got that guy. So I'm thinking Ricky Stromberg was a guy that they targeted, that they said, hey, we really like Ricky Stromberg, and if he's there, we're going to take him in the 3rd round. And so I don't think this was hey, the board spoke to us, this, that, and the 3rd. I think they had a guy circled, and much like in the 1st round with Emmanuel Forbes, much like, in the 3rd round, I feel with Ricky Stromberg, I think Quan Martin, they wouldn't have gotten another shot at him. You would have gone another 50 picks before selecting. Somebody would have taken him. But I think in the 1st round, Emmanuel Forbes, I think they took a player that nobody else had any interest in taking, and they knew that at 16. They knew he was going to be available. Now, I can't say that he would have been available at 47. Again, this is why you have to take guys when you have a chance to take them, because you can't be assured that that player is going to be around at your next selection. Now you have to double back and give up future picks in order to come back and get a guy that you could have just taken with your pick the first time around. So I don't blame them for taking Emmanuel Forbes at 16, but nobody else was going to take him in the first 15 picks in front of them. They knew that. Okay. Quan Martin, they knew he was going to be on the board at 47. Okay. There was no one taking Quan Martin off the board in the first 46 picks. They had to know that.
In the 2023 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Trey Tucker, wide receiver, Cincinnati.
And I truly believe that if they would have waited until 118 in the 4th round, 21 picks later, I believe Ricky Stromberg would have been there. But I can't say that for certain. And we can't know that. They could have passed on Ricky Stromberg, and the team right after them, the Cleveland Browns, could have taken him the very next pick. We don't know. So I'll just say this. They took players probably earlier than they needed to, but they wanted to ensure that they got their guy. And there's nothing wrong with that. I subscribe to that theory of get your guy. You know what I say? Get your guy when you feel the need to get your guy. And if that's grabbing that player a little bit earlier than, you feel like you probably should have to, but you're not sure if he's going to be around the next time you select, you do what you got to do. So I think that's what Washington did here. Again, they took a player that they knew was going to be on the board at their pick, but weren't sure that he was going to be around. I think he would have been there at 118. That's only 21 picks away. I think Ricky Stromberg, because I thought Ricky Stromberg was a 5th round, type of pick. So I think he would have been there in 4th. But who am I to say? All it takes is one team to be like, yeah, we like this Ricky Stromberg guy, and he's gone. So you don't want to wait. Here's the last pick of day number 2, belonging to the 49ers.
2023 NFL Draft. The San Francisco 49ers select Cameron Latu, tight end, Alabama.
I love Cameron Latu. I love him. I love this tight end group. I love Cameron Latu. He's the perfect Sean McVay. Kyle Shanahan tight end. He's the perfect Kyle Shanahan. He's going to be really good for them. I wanted him, but I knew we weren't going to take him. But I love Cameron a lot too. Anyway, yeah, I'm 3 for 3, man. And Ron essentially showed me the way. You know, he didn't deceive me. I told you, listen to Ron. Ron won't lead you astray. Okay. Ron won't lead you astray. Oh, we got one more pick. I thought that was the last pick of the third round. We actually have one more pick. The Vikings pick is in. This should conclude day number 3. Day number 2 of the NFL draft. And then we can start to discuss Washington's selections and what they've done with their first 3 picks. So I was right in terms of this. Washington did not select a skill position player. I did not think they would, and they did not. I think they'll get busy immediately tomorrow by selecting a running back. I'm sticking to my guns. I think it's Chase Brown. And if the trend continues with them, picking up guys that they met with and showing interest in, then I like my chances tomorrow with Chase Brown in the 4th round.
Player in the year, Bud Grant, coach, of course. Hard to believe it's been 5 years. Freddie Zamberletti, trainer for the Minnesota Vikings, starting in 1961 when the organization first began until 2011. And then, of course, the man who drafted me 30 years ago. It's been almost 7 years since we lost Dennis Green. They were all great Vikings. Let's find out who that next great Viking is going to be. With the 102nd and final pick of the evening in the 2023 NFL Draft, the Minnesota Vikings select, you asked for it and you're getting it, defensive back from USC, Mekhi Blackmon.
So, Mekhi Blackmon is the pick. Another guy that has some serious talent, undersized, but again, another guy that can flat out play the cornerback position. He's really interesting because I think if he can find a way to put on a little bit of weight and be a little bit more consistent and stay healthy, he's going to be a really good corner. I actually like Mekhi Blackmon a lot. I think Washington liked him a little bit too. Not sure if they had a meeting with him or not, but I thought that was a guy that they showed some interest in throughout the process. So I like Mekhi Blackmon a lot, and I think that's a good pick for the Minnesota Vikings there. But that is going to do it for day number trace. So, or 2, dose, rather. Day 3 will be tomorrow. And then we'll see what Washington and all the rest of the teams do in day number 3. But we can discuss day number 2 for the Washington Commanders. Let's get through the rest of these supers. Take command for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Take command for life. Double up. I feel like this is like your 3rd or 4th one, but I don't remember if I doubled you up or not, just to make sure. These picks scream a team that's going to win 8 games. I can't say that you're wrong, right? Like they didn't, they went safe with all of their selections. Like scared money don't make money. All right. If you constantly putting down $2 on your bet, even if you win, you ain't winning that much money, right? You got to be willing to put down a little bit of bread if you're trying to make some bread. You got to be willing to lose that bread too. And that's how it is in the draft. You got to be willing to pass up on a guy to take a player that you think is more talented. And you got to just see if that guy's going to fall to you or not. You can't be afraid and settle because you're afraid you're going to lose a player. And I felt like in all 3 picks, we settled for guys that we liked a lot, but was that guy going to be there if you just allowed him to fall, right? If you didn't take him, I'm not mad at Emmanuel Forbes because I think somebody would have taken him, but you wouldn't have gotten him at 47. So I'm not upset about that one. Quan Martin, were there other players on the board that were more talented that could have fit a position of need a little bit more. Maybe. I don't have a problem with the Quan Martin pick, but there were other players on the board at the time of that pick that, could have made a bigger impact. But I love Quan Martin as a football player, so I have no problems with that pick. But did you take him a little bit earlier than you had to? Probably you did. But again, you weren't picking again for another 50 selections. So you probably weren't going to get him if you didn't take him at 47, which I get. I totally understand that. And then I thought they reached for Ricky Stromberg. I can't sugarcoat that. There's no way around it. There's no ifs, ands, or buts in my mind. He would have been worst case scenario. I think Ricky Stromberg's a 5th round pick. But again, beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I sit here and talk about 5th round. Somebody could have taken him in the 4th round. Somebody could have taken him in the 3rd round. There were still, 6 or 7 selections after Washington made their pick. Somebody could have taken him then, for all we know. But my thing was, this wasn't a 50 pick gap between 97 and your next pick. It's a 21 pick gap at 118. I think Ricky Stromberg would have been there. I thought there were other players available that you could have looked at and said, hey, let's take a look at this guy. But at the end of the day, there was no immediate player. Like, there's not one guy that stood out that you guys said, oh my God, like if Darnell Washington was on the board, that would have made y'all lose your shit. I'm glad he wasn't there, because y'all would have went ape shit if he was on the board and they took Ricky Stromberg, because they were going to do that anyway. They weren't going to, like, Darnell Washington wasn't going to alter their decision-making. They had already, just like Christian Gonzalez didn't alter their decision-making in the 1st round. They were already fixated on Emmanuel Forbes. That's the guy. Ron, driving to the facility in that morning, had already said, if Emmanuel, and he knew he was going to be there. That's why he could make that statement so confidently driving to Ashburn that morning. The reason he could drive that morning and say, if Emmanuel Forbes is available, that's a guy we'd love to add. Because you knew no one was taking him in the first 15 picks. So you didn't have to say, well, if he's available, his ass was going to be available. You knew that. That's why, so, all the people say, Ron called his shot. He ain't called a damn thing. That's not hard. That's like somebody stepping up to the plate and saying, hey, I ain't going to strike out. Well, you set a pretty low damn bar. All you pretty much saying is, hey, I'm going to hit the ball. I might get out, or I might take a walk, but I know I ain't going to strike out. Okay, that's pretty damn easy to do. So I can't give him credit for something that I don't think was that big of a damn risk. That's like playing spades and you saying, yeah, I got a book, and you got the ace in your hand. The ace of spade in your hand. You clearly have a book. You can't lose that book. Okay? That you're not calling your shot. I thought that was really simple, right? So I wasn't among the people, oh man, Ron called his shot. They knew who they wanted, and they knew he was going to be there. So to your point, this does feel like a safe draft. A safe draft. Like, almost like they felt like the roster was already good enough and we just needed to add a couple more pieces and we should be fine. They're not conducting themselves like they were the last place team of the best division in football and they really need to upgrade their roster. I feel like everybody else around us is out here putting in work to improve their roster. The Giants got better. Thought they made some really good picks. We know the Eagles got better. They made some strong picks in this draft. Probably one of the best drafts so far put together. And I thought the Cowboys did some good things with what they've done. I don't love the Cowboys draft to this point, but I think they've done some good things too. And then you look at our draft and it's like, oh, it's all right. Right now, I think we've got the worst draft in the division to this point. That doesn't mean our draft is trash. Just means I think the other teams in the division have had, better selections, and it felt like they were truly reading the board and reacting to the board instead of sorting out a player and saying, no matter what happens, doesn't matter what's available, we're taking this guy no matter what. That's what it feels like Washington has done. And I could be wrong about that. I'm just telling you what it feels like. Feels like they've identified a player in every round and they said, if that guy's there, we're going to take him. And because you're overdrafting these players, yeah, he's going to be there. Nobody else was taking Emmanuel Forbes in the first 15 picks. Nobody was taking Quan Martin in the first 46 picks. And nobody was taking Ricky Stromberg. And I would venture to say, and I can't say this about the first 2 picks, but I feel really confident. And again, I can't confirm nor deny this, but I feel really confident saying nobody was going to take Ricky Stromberg before you picked in the 4th round at 118. You could have waited. You could have done something else, but it doesn't matter because there wasn't a clear-cut guy that was available that they missed out on that we say, man, could have had this player. So at the end of the day, it's not that big of a deal. To your point, it feels like they haven't made the moves that move the needle, but maybe this is what we need. Maybe we don't need the splash, selections. Maybe we need more substance, more guys that are going to come in, put their head down and do their job, and you stack enough of those guys on top of each other and eventually you start to get results. Maybe that's what they're looking to do. And maybe ultimately that's what they're going to do. So I don't know. That's just me talking, trying to convince myself that this is, I know better. I've already told you guys that this hasn't been a draft that necessarily has moved me one way or the other, but it's not a terrible draft. I'm not trying to tell you that. I don't think this has been a terrible draft. So anyway, I digress. Damn, y'all ain't tell me that the Kings kicked the Warriors' ass in Game 6. Shit. They're going back to Sacktown. I thought that series was over once they let Golden State come in there and beat them. Interesting stuff. Ryan A., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Ryan writes, I think Ron watched your mock vid and liked it. Yeah. Well, look, I'm 3 for 3 right now. I mean, again, I don't have the exact round correct, but all 3 of the players that have been selected were in my mock draft at some point. Rounds 1, 3, and 5. They've all gone already 1, 2, and 3. And so I like where we are right now. And so we'll see. We'll see. I'll say this. I like the fact that they've been consistent with what they've done in their messaging, what they're looking to accomplish. Doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, but at least they're all on the same page. Ron has been really consistent throughout this process, and it's showing clearly. Kevin the PRF, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Kevin the PRF. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, just cut a video right now. Which undrafted free agents the Commanders are interested in, so I know who we're taking tomorrow. I wish I could do that, but again, I told you I'm getting my information from them. It's not the other way around. I'm getting my information from them. They're telling us. You just have to be listening, which is what I always tell you. I listen intently, okay? I listen to what they're saying, and then I gather my information from all the sources that I have, all the resources that I have at my fingertips, and I make a decision based off of the information that I begin. And I've walked you guys through every step of the process. I told you every single player that they had for a top 30 visit. I did a video every time they added 1 or 2 more names to that list. I did a video saying, hey, look out for this player. They really like this guy. They've met with this player X amount of times. And I've told you, hey, these are some names to look out for. And that's what they've done. So again, it's been predictable. You call it whatever you like, but they've been consistent. They've been consistent. And Dorgunner makes a great point. They signed Larson to a 1-year deal. So they brought him back. So Chase Roulier is as good as gone. That's what this means. You bring in Nick Gates, you draft Ricky Stromberg, you bring back Tyler Larson. All of that spells the end of the Chase Roulier era in Washington. They probably already told him he's getting released. So they already know what's really good. Christopher Medding, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Christopher writes, Harris shit can make you in the first 6 hours of ownership. This draft makes Serrato look like Beathard. Looking forward to 6 and 11 and Ron clapping. Nah, it ain't that bad, man. It's not that bad. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Video channel writes, Ricky Stromberg won the SEC's 2022 Jacobs blocking trophy given annually to the league's best O-lineman. Solid pick. I'm not debating the pick. He's a good football player. I've already established that with you guys. I thought you could get him a little bit later is what I'm arguing. But my other argument is, who are you going to take in his place? Like, what did you pass up on in order to take Ricky Stromberg? I don't think there's anything here immediately that you can point to and say, well, we could have had this player instead of Ricky Stromberg. So that's why I said it's not that big of a deal, but I do feel like they could have gotten him at 118. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying it's a terrible pick. I think we all agree Emmanuel Forbes would have been available at, say, 24 or 25. But guess what? Washington didn't pick at 24 or 25. They picked at 16. They didn't have the option of moving back, 9, 10 picks and seeing if he was still there. So they had to take him at 16. They have the option here because the next pick, 16, the difference between 16 and 47 is 31 picks. Emmanuel Forbes probably wasn't going to be available 31 picks later. Ricky Stromberg, I think, would have been available 21 picks later. That's all I'm saying. But I can't know that for certain. And so I'm not tripping over the pick. This is a guy that they identified in the process as someone that they really, truly liked. And they added, look, you can't get upset when you ask for offensive line depth. They add some, and now you're upset. You can't have it both ways, okay? They added an offensive lineman. I told you. What did I say? I said, I can't guarantee you what they're going to do on the offensive line, but I said, I can guarantee you this. I guarantee you they're taking a center. Did I not tell you that? Did I not say those exact words? I guarantee you they're taking a center. I guarantee you that Joey Porter Jr. was going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. Where did he end up? And I guaranteed you that we were taking a center. I also guaranteed you that we weren't going to take a skill position player in the first day or second day. All those things came to fruition, okay? So I've already held up my end of the bargain. I told you we were taking a center. Now, I can't tell you if we're taking a tackle. I've been really more so leaning towards the interior because I don't see them doing anything with Charles Leno. They went out and got Andrew Wiley. I think they're going to let him play tackle. You still got Sam Cosmi, and you still have Cornelius Lucas. So I think they're fine. And you added Trenton Scott, who is a swing tackle type of player as well that can play the guard position too. So I think they're fine at tackle for this year. They're not great, but I think they're fine at tackle. Could they take a tackle? Sure. But I still think the work that needs to be done, if they're going to do any more work to the offensive line, which I said I thought they were going to take 2 offensive linemen, is on the interior. And there's still time for them to do that. And a lot of the players that they talked to in this process were day 3 type of prospects. And I told you that Antonio Maffei is a day 3 prospect. Braden Daniels out of Utah is a 3rd day prospect. These are the types of players that they've been talking to, and they've got their options available to them as you get into the 4th, potentially the 5th. I think they're going to take a running back in the 4th round. I think they're taking Chase Brown. I feel really good about this pick. Okay. I feel really good about this pick. I think they're taking Chase Brown with this pick. All right. And then after that, I think they're going to double back and get another offensive lineman after that in the 5th round. So we'll see what happens. This is a solid pick, video channel. You're not wrong. I just thought they could have gotten him at 118, but I'm not arguing about that because, again, who did you pass up to take Ricky Stromberg? Nobody. There wasn't a guy on the board that there's a consensus that, damn, had Darnell Washington been available, a lot of you would have lost your shit. But I'm trying to tell you, I don't think we're taking a tight end at all in this draft. I can't repeat that any more than I already have. I can't stress that enough. I don't anticipate us taking a tight end. Now, it's Lions season, right? But they haven't lied to me yet, clearly. That's why I'm 3 for 3 right now. They haven't lied to me yet. Their poker face isn't very good. So, thank you for the super chat video channel. Ricky D. Hustle, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Ricky D. Hustle. Right? Called it, Lou. Why does this team draft players 1 round earlier? In the past 2 drafts, it's been consistent. That's what I pretty much just said, is that they're drafting players, and you did call that, so I got to give you credit, Ricky. You called it before it happened, and I was like, I think this is a little early for Stromberg, and you was like, okay, we'll see. That's what they're doing. That's their MO. I think they're doing that because they're being safe. Again, there's no art form to the draft, right? It's just off of sheer gut. You got to go with your gut. And if you truly are going with a board mentality, like, hey, we are going to, we're going to go with whatever the board says, then you have to allow the board to speak to you. I don't think they're allowing the board to speak to them. I think they're making predetermined decisions on players that they want to take. And, something drastic has to happen to change their minds, and nothing has so far. And so they've stuck to the script. Spence Collies, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Spence, thank you for being a member of the MOBB rights. A- draft so far. Hashtag plugging them holes on to day 3. I have no issues with what they've done so far. They've gotten players at positions of need. They've gotten players that they have identified as players that they think will fit what they're trying to do with this football team. And there's still a whole nother day for them to fill any other holes that we've talked about this offseason. So, so far, I think the Commanders have, I wouldn't call it an A-, but I think they've done a solid job. I think it's like a B- right now for me. B-, maybe a solid B, but I think it's more of a B-, trending towards a C. And we'll see what they do tomorrow. So far, they've got 2 SEC players and 1 Big Ten player. And I think they're going to go Illinois in the 4th round. But we'll see. I could be wrong. The thing I love about the 3rd day of the draft is that it goes quick. Boom, 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 boom. So we'll see. Did I miss a couple of supers? I don't think I did. Oh, I did miss a couple of supers. You're not lying. I don't know how the hell that happened. I damn sure did miss. Let me make sure I didn't miss any more. Orlando, did we give you your love, Orlando? I don't remember. I don't recall blessing Orlando. Yeah, I missed a bunch. All right. Yeah, I got to go back. I'm going back. Yeah, I don't know how the hell that happened. Here we go. Kevin Bailey. I apologize to all of y'all. Good catch, Kevin, the PRF. Kevin Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Kevin, writes, that wine in our drafting got your eyes droopy, Big Lou. Nah, the wine definitely got my eyes droopy, but I'm not even close to tipsy tonight. I scaled back the drinking tonight. I was going in heavy yesterday, but I'm chilling today. I ain't trying to hurt nothing. Who else could it be but another DB? They've taken 2, and they took the offensive lineman. This is what I predicted, right? I predicted 2 defensive backs sandwiched in between a offensive lineman. That's what I predicted. they flipped the script on me and went 2 straight defensive backs and then took the offensive lineman last. But it's still the same 3 players or positions rather. It's just they did it in a different order, but it's still the same result. So we'll see if that changes any, because I think the running back comes next in the 4th round. They could decide to go with the quarterback in this next round. They could decide to go with an edge rusher in the 4th round. They could decide to go with another offensive lineman and double up on the offensive lineman and back-to-back picks in the 4th round. You know, we'll see what they decide to do. I contend that this next pick is going to be Chase Brown out of Illinois. All right. Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, could have had D. Washington without the Wentz trade. I mean, you're assuming they wanted him. They didn't want, I don't think they want, if they wanted Darnell Washington, you could have given up a couple of picks. He didn't get taken, but maybe 4 or 5 picks before Washington's selection. It wasn't like he was way out there and they had to do something drastic. It would have took a 6th-round pick. We got 2 6th-rounders this year. It would have took a 6th-round pick to move up 3 spots or so, whatever it was, to get Darnell Washington if they truly wanted him. They didn't want him. They weren't thinking about him. Let's see. Orlando, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB mob. Y'all know what to do. Show Orlando some love. Y'all know how it go, man. We love it when we get new members. Orlando, I can't thank you enough for joining the MOBB mob. Welcome, Orlando, with open arms. Orlando, welcome to the squad. Welcome aboard, my guy. Glad to have you. All right. Glad to have you. Let's see. It's funny looking at all of y'all predictions for the pick. I see Zach Kuntz. I see Ricky, who it ultimately was, DeJuan Jones, who I was advocating for. Kuntz again. Ringo is still, that's crazy. Ringo is still available. I'm not shocked though that he's still available. I don't think he's very good, but I still didn't think he was going to fall this far. Josh Kirby, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Josh writes, smash that like button for Lou. I appreciate y'all. Y'all heard the public service announcement. If you haven't already done so, please hit the like button. At various points, we've had 700 or 1,000 people, and we still only got 300 and something likes. Something is amiss. So if you don't love the content, you don't have to hit the like button. Nobody's putting a gun to your head. But if you truly do want to support, hitting the like button is the easiest way to be able to do that. So thank you for that, Josh Kirby. Take Command for Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate it. You peeped game on this too? Take Command for Life. You peeped it as well, right? They showed it again. Stop showing haven't won a playoff game since 2005. That was their favorite go-to fact, because with every team they throw a fact up on the screen, when they're waiting for your pick to be made, or when the selection does get made, they love to throw a little fact or two up there, a little factoid as they call it. And ours consistently throughout this draft has been hasn't won a playoff game since 2005. Thanks for the reminder, as if we didn't know. Don't be putting our business out there on the streets like that, man. Let's keep that to ourselves. You don't need to involve the rest of the league in our shenanigans over here. Let us be, playoff bums in peace, okay? Don't be airing our dirty laundry out like that. I saw that shit and I was like, damn, how many times you gonna show? Okay, we get it. We ain't won a playoff game in damn near 2 decades. You ain't got to keep telling everybody our shit. I felt the same way. All right. DJ 23. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. DJ23 writes, might be McClendon. He can play guard or tackle. That was a name that I thought about, but they didn't talk to him. So that's why I was like, I don't think it's going to be him. I stuck to the dudes that they talked to because that's the shit they've been on. They haven't thrown me a curveball yet. I've been sitting dead red fastball, and they just piping them bad boys down the middle of the plate. So I'm going to keep hacking at those. Till they show me something off speed, I'm sitting dead red fastball. All right. Let's see. All right. I think we got all the supers that I had missed. So now we can get back to where we were going. All right. Ryan A. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Ryan A. Double up. I don't think that's a double up. I think it's a double up. I'm not sure. It feels like a double up, so we just gonna double up. Feels like a double up. Feels like a double up. Oh. Ryan A says, we always think we are the smartest taking guys early. Again, I'm not going to chastise Washington for doing what they've done, and I'm not going to sit here and antagonize them for doing what they think is the right thing. Everybody has their opinion. This is why we are fans, short for fanatics, because we think we know what's best. This is what they get paid to do. I have my opinion, you have yours, and we're free to, give our opinions. But at the end of the day, Ron he's coaching for his life, his head coaching career. Okay, let's not say life. He's coaching for his coaching career because the last 3 coaches that have been here didn't get another head coaching job in the league after Washington. So for all intents and purposes, Washington is your last step before you're out of the league if you don't succeed in Washington. And nobody succeeds in Washington. Mike Shanahan didn't do it. Jim Zorn didn't do it. And Jay Gruden didn't do it. So what I'm telling you essentially is if Ron doesn't get it done, he's probably not getting another job. So he better do what is in the best interest of success in the upcoming season. So I'm assuming that everything that Ron is doing, he feels like is going to help them win and win big. And because he already knows. He's been through this before. Ron's no dummy. I always tell y'all this. Ron's no dummy. Y'all may think he's dumb. Ron's no dummy. I'm not telling you Ron's a tremendous coach, but he's no dummy. So we'll see what happens. We'll see. Mark Markson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. I don't think this is a double up for you. I think I read one of your comments about what you were eating. Thank you for the super chat, though, Mark. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, where would you have drafted Justin Tucker if you had a crystal ball? I mean, now you're talking about arguably the greatest kicker in NFL history. Even with that said, I'm not philosophically, if you don't stand for something, you'll fall for anything. I'm still, knowing what I know now, you said I have a crystal ball and I know Justin Tucker is going to turn into the best kicker in NFL history. Yeah, I'd be willing to draft him sooner than anybody else would. I'd draft him in the 3rd round. You usually don't have to spend anything earlier than a 3rd round pick on a kicker if you're really going extreme. We've seen 1st round kickers before, Sebastian Janikowski. We've seen 2nd round kickers when the Bucs traded up for Roberto Aguayo, aka the GOAT, some years ago. But it's rare to have a kicker go any earlier than the 3rd round. But that's too high for me. That's too rich for my blood. I'm a 5th rounder. My only prerequisite to any special teams player that's a pure special teams player, long snapper, punter, kicker, 5th round or later. Don't draft one before then. But Justin Tucker's, he's one of those special exceptions because he's going straight to Canton when it's all said and done. So because of that, I'd be willing to make an exception for a guy like Justin Tucker, but it wouldn't be very often. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP writes, double up. I think it's double up. Might be triple up. I think it's triple up for you, actually. Why do you think we went DB 2 picks in a row? Because those were the guys that they identified as players that they felt like could help, and they didn't want to risk losing those players. In the case of Emmanuel Forbes, we know why they took him. They've already laid that out for us. They were adamant about getting guys that could take the ball away. Both of the defensive backs that we drafted can take the ball away. If I'm not mistaken, Quan Martin had either 3 or 4 picks this past year. So he took the football away as well, offers you the versatility. And as somebody else mentioned earlier, they could be setting themselves up to not re-sign Cam Curl because he wants a pretty significant deal. They may not be interested in giving it to him. I think they're still going to try to negotiate with him, try to get him back on board. But I think ultimately they need another guy in the event that what happens last year happens again, where he's not available. You don't fall off of a cliff because you've still got a guy that can do some of the things that Cam Curl can do. But nickel, I told you, was the biggest deficiency for us, right? Boundary corner isn't as glaring a need when we're perfectly healthy. But Juice hasn't been healthy the first 2 years of his career. So what makes you think he's going to be healthy in year 3, right? So they're planning for whatever happens, because Juice was supposed to be our nickel last year. And then William Jackson III had an injury. And then he also was sucking ass and they got rid of him. And so Juice had to go outside. Then Juice got hurt. And all of a sudden now you got Danny Johnson or you got Christian Holmes playing boundary corner for you. You just don't want to find yourself in that position again. So no matter what happens, you feel like you got stuff. And Kendall Fuller's on the final year of his deal. So, and Benjamin St. Juste is 2 years away from the end of his rookie contract. So he's going into year 3 of a 4-year rookie contract. So you want to put yourself in a position where you got a guy. And that's why they got Emmanuel Forbes. As far as Jartavis Martin is concerned, nickel was our biggest deficiency defensively, if you ask me. I've been very adamant about that. I told you if the Giants would have just thrown the ball to Richie James on every single 3rd and 4th down in that second Giants game, they would have converted every 3rd down because we had no answers for him in the slot. He was uncovering and undressing Bobby McCain all night in the slot. So we need to clean that shit up. You can't, whether it's Rashad Wildgoose, Bobby McCain, you can't put what we put in the slot last year and expect to be a competitive football team, especially in our division where you got teams like the Eagles who can put Devontae Smith or A.J. Brown inside in the slot. And then you got Dallas with CeeDee Lamb who lives in the slot. Most of his damage is done in the slot. And then the Giants just went and added a bunch of dudes that can play inside. You got to have some dudes that can cover in there. So I think it was justified in doing it. Because it was a big need for this team. Max on the beat. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Max on the beat writes, how you feeling about your draft? I'm loving my Giants draft. Our draft has been solid. I'd give it a solid B- right now. A solid B-, B. I've said this already. I think our draft is the worst in the division so far. I don't love Dallas's draft, but the DeMarvion Overshown pick kind of pushed me over the top and I think elevated them a little bit. I don't love Mozzie Smith. He's all right, but they drafted for a need there specifically. They needed to stop the run better. They were terrible last year. So they specifically sought out a guy that they felt like could help them at a big-time position of need. Luke Schoonmaker is cool. They stay strapped with the tight ends. So I don't have a problem with that pick. And then, getting DeMarvion Overshown for a defense that's already ridiculously fast, adding even more speed to it. Thought it was a great pick. So, you could argue that we're right there with Dallas, maybe even ahead of them in terms of what we've done so far. But I think clearly the Giants and the Eagles have had better drafts than what Washington has put forth to this point. John Perez, my guy, JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Perez writes, any idea why Ringo is falling? Yeah. Everybody watch the tape. It's not good tape. It's not clean tape. It was funny because I remember listening to Keely Ringo speak, and he said, I want to be known for more than just the pick in the national championship against Bama. I don't want that play to define my career. And that's exactly what happened. He really didn't play all that great football after that. You know, a lot of penalties, a lot of him getting cooked, you know, teams coming at him. Again, in college football, if you're an elite cornerback, they're not throwing at you. If they respect you, if you can take it away, they're not even wasting their time. They was going at Keely Ringo. He's got all the skills you're looking for, but he's just not technically sound right now. And I think some of it is a confidence thing. You see sometimes where it looks like he's lacking confidence. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chauncey Davis. Right. Lou, what you think about DeJuan Jones, OSU? Big man. We talked about him already on the show. Big man, physical, mountain of a man. You're talking about 6'8", 370 pounds. You know, those kind of players didn't used to be my, cup of tea. But what I've seen from them, the Orlando Browns, the Trent Browns of the world, what I've seen is that those dudes work in the NFL. You know, those kind of big players where it's just hard to get around them because they got long arms. And then to make matters worse, I think he's got like 35 or 36-inch arms. So not only is he huge, it's almost impossible to get around him. You're going to have to beat him with like pure speed, but you're not going to bull rush him, right? Like, so there's a lot to like about him. He's a mountain of a man, and he's a load to deal with in the run game. Again, not the fleetest of foot. And so that's a concern, but he's a big dude, man. And I know they like him. Do they love him? We'll find out, but I know they like him. I think he's a solid football player. And I've come around to those players that look like him. Christopher Medding, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, should have traded back in the first, but Mayhew said was never an option, shows the tunnel vision he has, and explains his 0-16 record in Detroit. He said the phone wasn't ringing. I mean, what are you going to do if nobody wants your pick? I've always said that fans really love to trade back. Oh, if we can't get this player, let's trade back. Somebody's got to want your pick. You can't just say, oh, well, this ain't Madden. You don't get to force a trade. Somebody's got to want your pick. And I told you, this wasn't the draft where teams are going to be salivating to come up and take your pick off your hands. I already told you, especially for where we sat. You needed to be closer to the top 10 if you wanted to move, off of a pick. So it just wasn't there, and that's okay. Brian N., thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Brian N. writes, great coverage, Lou. Salute to Ron and Martin on their final draft with the Commanders. They shot like my grandpa. No frills. This might be their last draft. It might just be their last draft. It has lacked for excitement. That is for sure. It has not been. And I think that's what too many fans get caught up in is they're looking for the thrills. They're looking for the excitement. They're looking for the big splash pick, a guy that they can sink their teeth into. There's something to be said about solid picks. I myself am, one that in the first round, I'm looking to swing for the fences, and as you get deeper into the draft, you're looking to be more consistent and look for good football players because you're not penalized for swinging for the fences in the 6th and 7th round. I mean, at that point, you should be. But in the first round, nobody wants to be wrong because missing on the first round pick gets you fired. So everybody tries to be safe in the first round if you can. But you got to be willing to think like the Lions. I don't know if the shit's going to work. Okay. But I can tell you what, the Lions, they thought outside the damn box in this draft so far. They haven't gone with conventional wisdom. Everybody says you should do this. Oh, this guy's in the first round pick. The Lions said, I don't give a shit what you think. I'm taking Jahmyr Gibbs at 12. Jack Campbell, second, third round pick. I'm taking him in the first round pick. What you going to do about it? I've loved what the Lions have done. They went Sam Laporta. I said, damn, Michael Mayer's available. They said, so? We like Sam Laporta. Okay. I'm not mad at you. All right. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Joe Rockhead, writes, I think we picked can't draft worse than this position players. Not best of the position players, but I think he said, but I think preferred guys were taken. Clearly, I don't disagree with that assessment. That's pretty much what I've said is that they've identified guys specifically at certain positions in certain rounds that they went into that round saying, if this guy's there, we're taking him. Irregardless of what the board says. Don't try to give me that coach speak, the board has to speak to us bullshit. You went into the first round saying if Emmanuel Sanders is at 16, Emmanuel Forbes is at 16. You drove to the facility that morning and said, we'd love to get Emmanuel Forbes. So you already were telling us no matter what happened in front of you, it didn't matter who was available. If Forbes was there, which you knew he was going to be there, you were taking him at 16. Don't tell me, well, the board had to speak to us because you knew Emmanuel Forbes. It's not like you were looking for Devon Witherspoon and you were hoping he would fall to you and you had to have a backup plan. You had a guy circled that nobody else was going to take in front of you. And again, I can't say that with 100% certainty. All it takes is one team to be, absolutely in love with Emmanuel Forbes, and he could have been gone. But nobody was going to take him. So they knew that. I think that's how they went into every round, honestly. Spence Calise, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, Louie, we got what we needed. How must play well? Clearly, we're not going anywhere without good quarterback play. We've seen that over the last 2 years. You can do all you want. You can have all the talent you want. But if the offensive line isn't good or you don't get quality play out of your quarterback, you're not going to go but so far. So clearly that is – remains to be seen. We don't even know what we're going to get out of our offensive coordinator. There's a lot of unknowns to Washington right now. I think that kind of, brings a little bit of excitement. There's a bit of mystery there that I think is exciting, but at the same time, it's not a known commodity. So, we'll see what happens. Michael Mason II, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Michael writes, we need some swagger. We haven't had a player nationally known in a while. What do you think about us going to a power run game like San Francisco and KC creativity? I mean, that's kind of what they're going to try to do is they're going to try to have that KC influence where you're able to spread some teams out and throw the football underneath, get the quick game going, but also be able to run the ball down teams' throats. But like Ron has said, you need to get a lead to do that. Like, we're not running to set up the pass. We're passing to set up the run. And then you want to score points so that you can run the football and, bleed the clock at that point. So we'll see what they decide to do. I don't think power running doesn't win you games in this league consistently. You can win some games. The Browns have done it. The Titans have done it. You can do some really good things, but keep in mind that in particular, the Titans have had a ton of success, but they also play in one of the worst divisions of football. right? So you're getting away with playing Houston and Jacksonville and Indy and having a chance to go 5-1 in your division. And now all you got to do is find a way. Now they're well coached, and I've always had admiration for what Mike Vrabel has been able to do, because they haven't had the most talent, But with that said, what kind of success have they had in the postseason? Because at some point your quarterback's going to have to make some plays, and you're going to have some talent, because you got to score some points. We saw it in the Super Bowl. Eagles lost scoring 35 because the Chiefs scored 38. You're going to have to score some points. We had a 13-3 Super Bowl. Those do happen every now and again. And the Bengals and Rams Super Bowl wasn't a high octane scoring fest. I don't know what that final score ended up being, like maybe 21-16 or something like that. But for the most part, you're going to have to score some points if you want to win. And, power run game, this ain't 1985. This ain't 1995. You want to win football games, the league has fully converted over to a passing league. You got to be able to throw the football. Running still helps. And we talk about this as it gets later into the year, and you get into January, possibly February, but, December into January, run game and defense travels. You can do that. You can win some football games. Facts. But at some point, you're going to have to throw that bitch. You better be ready. Miss Perry says, hey, run them VA Lotto numbers, Lou. Hey, go ahead. Hey, go ahead. Travis Snow, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Travis writes, do you think DeJuan Jones will be there in the fourth for us? If so, do you think we'll take him? There's a chance he'll be there. I could see him coming off the board in the next 20 picks. Washington is 21. Well, I think the last pick of the third round was like 101 or 102. So we're already close to 118. I could see him going in the next 10, 15 picks, DeJuan Jones, before we get on the board. But if he's there, yeah, he's in play. Absolutely. I still contend that they're going to take a running back, but they could wait on running back if they so choose, right? But I just think about Gibson being in the last year of his deal, and, no more J.D. McKissick. I just see them wanting to address that position and address it sooner rather than later. And with the guy that they love, and this is what they've done. They've identified players in a round and said, if he's there, we're taking him. I think the guy that they're identifying in round 4 is Chase Brown, the running back out of Illinois. But again, we will see. Burger the Butcher, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, I don't understand any of the complaints. We filled holes. Now we need running back, linebacker, kick returner, punt returner. Needed cornerback, big nickel, and O-line. Got him. Yeah. Again, facts. We had holes. They filled them. I think people, and again, fans can be fickle sometimes, but I think what fans were looking for was a little bit more pizzazz. They felt like Washington is settling, instead of them being aggressive or going after, players that have a higher ceiling. They're settling for good players, but they're not pushing the envelope. But I'm not here to complain, because we don't know what any of these players are going to do. This is what I always try to talk to you guys about, is you don't know what these players are going to be for us. I said this definitively, that we needed to come out of days 1 and 2 with 3 players, and 2 of them at a bare minimum needed to be starters. And I think we've done that. So I'm not tripping. Dynamic Dave, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dynamic Dave writes, can you explain why we let go of Holcomb? Still sour. They wanted to move on. He got hurt last year. I think it's similar to the Chase situation. Holcomb could have come back and played. I think he opted to have surgery instead of trying to play through it. I think they had told Holcomb, hey, you've got a situation. you won't do any more damage to it. So you can come back and play. If you have surgery, your season's over, but you can come back and play with it. It's just a pain tolerance thing. But you're not going to make it any worse. And I think he was like, yeah, but it's a contract year. So if I come back and I don't put good tape out there, I could be hurting myself. And I think they were a little turned off by that. I really truly believe that. Now, you could argue that the money just wasn't right and still is offered a little bit more than what Washington wanted to offer him. I don't buy that for a second. We saw the Pittsburgh deal. It's literally a 1 year, like $4 million, $5 million deal. They can get out after 1 year, right? They signed to like a 3-year, $18 million deal, and it's like 1 year, $4 million of real money. And they can get out after 1 year with little to no penalty. If they wanted Cole Holcomb back, they could have brought him back. I think they wanted to move on, personally. They got in their feelings. Kevin Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Kevin, who writes, which of the 3 players do you think will pop first? When you say pop, what are you referring to? Because Stromberg could start the fastest out of all 3 of them and have the biggest impact because he's a starting offensive lineman. Meanwhile, the other 2 could be getting meaningful snaps, but they may not be actual starters. But Stromberg could be in there holding it down, playing outstanding at center, and then Emmanuel Forbes makes 1 pick, and you're like, yo, Forbes is out here beasting. Well, so is Ricky Stromberg. You're just not hearing about it because he's an offensive lineman. So it's hard to quantify popping for an offensive lineman. I'd say Stromberg because I think he's got a legitimate chance to start. I'm not saying that he will start at center, but they're gonna have to configure this offensive line and figure out who are the best options to go after it, and we'll see. But my money's on Stromberg, getting in there and getting to the pivot position and being the starting center for this team. But they may have brought in Nick Gates to do that and Stromberg to back him up. We'll see. Jason Files, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Jason writes, yo, Lou, but is SAFE going to work in a do or die season? I think if you ask them, they're not that far away. So this is what you got to understand. Ron is in that Bruce Allen mindset of, hey, we were damn close. So in Ron's mind, we're not that far away. I personally, I think that's fool's gold. But if you ask Ron, we were 7-5 heading into that Giants game, the first one. And we were up 10-0 in that Giants game. And if you beat the Giants and go to 8-5, you're in the playoffs more likely than not. So in his mind, he's thinking we were literally one or two performances from being in the playoffs, and who knows what happens then. So he doesn't think we're that far away. So he doesn't think that drastic changes need to be made. We don't need to go out here and look for the slam dunk. We hit a couple more doubles, maybe a triple in here, and we feel like we've done enough to put ourselves in a position to win. I also think some of that stems from the confidence that they have, not only in Eric Bieniemy, but I also think in Sam Howell too, because they haven't had a real quarterback situation since Ron's got here. It's been a mess. So I think he actually thinks, hey, we got a dude. We can compete. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, have drafts ranked Philly first, Washington and Giants about the same, and Dallas is last. So he's got Philly is greater than Washington and the Giants, and then Washington and the Giants are greater than Dallas. I think that the Giants are ahead of us. I could definitely make an argument for Washington being ahead of Dallas. If anybody were about the same, it'd be Dallas and Washington right now. But I can make a strong case for the Giants being ahead of us. But it's nor here nor there. Game effects. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Game effects writes, hit that like button for Lou. Hey, public service announcement via Game Effects. Please hit that like button if you're out there. Really appreciate Game Effects for the public service announcement. Again, doesn't cost you a thing. If you're out there and you want to support, hitting the like button is one of the easiest ways to do it. Thank you. Matthew Pennington. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, did you see Travell Wharton will be the O-line coach? I didn't, but we've already predicted that. Ron had said like a month ago at the league meetings that they had a guy in mind and they were going to promote from within, and they just hadn't made the announcement yet. I truly don't know what they were waiting on. Like, they had already announced a new wide receivers coach. They had already announced Tavita Pritchard as the new quarterbacks coach. They had already announced Brent Vesselmeyer being promoted to defensive backs coach. And I'm like, what are you waiting on with Travell Wharton? Why are we, stretching this process out? What's the holdup here? So we all kind of assumed that. I told you guys that he was going to be the new offensive line coach. Good for him. I think he worked with Ricky Stromberg at the Senior Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. So, because Travell Wharton was the Senior Bowl offensive line coach. So that goes a long way, having worked with the guy for a full week to kind of get a feel for what he's capable of and what he's able to retain, things of that nature. So, no, I haven't seen that. If that did happen already, good for Travell, man. I think he's going to make a really good offensive line coach. Starface, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Starface writes, theme of the draft is all picks love contact. All the smoke. They want to be a much more physical team. They made that abundantly clear. They talked about level of competition playing in the SEC. I'm pretty sure if they step to the podium tonight to talk about the two picks they made, I guarantee you when they talk about Ricky Stromberg, he played in the SEC against, big time talent, and he held his own. I'm pretty sure they're going to use that. That matters to them. As it should. Level of competition definitely matters, because the dudes you're seeing in the SEC, that's the kind of competition you're going to see on a weekly basis in the NFL. So if you can stand up to those dudes for 11, 12 games a year, you should be able to do it for 16, 17 games in the NFL. So not surprised by that. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, double up. I think that's a double up for you. I think so. I'm not sure. I'm done comparing Rio to Scott. He needs to step up. I don't know what you're referring to. Rio to Scott. I don't know who that is. You got to get a little bit more you got to give me a little bit more specific details on who you're talking about. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. OG, triple OG. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. OG, triple OG. Who writes, Lakers killing your Grizzlies. I expect that. I already told y'all. No Luke Kennard spells the end of the road for us. We've already been banged up. We had too many injuries to begin with. We couldn't afford another one. I'd already said, if we incur any more injuries, we're done. And Luke Kennard couldn't finish game 5. He said he was going to try and give it a go in game 6. My guy JP already said he's out. We're cooked. We're going to fight, though. I don't expect us to go down without a fight. I don't know what y'all term killing us, is it 20? Is it 25? That's killing us. If it's 15 or it's 12, that's right within striking distance. You're not out of the game. And NBA is a game of runs. So 12 is nothing. That's an 8-0 run and you're down 4. So I don't know what killing us is, but I don't even want to know. Yeah, because I'm not watching the game, so I don't even want to know. But I expect us to lose this game. I do, because we just, at this point, you're running on fumes. You just don't have enough guys. You don't have enough bodies. But we'll see. I see Rich said down 15. That's not good. You don't want to be down 15, but that's not insurmountable. Robbie Witherall, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Robbie writes, "What's up, Lou? Just checked in. How you feeling about our draft picks? Back-to-back DBs? I mean, I've been saying we needed help in the secondary to really become elite. What are your thoughts?" I think that the picks have been really solid. I really like Quan Martin. Thought he would be the 3rd round pick, but they got him in the 2nd round. I have no issues with that, because he would not have been there by 97. 50 picks later, he would have been gone. So I had no issues with that. Emmanuel Forbes, that's a guy they really like. They stress turnovers. He was the best in the draft at creating turnovers from the cornerback position. So clearly, you can't really argue with that, other than Christian Gonzalez was on the board, and a lot of people would have preferred him. And, Ricky Stromberg is a good center. I told you guys that I guaranteed the center would be taken. I didn't expect it to be in day 2, but they loved Ricky Stromberg, apparently. And we knew that they had talked to him. He came in for a visit, that they were really high on him. And they pegged him as a guy that they wanted to get, and they got him. So I think what I'm most fascinated with is we've got a ton of pieces. We got a ton of pieces in the secondary. We got a ton of pieces on the offensive line. And I think we're going to add one more before it's all said and done. And so we got all these pieces. How are you going to configure them? I love the options that are available now. Now, what are you going to do with them is the question. Dominic Garland, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Dominic Garland writes, "Sorry about Memphis, but Lakers got the series." I mean, that's what happens when you get injured, man. I mean, if we are healthy, the Lakers are fully healthy right now. If we're fully healthy, the Lakers aren't in this series. They can't shoot the basketball. Okay. LeBron is old, but with the way we're banged up, we got nothing for him. And shit, you take away our shooter, one of our shooters, we can't shoot either. Our 2 best shooters are Desmond Bane and Luke Kennard, and one of them is hurt. So, yeah, we're in trouble, man. If Ja doesn't get hurt in game 1, I think we win game 1. They pulled away late when Ja got injured. I really, truly believe if Ja finishes that game, we win game 1, and we're not in this predicament, because then they wouldn't have beaten us in Memphis. I don't think they can beat us in Memphis, honestly speaking. The other 2 games in Memphis haven't been close. If Ja stays healthy, I think we win game 1, and I don't think we're having this discussion. But we haven't been a good road team this year either, but the injuries, it got worse. We weren't as bad on the road when we were healthy, but with the injuries, we've gotten significantly worse on the road. But we weren't a great road team to begin with, so I'm not going to sit here making any excuses. Cherish 202, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Cherish writes, "Do you think that they feel Forbes is more battle tested than Gonzo? Do you think that that's the reason why they picked him? Stromberg is nice after looking at his film. Where do EB picks come into play?" Now I think EB gets to have a little say so in day number 3. I told you I didn't expect us to have any skill position players taken in the first 2 days. Now I think they start to, because remember, EB was coming into an offensive situation that we thought was actually pretty good. A tweak here, a tweak there, but the offensive line was the thing that needed the most work. But we already felt good about the receiver position. We already felt good about the running back position. The tight end position, I think we won an upgrade, similar to left tackle with Leno. We won an upgrade, but I don't think they're going to do anything about it. So do I think they felt like it was more battle tested? Emmanuel Forbes was? Yeah, absolutely. That's not a question. I mean, they pretty much said that by saying he played in the SEC. He played in the SEC. He stayed healthy. He played 35 games. He didn't miss any games. Like they didn't want to call Christian Gonzalez soft, but that's essentially what they were insinuating. We got us a tough guy. We got us a battle-tested guy, physically tough, mentally tough guy. And we got a playmaker. Chauncey Davis, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, OG, triple OG, writes, would you pick Ringo in the 7th if available? He's not going to be available in the 7th round. But I mean, that at that point you're beating a dead horse. You don't need another corner. You got enough now. You got the kid you picked up from Minnesota off waivers. It's Cam Dantzler. Remember, you still got the kid from Penn State that you picked up from the 49ers practice squad last year, Castro Fields. So he's a young buck that's still on the roster. Got Juice, got Forbes, you got Fuller, you got Sip. I mean, you got a bunch of stuff, man, at corner. You don't need any more. So even if Ringo was available, you just leave that for somebody else to scoop up at this point. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Zoe Life, No Life writes, I kept comparing Del Rio to Scott Turner. Okay, Rio to Scott. Because I was like, what the hell? I didn't understand. And saying he was consistent. If Del Rio does not get creative, he is no different from Gannon. I think he is different because we play a lot more zone. The Eagles play a lot more man coverage with their corners. I mean, they play some zone too. Don't get me wrong. They play some soft zone, but they play a lot more man than we do. But to your point, there's a lot of times where we really don't do anything creative, and that's been my biggest knock on Del Rio. Is he just like kind of hoping that we win one-on-one matchups and kind of just play it safe. And in his defense, if you don't have corners that can cover, you can't be super aggressive because you're going to get beat over the top. I'd much rather you nickel and dime me all the way down the field because something can happen. A tip pass could get picked. You get a holding penalty on 2nd and 7, and now it's 2nd and 17, and then you get an incompletion on 2nd and 17, now it's 3rd and 17, and the possession's pretty much over. Anything can happen. Anything can derail a drive. So you don't want to give up the 67-yard touchdown strike. So there's something to be said about keeping everything in front of you and just giving yourself a chance to play another snap. But at some point, you're like, hey, man, we got to do something. And he's not necessarily, doing that. And again, some of that may be because he doesn't trust the back end. Maybe that changes now. I don't know. We'll see. All right. If that score is legit, which I don't doubt because I see multiple people putting in, that the game's over. We're down 27 points. The game's over. You're not coming back from that. I'm not shocked by that either. Because, again, we don't have any floor spacing. And if Dylan Brooks isn't going to knock down shots, they're going to continue to give them to him. He's going to continue to shoot them. Tyus Jones hasn't been able to hit the backside of a barn the entire. I've been really disappointed in his series because he hasn't shot this poorly all season. I mean, he's shooting really bad, really bad. Like he went to sleep on us. So it really, you don't have a lot. And we were already thin as it was. So getting our ass handed to us, it sounds like. And you know what? I'd rather have them put me out of my misery now than to have us, limp through the playoffs, because I want to be the one to do the Warriors. Like, I don't want anybody else. If the Kings take them out, that's fine. But I want to be the one to do the Warriors. So I hope the Kings take them out, because I don't want the Warriors to win another chip, because I know they'll beat the Lakers. The Lakers could beat the Kings. I don't think they will, because the Kings score so many points, and I don't think the Lakers are capable of scoring the amount of points the Kings are capable of scoring, because they can't shoot. I keep reiterating that, but they can't shoot. And LeBron's old, and AD is inconsistent. So I could see the Kings kicking the Lakers' ass, but ultimately, as long as the Warriors and the Suns don't win the championship, I really don't give a shit who wins it, honestly speaking. I know the Lakers aren't going to win it, but if the Nuggets got there, I still think the winner of the chip is probably coming from the East anyway. Shit's got really interesting with Milwaukee getting eliminated, but I digress. Frank Brown, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Frank Busy writes, "What's up, Lou? What's going on, Frank? I feel the picks so far are pretty good. They might just shock us like J-Dot did last year. So I'm just waiting to see. HTTC. I'm down with the new How order as well. I love it, man. Love that you're down for the cause. And I don't think J-Dot shocked most of us. I can't speak for those of you who weren't hip to what was going on, but I wasn't shocked by what Jahan Dotson did. Some of you might have been, because you weren't really privy to what he had done at Penn State, but I knew the type of player we were getting. And I think most of you did know what we were getting. Thank you for the super chat, Frank. Ryan Rosen, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Ryan writes, Lakers up 74-47. Yeah, the game's over. If they up 27, it ain't no coming back from that. That's similar to game 3 when we were down damn near 30 at the end of the first quarter. Yeah, you can't dig yourself that type of a hole and think you're going to come back, especially when you're not shooting the basketball well. You can come back from a big deficit. We've done it before, but that's against the Spurs. This is not the Spurs, it's the Lakers. You got to be able to shoot, and we're not shooting the ball at all. Afrocat, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Afrocat 2136. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Forbes, day one starter. Quan, day one starter. You and I love Mike Hilton when he was available. Quan got that dog in him in the slot. I like that comparison. I think he's got some of that in him. Love Mike Hilton. And you can do so many things with Mike Hilton. You can blitz him. He's physical in the run game. He can cover in the slot. All of these things Quan Martin brings to the table. So I, like you, think that we got ourselves. I said you needed to come out of the first 2 days with at least 2 guys that are day one starters. I think we've done that. So I'm not disappointed at all in the selections. I just want to see what's going to, happen in day 3, and then we'll assess the entire draft as a whole. But it's been a solid draft, but it hasn't blown me away, but I'm not looking to be blown away. I want substance. Okay. Quality over quantity is what I want. I want substance. So if you can give me all the flash you want, but if that's not getting the job done, that shit don't move the needle for me. Fat Boy V, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Fat Boy V writes, I really like our picks, and I expect our D and team overall to be better. Quarterback was our biggest issue last year, and O-line a close second. And if both are mildly better, we're significantly improved team. # left hand up. I don't disagree with that. What I want you to take into consideration, however, is that we're not playing the same schedule that we played last year. So you can't just take what we did last year and extrapolate that over to this year and say, oh, yeah, all we got to do is fix quarterback and offensive line and we straight. Defense was kicking ass. Like Ron said something today or yesterday that bothered me a bit because he was like, yeah, I didn't think we needed to do too much to the defense. We were really good last year. And I'm like, Ron, you do realize the level of competition we played against last year was not that significant. You are not playing the Indianapolis Colts featuring Sam Ehlinger next season. You are not getting week 1 Trevor Lawrence next season. You are not getting Ryan Tannehill and the talentless Tennessee Titans or, Justin Fields, who's struggling without confidence. Like, if we'd have played Justin Fields 3 weeks later than when we played him, he would have kicked our ass. If we would have played Trevor Lawrence in week 11 instead of week 1, he'd have kicked our ass. Like, I find it hard to believe that you can look at what we did defensively last year and just feel super confident. Because I'm telling you, a lot of teams, we don't do anything exotic. A lot of teams left plays on the field against us. We made some plays too. I'm not sitting here shitting on our defense. We made some plays. We beat up some quarterbacks. We beat the shit out of Kirk Cousins, man. We beat his ass up to a damn pulp, and he made just enough plays to get us because our offense wasn't good enough. But we beat his ass up. We beat Ryan Tannehill's ass up in that Titans game, and we still didn't make enough plays. They had their moments last year. We beat Davis Mills' ass to a pulp. You're not playing Davis Mills this year. Not playing Marcus Mariota this year. So these are the things you got to be wary of. You can't just assume the defense is going to pick right up. I hope they ended up playing as well as they did last year, but I can't be assured of that. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Perez, writes, you finally ready to admit LA belongs in these offs? I never said you didn't belong. When did I ever say you didn't belong in the playoffs? I never uttered those words. I don't think that you're a better team than a healthy Memphis Grizzlies team, but we're not healthy, and that's what the playoffs are all about. I think the Clippers would have beat the Suns if they were healthy. Even without Paul George, just a healthy Kawhi, I think they beat the Suns, but he wasn't healthy. I don't think the Bucks lose to the Heat if Giannis doesn't get hurt in game 1. That gave the Heat all the confidence that they needed, even though the Heat really played the Bucks well regardless. That gave them all the confidence that they needed. And even though Giannis came back in game 3, the damage was done. The Heat already had confidence at that point. Injuries alter series. That's a part of life. And unfortunately, we were compromised and we getting our asses handed to us. It happens. Anyway, I digress. That is the final super chat. It's going to do it for me, your man Louie Tee, here on day number 2 of the 2023 NFL Draft. Washington's 3 picks are in the books. First round, they took Emmanuel Forbes, cornerback out of Mississippi State. Second round, they took Jartavis Martin out of Illinois, a hybrid safety corner. Let's call him a nickel out of Illinois. And then in the third round, Washington made their final selection of day number 2, taking Ricky Stromberg, a center from Arkansas. So we'll see what Washington does. They've got 5 selections in day number 3, and we'll see what they do with those 5 selections, and we'll see if they trade back, pick up some more picks, see if they just stay where they are and make those selections. Whatever the case may be, you will get a full breakdown of the Commanders' entire draft on your desk Sunday morning when you wake up. So be on the lookout for that. But in the meantime, you guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Enjoy the rest of the Grizzlies beatdown at the hands, savage beatdown at the hands of the Lakers. And I will catch you guys on the flip side. Thank you guys for joining me. This has been fun. You guys make the draft party fun every single year. And I thank you guys for doing it once again. Until next time, you guys take care. God bless and good night.